Oh, we're live. There we go. Hey, family. Oop. Sorry, I just dropped my lotion. Hold on for a second. You guys know I always have to have my smell goods and my moisturizer, even if I'm home alone. How are you guys doing? Good, I would say morning, but as of 6 minutes ago, it's officially afternoon in Los Angeles. Before we get started, where's everybody tuning in from? I'm just curious. Morning, Nalani. Sweetie, Melody, Morgan. I see you, Florence. Hey, family. Ashley. This is so fun. Here's the thing that's so interesting is that whenever I do a live, and this happens in all lives, whether it's YouTube or Instagram or even TikTok, there's so much fun happening in the chat that even if I'm exhausted, I find myself like putting the live on a replay on like low volume and just reading the comments. So just know that even if you might not see me engaging with you because I'm too busy trying to produce this moment, I will be reading your comments eventually because I love seeing the conversation that happens. You guys have some really great conversations. All right, so guys, today is a day that I did not think was going to happen. In fact, I think it was only like 48 hours ago where I wrapped up that really amazing live with Dr. Shanae Thomas, and we're talking about sexuality and sexual identity. And at the end, I mentioned that I was getting flooded with messages and DMs and texts from people saying, Blue, can you please put out the now infamous, deleted birthday episode of your pod, because it's such a big part of the story that you told during that story time. I just want to see it. And some of you were really smart and crafty and you found the audio, because for those who don't know, the Blue Centric podcast is not just on YouTube, it's also on Apple and Spotify. And so, y'all found it and we're like, Blue, I heard it. It sounded horrible. I feel shitty. I need context. And what made me change my mind about posting this was two things. Number one is you can't unring a bell, right? You can't delete anything on the internet. So the fact that I posted it when it first happened and was so triggered by it, I took it down. It was already out there, right? And number two, I was like, well, the reason I don't want to put it out is because it would create all this mess and nastiness that I don't like unless I put it out and watch it with you guys. So I will say this, I have not watched this since it happened. I was really hurt, so I haven't watched it since it happened. So you're going to be seeing my live reactions to what was the moment that ended 3 relationships. 3 relationships ended energetically the day of that taping, during that taping. And even though physically I could not end them until weeks or months later, I also want to explain that the reason why I ended those relationships in my mind and energetically in the taping, but did not actually officially end them until I ended the relationship with Icky on May 21st. I ended the relationship with my co-host in early September. And it took all that time because 2 things that I teach my clients. And for those of you who are new to me, hi, I'm Blue Toulouse. I'm an emotional intelligence coach. And I do 3 emotional intelligence workshops a year. The link, I think, for the very last one of the year is here. And I always tell my clients, there's one class that we teach, and anybody who's been in my class will tell you, that's called Assets and Liabilities. And during the Assets and Liabilities class, I tell my clients to assess when they're not safe objectively and to figure out how to safely disengage once they recognize that they are no longer safe. And so even though I recognized I wasn't safe on April 25th, the day of the taping, the day after my birthday, I knew that I had 6 weeks of content that we had put in the can that I had paid $6,000 for. And I don't know about you, I'm an entrepreneur. I am an independent, you know what I mean? I'm a freelancer. For me, $6,000 investment in my business is not something that I can give away based on emotion. And also, I really felt like the conversations we were having were important enough for me to salvage them. And so I made the decision to say, Blue, you are emotionally regulated and you could end these relationships right now. Like literally, you could take them all to dinner and say, I'm no longer talking to you, you're dead to me, and still do your job. They could not, right? The people that you have spent all this money and invested all this time in to do this content, if you tell them that it's over now, they will not honor the agreement to roll out these episodes. You could, 'cause I've done it before. I've had a relationship end and still had to work with somebody on camera and did it beautifully, actually. So I was like, damn, I don't want to have an emotional reaction that's authentic but disruptive to my business endeavors. And so I made it a concerted and intentional decision to put the episodes out first and then have courageous conversations, because I did not trust that anybody else in that room would promote or honor the work that we had done if they knew that they would no longer have access to me personally. Right? And so integrity means to be incorruptible. It does not mean to be perfect. I was being incorruptible because my integrity, my value system is always the show must go on unless it doesn't. Right? For me, I was either not going to show up at all or show up and do my big one. I don't show up and give half-ass or not put things out. So for anybody who's wondering, if this is the episode that ended your relationships, why did it take so long to end the relationships? It's because I wanted to disengage as safely as possible. Also, you guys don't know this, my co-host took the emotional intelligence course 2 months after this episode. I had not hung out with them. I had barely spoken to them. I was being cordial. Cordial, for those who don't understand, is the cold version of friendly. Friendly is warm. Cordial is cool. Cordial means I'm not being nasty, but I'm not being warm either, right? And so after 2 months of me being cordial, you guys know whenever I have a friend who I really care about, I might offer to comp them access to my class. I had offered them access to the class a year earlier, and yet they both suddenly decided to take the class 2 months after they realized that I was no longer hanging out with them. And I thought to myself, this class is meant to foster an environment where people have ego deaths and face themselves and come out on the other side with better tools. If they take this class and they actually improve, we might be able to salvage our friendship. The opposite happened. I have never in my entire career, and I've been doing this for 20 years, I have never in my entire career had more complaints than I did from the class that they were in. My co-host desecrated that sacred space to the point where even Kendall, y'all saw him a couple of days ago on the show. Kendall was like, Blue, why are they still in class? Can you put them out? They are so disruptive. I had a client that I spoke to yesterday, because you guys know I'm an EQ coach, and so I speak to clients every day. I actually have been in client calls all morning, which is why I have my tea, because I'm going to do a lot of talking today. I had a client yesterday. I won't say her name, but my client was in that class with my co-host. And after we finished our session yesterday, one of the things you guys might also not know, because I see a lot of new faces, is my classes are like personal training. So people take the class over and over again. There are people who've taken the class 3, 4, 5, 6 times. And yesterday when I was talking to one of my clients who'd taken the class twice, at the end of the session, and I was taken aback by this because she hasn't seen any of this video, so she doesn't know what's going on here. She said, Blue, that first class I took last summer with your friends made me feel so icky, and it felt so bad that on several occasions, I started to write you an email saying, can you put them out? I started to write you emails begging you to kick your friends out of the space. And I'm happy I didn't send those emails, because seeing how you took the space back from them, seeing how you course corrected, seeing how you kept us safe, even when they were determined to be disruptive and ruin it for everybody, it made me admire you more, and it made me take the class a second time. And the second time when I took the class without them, I realized what they had tried to rob us of the first time. And that's what ultimately made me end my relationship with my co-host. Even though emotionally as friends, I was like, oh, this episode was bad. I don't think you guys are safe anymore. Seeing them come into my sacred space, the thing that I have been promoting the entire time they've known me, my work matters so much to me. Seeing them come into another sacred space, because they already desecrated my podcast space, and ruin it for so many of my clients. But luckily, I'm built different, and I was able to take it back and wrangle it back from them. I was like, this is the second time that I have, no, the third, because the first time I was talking about my love life. Second was the podcast. The third was my class. I was like, this is the third time that I've given you access and given you an opportunity to show that you care about me. And instead you showed that you don't respect me and you don't care about my safety. And for those who are wondering, what does it mean when someone doesn't respect you and doesn't care about your safety? When someone doesn't respect you, they also don't respect your boundaries. In the episode you're about to watch, you're going to see me repeatedly set boundaries and watch them immediately be ignored in real time, right? So when someone doesn't respect you, they also don't respect your boundaries. And when someone doesn't care about your safety, they don't consider you in moments that impact you, right? So who I'm dating, my podcast, and my course, my life's work are three places where considering me is the only thing that makes sense. And in all three places, I wasn't considered, which means I wasn't safe. For anybody who's taking notes, please write that down. If you're not taking notes, please do, because I would never post this as me spilling tea. That's a cheap reason to unearth something like this again, especially after the live I did a couple of days ago. I'm posting this only because I prayed on it and realized that it could actually be a really impactful, teachable moment. So if you don't have a pen and paper, please do, because I will be intentionally passing on some tenets. Those of you who follow me on Instagram already know I have a thing that I call free game. Free game is when I come on every week and give free emotional intelligence gems to you as a way of preparing for the next class. Our next class starts September 3rd, I think. The link is pinned. So this is actually an addition to free game. It's an addition to free game where we're going to use what is hands down the worst podcast moment of my entire career as a way to teach you guys how being emotionally intelligent doesn't mean that life is perfect. It means that you're equipped for whatever life throws at you. Okay? Let me see some of these comments before I continue, because that intro, I really felt like, for the sake of dissuading people from being messy in the comments and for you to understand the framework from which I'm approaching this, understand that I'm approaching this not to be messy. I'm approaching this to teach something and also to learn something, because I haven't seen this in over a year. All right, let's look at the comments. Someone said, oh, people are in here from the UK. Blue, you look beautiful. Thank you. New York. Shout out to New York. We're here for you. Thank you, guys. These are really lovely comments. And I will say this too, guys. I was prepared to be dragged after I did that live. And here's the thing. Only 2 people were rude to me in the comments. Out of the 15,000 plus people who watched that video, only 2 people were rude, right? So shout out to you guys for proving that I'm not naive, for thinking that if you build a safe space and if you create an ecosystem of compassion, that you can actually inspire the room to rise to meet you, because the internet, particularly right now, is incredibly mean. So also I said Detroit. One of my coaches from Detroit. Toronto. Oh my God. All right. So I see Toronto here. I see Detroit in the house. Much love from Jamaica. Oh, well, Jamaica. If you haven't seen the previous live from last Thursday, Jamaica is heavily featured. Someone said, Blue, you are such a gift to this world. Thank you for being you. Thank you, guys. And I will say this, if you think that it's a gift that I'm being me, then that means that you have an incentive to also be yourself, right? Like I'm leading by example more than looking for compliments, because be clear, I get as much critique as I get compliments from doing the work that I do. So just know that I don't mind being the sacrificial lamb to show you that you can actually just be an authentic person, even in this nasty world that we live in, and still keep yourself safe. All right. I see here Minnesota, more New York. Wow. So much New York love. I love you. And I knew something was off with the pod absence. Yeah. Kenya. Shout out to Kenya. By the way, Europe and Africa are the 2 regions that really, 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 really show up for me more than Canada. You would think because Canada is right next to America. No, whenever I look at my metrics, it's always like the UK or somewhere in Europe or an African nation. So shout out to you guys. Shout out from Hawaii. Oh, I love Hawaii. I was just there in November. Unfortunately, Florida, and I learned so much from you already. Oh, thank you guys. The Netherlands. I actually love Amsterdam before the pandemic. I haven't been back since. I was in Amsterdam, I think, every summer from 2015 to about 2019. So I summered in Amsterdam for like 3 or 4 years, and I loved it. Got to support my fellow Haitian creators. I appreciate that. I saw that. Glad you had a good time at that wedding. Speaking of which, so many of you were able to corroborate my receipts. I didn't bank on that. When I was sharing those receipts, I was willing to just die on that hill alone. So knowing that so many of you were watching me and remember parts of the story that I told in real time, or were able to vouch, like, no, that actually happened the way she said, because I saw it. That's God. I see Georgia, Memphis, the DMV area, the birthplace of my homosexual shenanigans. I always have to shout out the gays when I talk about the DMV area, because The gay community in DC really held me down for like 12 years. Suriname. Okay. I love this. Someone said, I'm studying psychology and I feel like I'm learning a lot from you. Excellent. And I will say this, guys, 40% of my clients are actually therapists and psychiatrists. Mental health providers are the biggest group of people who come to me. I don't teach classes like beginner's EQ. Like, that's not what I do. I teach all levels. And the reason why I think so many therapists and psychiatrists and other coaches take my course is emotional intelligence is a very specific skill. It is not the same thing as therapy. It works beautifully with therapy. It works beautifully with other coaching techniques. It plays well with others, but it is very much its own thing. So just because you're a therapist doesn't mean you have emotional intelligence. In fact, so many healers lack EQ and as a result, burn out from helping others. So thank you for shouting that nuance. I always love the fact when I see anybody in the mental health field in here, because I feel like it's my way of giving back. And to France. All right. Well, as a Haitian Cuban, it feels funny that I'm going to give France my last shout out. All right, guys, let's get started. I think I've given the room enough time to fill in. In Texas, shout out to in California. Okay, no, let me give a shout out to California because I live in California. All right, guys, so this is how we're going to do this. Before I talk about or show you when things went wrong, because I do not want to drag, because don't laugh, I still care about all three of these people. I still care about Jeff. I still care about Lulu. I even still care about Icky. Like, it really, really hurt my heart that he put me in a position where I had to air him out, right? So I care about all three of these people. So there is actually zero bitterness. This is righteous indignation. This is sacred rage, but there is no bitterness, right? And so in order to make sure that we all remember that these are three people that I deeply cared about and had amazing chemistry with, I am going to play a clip of one of the shows that I did with my co-host when things were going well, right? Because a lot of times when you fall out with somebody, people go back and retroactively act like somebody sucked and nothing good ever happened. I don't believe in that. I said before, I take my good memories with me. Even if you ultimately dishonored and made me unsafe, I will never forget all the good moments we shared. I will never forget what I learned from you. I will never forget how you made me laugh, how you cheered me up, how I cheered you up, all the heart-to-hearts that we had that I hope were sincere on your part, because they definitely were sincere on my part. I take that all with me. I don't flatten people into one-dimensional villains just because we didn't work out, which is why it's so sad that Icky tried to make me seem like someone who roofied him and was psychotic. And the whole time, all those things were things that he actually did, and I still protected him, right? So in order to show you guys how good it was, let's first watch this clip, because I'm new to tech, so please show me some grace. Let's first watch this clip of how things were between me and my co-host when things were actually good between us, okay? Because I don't want you guys to demonize them and think that, like, Blue, why did you ever do a show with these people?
Are things that don't travel well. Sweetie and ma'am are things that don't travel well elsewhere, but work very well in the South. I am not your ma'am. That's your mama. That means you're calling them old.
Excuse me, old lady.
Excuse me, old bitch. That's what ma'am means when you're outside of the South. A very cute man called me ma'am. I said, excuse me, sir? Right. I said, the fuck is wrong with you? You can ma'am these nuts.
Ma'am these nuts.
I spent 4 years in Jackson, Mississippi.
Okay,
so
well, where are you now?
I see it's a sign of respect.
What if they had an app and it was like a GPS to show what things not to say in different regions?
Where does
different
man
regions.
end? Yes.
You know, I teach yoga. I called this woman babe in class.
I don't say babe unless I want to sit on your face.
Apparently she thought
Together.
accosted as well because she complained about that.
Oh, shit.
yeah.
Did she think you were homosexual?
Maybe.
That tall dyke called me.
You have plans for me?
She came in here with her backpack and called me babe. We got Boston, Detroit, Chicago. Are there like any words you say that people constantly correct you on, but you will not stop saying? I say finna all the time. You'd be
Babies.
surprised how many people do not say finna and are
Really?
offended by me saying
Really?
finna. Yes.
Really?
I'm always corrected.
I
on
like
finna.
minus well. MINUSWELL minus
I
well.
do hear you say that a lot, actually.
Damn.
I never want to correct you because I just feel, because I guess I get what you're saying.
Wow.
You say that a lot, Blue.
No, wow. Okay. You were damn fucking lie.
You do say that. I just figured I got a friend.
You got a future benefit?
I got
You say
say
that a lot, Blue.
this is and this
No,
is
it's a joke. I can speak English.
Blue. I've heard you say might as well.
I know, but it's a joke. I'm in on the joke.
He's like, sure, Jan.
That was not meant to be shady.
Jeffrey, -12 was a joke that we used to say on the original Twitters. I didn't realize that the younger folks thought that we just had speech
Well,
impediments.
I ain't that much damn younger. Children call me sir.
What is children?
Like high school, because I like mentors sometimes.
No, I don't. What the fuck are you talking about? That's full of shit. Because ain't nobody on this couch trying to be.
I have been called sir several times by.
No, who are you mentoring? Who the fuck is giving you kids to mold?
Ooh, ain't our time ran out.
So Jeffrey, you're mentoring children.
From time to time.
What year was this?
Probably like 2012, maybe to like 15.
So you went from mentoring to fuck them kids.
No.
Jeffrey, you said that at least once an episode.
She meant like you don't.
Oh yeah,
have
fuck
kids.
them kids. No,
Yeah.
baby. I don't like babies. Oh yeah, I don't like babies. No.
Fuck them kids.
So guys, you see how we had a lot of fun, right? We had a lot of fun. These were my fun friends. These were people who every time we hung out, we would just be cackling to the point where you saw there was tears coming from my eyes. I was laughing so much. There was tears coming from my eyes, right? Someone just wrote, "This is beautiful, sweet, such sweet energy." Exactly. And so in my mind, my two co-hosts who have this fun show with me, who I have so much fun with, who I hang out with in real life, which is why I asked them to be my co-host. We were all friends for about 4 or 5 years before I asked them to be my co-host. And I said to them, I was like, I'm going to invest in you guys for a year. I'm going to spend all the money on the studio time on my own. I'm going to find us a venue to do a live show a year out. I'm going to use all my resources. And if and when this works out, I want to make sure the audience falls in love with you the way I have. So I was heavily invested in these people. And the fact that they were the ones who I was confiding in during my relationship with Icky, the idea of having them come to New York with me to tape an episode with him and Bridget, by the way, you guys forget this. Bridget was actually supposed to be on the show and she got sick. To this day, I will always say to myself, had Bridget been there, none of this would have happened, right? Because when people are going to bully you, even if they're doing it unintentionally, because I don't think any of them thought they were bullying me. I really don't. It's harder to do it when you're not isolated, right? It's harder for the room to turn against you when you have at least one person who has your back. I know because I'm usually that one person. When one of my friends is feeling unsafe, I always say, bring me with you. It's going to be harder for them to abuse you with me sitting next to you. So if Bridget had been there, the show would have been 3 of my closest friends and the guy that I'm talking to having a fun episode in New York. That was the premise that I sold to everyone, right? Bridget got sick. Me and Icky broke up, even though according to him, we never were a thing. And then my friends turned on me. So that video shows you the original intention of the episode. And to this day, I still think it would have been a dope episode. As for Bridget, for those of you, somebody said Bridget would have snuffed them. Absolutely. For those of you who asked about Bridget, thank you so much for sending her good energy. She's doing well. She's home now. Everything is good. She and I are actually taping a podcast episode this afternoon after I wrap up this. And then I'm going to Estelle's house with a bottle of wine to have a girls' night because this week drained me. Okay. And that's the thing that's so beautiful is that in the middle of what might seem like mess to the internet, when I'm not talking to you guys about this, I still have this beautiful life that's always waiting for me, right? I have this beautiful life, these beautiful friends. Like life has actually still been pretty lovely despite this ongoing hiccup. All right. So now that y'all have seen, somebody said BK is my Aries tribe member. We don't play about our loved ones. And I'm an Aries Taurus, guys. For those who don't know, I'm on the cusp. So I am an Aries Taurus, which is probably the reason why it's hard for people to bully me because you can't bully a Taurus and you sure the fuck can't bully an Aries. All right. So I'm about to start. Okay. Why am I getting nervous? I'm about to start the episode. I have not seen it. Why is it buffering? Here we go. I'm about to start the episode now. I have not seen this since it happened. I'm a little bit nervous. When I'm nervous, I always ask myself, what is fear trying to sell me? Teachable moment, right? Whenever I feel nervous, I'm like, number one, I always tell people that fear / anxiety and excitement are the same emotion. So rather than say I'm anxious, I'm going to say that I'm excited to for the clarity that's about to come from us watching this together. First thing. Number two, the anxiety / fear that just tried to enter my body was trying to convince me that it was unsafe to share this. And I, in my present tense, because all the power is in the present tense, because anxiety tries to pull you into the past. In the present tense, I'm not unsafe. In the present tense, I'm in my guest bedroom of my 2-bedroom house in LA. My landscaper's outside cutting my grass. I have hot a mint tea and a bottle of ice water next to me. And I'm surrounded by people who I actually sincerely believe want to learn from this. So I am safe, and therefore there's no reason for me to be anxious, just excited. Guys, that's how my internal dialogue works all the time. I intentionally did it outside for you guys, but that's how I talk to myself all the time. I do not talk to myself crazy, which is why when we do these classes, we spend the first month of the 2-month class just talking about how to rewire your internal dialogue to do what you guys just saw me do just now. All right, so let's watch this people in this episode. Ooh. For those who are saying Blue is dropping bars, need to take notes for real. No, seriously, this is intentionally meant for you to guys take notes. Anybody who still hasn't gotten pen and paper, at the very least, pull out your notes app. I'm intentionally giving you things to take away with you because that is the value add that made me feel good about airing out all this shit. Okay, so please take notes. Because that's the only reason why I'm here, is to share this and hoping that what I went through will help you guys out. All right, let's do it. Oh man. This is it. We're here. Okay. We're going in. Nadine said, grabbing pen and paper. No app is pulled up. We're going in. Y'all ready? And I will be reading your comments as I'm watching the episode because we're all going to be going through this together. This is very brave, okay? Because normally I would have watched this first, but I said, no, fuck it. We're going to watch this together. For the first time in a year and a half, guys, we are going to be watching episode 75 of the Humanized Podcast. The Humanized Podcast with Blue to Lusma can be found on Apple, Spotify, and of course, YouTube. A new episode of my show, a much kinder episode of my show, is coming out this Friday with John Smith. But let's watch to see where I was 15 months ago in my journey. Oh, before I forget, ADHD. Right before this episode started, I sat everybody down because I was still disgusted by what happened at my birthday dinner the night before. At my birthday dinner the night before, my co-hosts were up till 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning having really nasty, sexually invasive conversations with Icky and grilling him on sex. And Jeff was trying to convince him to go to circuit parties and asking him, have you ever fucked any white bitches? And when he said yes, they asked him in graphic detail to tell them about the white bitches that he had fucked and Asian bitches and all types of non-Black women. Because I thought up until that point, I thought that he only did Black women. And then they made me watch the Amanda Seals thing earlier as well, even though I didn't want to watch the Amanda Seals interview for my birthday. We watched about an hour and a half of that. So I was so rubbed raw and felt so betrayed from my birthday dinner the night before that when we got to the studio, I said, listen, guys, we have gotten complaints that sometimes when I try to course correct the show or move on to new topics, you guys talk over me, you cackle during really intimate moments, you mock the work that I do. And I've gotten a lot of complaints. And I was starting to get a lot of complaints privately about how they didn't seem like they respected me or the work that I do. And so I said, it's 4 mics. 4 of us are here. First rule is don't talk over each other. Second rule is if I'm doing an intro or setting up a topic, let me do the full intro before you speak. And do not talk to each other while I'm talking. Because one of the things I used to do is I would try to set up something very serious. And rather than pay attention and be fully present, they'd be sitting next to each other talking. Now imagine you're watching The View. Because me and Jeff actually met on the set of the talk show that I moved to LA to run. I moved to LA to do a talk show. I was first chair and Jeff was third or fourth chair, right? So I was the whoopee and he was like one of the alternates. I'm not saying that to be shady. And one of the things that I always said was, remember, Jeff, we met on the set of a talk show, right? And imagine if Whoopi Goldberg was setting up something serious and Joy Behar and one of the other girls and Sunny were sitting next to her kikiing talking about something else while she's on camera trying to set up the story. It would be considered rude, right? It would be considered rude. So I had told them, guys, do not interrupt, do not crosstalk, and do not mock important things because my audience is coming here not just for fun, but to learn. And if you mock things that are sensitive, you're undermining my entire brand. That is the speech that I gave before Wolf, our producer, started rolling. and within about 13 seconds, they disregarded it. All right. That is what I remember. All right, let's start. Let me see. Let me pull this up. Is it full screen? All right, play.
Welcome to a very special
Live from
New York. Literally live from New York.
Yeah.
It's what is
I've
it?
always wanted to do that, by the way.
Really? Oh, I love how dreams are always coming true, and we just got started. Live from New York, it's Friday Night Live with here Blue Toulousma, Ike Slimster, Jeffrey, not
Jeffro.
Jeffro. They call you Jeffro a lot though.
Yeah, that's my. I don't mind. I actually don't mind Jeffro. I don't like Jeff.
Oh,
I never knew that.
Oh.
all the Jeffs listening like, what? How I get in it?
Right.
But like y'all
No,
can do it 'cause like y'all know me.
that was a direct
intros,
episode.
and then we also, you guys, we
I
also.
call him Jeff.
I love how the first one got broken already. We just got started. And no cross talking, guys. Lulu. I couldn't even get to Lulu. My heavens. All right, guys, it's going to be interesting. Everybody in here has ADHD. We're going to try to have a conversation where everybody can hear us. I am scared. I'm also very excited because I thank you for joining the show.
Thank you so
Can we
much.
clap for
Thank you for
Ike?
having me.
Woo-hoo.
Wow. Thank you.
Ike is
Come on, warm the crowd up.
Right.
That'd be funny. Tap this thing on. You got a joke?
Yeah, I'm still trying to just keep adhering to the rules, guys.
You guys, I'm
steady.
going to tell you guys the only rule
My
that
brain is not equipped.
the rule was don't cross talk, especially during intros.
Yeah,
That's kind of hard rule.
I'm staying put right here.
And y'all don't know Blue. She threatened to dock our pay.
Yeah. So
So-
here's the thing, guys. We've gotten a lot of feedback. You guys sent me very long DMs, and the number one feedback I got was the crosstalk. So we're gonna literally try this episode not to crosstalk. My co-hosts think that I'm being a tyrant. I'm actually just trying to listen to y'all. If it happens though, let the record show I tried. Please stop DMing me. I tried. This episode is special because it's a birthday episode.
Hey,
Our girl is 24.
Oh,
happy birthday.
you say 24 minutes sadder because they're like, oh, she probably three times 24. You know they only do that for old bitches. They only lie for old bitches. Jeff.
She said the jig is up, y'all.
The jig is up.
Don't fucking-
Yeah, and somebody
Don't
said
say 24.
24 means she's 107.
That's it. They're like, all that experience? 24? No.
Yeah. No, they only lie for old bitches. So Jeffrey just outed me. That's fine. You just called me ma'am. The episode just started. Is there air?
It's hot. Yeah, I did.
No,
start sweating a
it's
little bit.
giving slave heat, and we've talked about this. It's different kind of heat.
And we are free.
Yes, there's
Oh.
slave heat, there's nigga heat,
Shannon
there's
Sharp is proof.
shut him.
Wow.
Already.
Wow.
Okay.
You really said that?
Let's go,
Wow.
let's go back to it being a birthday episode. I'm a tourist. It's officially tourist season. Gang for the tourists out here. There's other tourists in the show. Shout out to Jeff.
Come on, Cinco de Mayo. Woo.
Cinco de Mayo, same day as Chris Brown.
Yes, me and Chris and Adele and Brian Williams.
I have a list too. Mine is like Kaylani and Kelly Clarkson and Circuit the Entertainer. People who are just known for kicking things over.
I was going to say,
And being
these
a
are
little
all
K.
wild people on camera. This is
No. There's like 100 people on my birthday.
Wow.
And I know 30 in real life, and they were all wild. And I was like, I never stood a fucking chance.
No, you did not.
I have a birthday, but me and Lil Kim have the same birthday.
I was gonna ask for perfect.
Ooh.
Lulu, yours is with Lil Kim. Do you know who your birthday twin is?
No, I never checked.
Check now, son.
I just felt special. I didn't
Oh, that's
yeah.
beautiful.
He was the only one.
Exactly.
Oh, you must have been the only
That
one.
mattered.
When you have a birthday that other people talk about all the time, you know. So basically, you have such an entertainer and Little Kim and Chris Brown. Wow, walk into a bar.
You know what I'm saying?
That's a good time, though.
That's a sort of a joke for
listen.
you, Ike.
That is a sort of a joke. But who is that? Can
Look at us.
you look up your
Okay.
birthday twin? I want to
My
see who your
birthday
birthday twin is.
twin.
Celebrities born.
Yeah,
on-
just like on that.
Okay.
day.
I love how y'all
Okay.
tell them how to Google though. Celebrities born. Hit
No,
enter.
We
You
just
know
trying to go
how
back.
special
and
it is?
forth.
He would put in birthday twin and some
Yes.
random Joe Schmo would have popped up. We would
Right.
like,
I hope Ike is brighter than that as a comedian.
we just met him.
Oh!
They did just meet Ike at my birthday dinner last night. If you did get invited, please don't text me about
This
it.
is
It
the
happened.
whitest list I've ever seen. Jesus.
No black people.
Yo, there is
No.
none.
This is a single
Wait,
black
what
person
date
with your
is your
birthday.
No,
no,
July
what-
23rd. It's like Paul Wesley. Oh, Michelle Williams.
Which
the white
one? Oh, the white one was the black one.
Destiny's Child.
Oh.
Oh,
Or
That's
did they
not
mix up the
impressive.
photos
but
again?
pause. This is perfect because you are the Michelle Williams of our Destiny's Child.
Dang.
That you said dang?
Yeah.
Oh,
You know what I'm saying?
we have
No
mutual
one-
friends.
Oh, because that means
Whoa,
one of
whoa,
us
whoa.
got kicked out because it's only 3 of them.
No, I'm talking about before when it was 4. Who's Farrah?
Who left their luggage?
Right.
Yeah, who's Farrah?
We already know Jeffrey wants to be Beyonce.
No, I don't. That's too much work. I don't like to work that hard.
Jeffrey
You
is
worked
like-
out- you already there.
So you are Farrah.
I am Farrah now.
Jeffrey,
Oh, wow.
wait a minute. If you don't want to work, you might be Farrah.
I'm gonna toss all this shit off the table.
What did they say to Farrah? Hey, if you want to meet your luggage, you should probably go find it. Isn't that what they said to Farrah when that happened?
Man, the poor girl.
I don't know because I was not fair.
I saw the clip. I saw
the clip?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I want to first of all say a very special shout out to the person who's supposed to be our 5th co-host today, but got sick and couldn't make it. We want to say a shout out to my amazing friend, Bridget motherfucking Kelly. Congratulations on your wedding, Bridget.
Congratulations, Bridget.
Bridget got married. I'm so excited. Bridget's wedding made me believe in love again for about 25 minutes. I love this for us. Years. My God, I meant years.
Oh.
I was about to.
Wow.
Old habits.
You said for 25 minutes. I said,
wow.
I said that was cool. The turnover time. I do.
I do. Right.
I do.
Was the divorce lawyer on standby?
Right.
Shit.
No, it's hot. It's slave heat.
Okay.
Bridget's wedding was actually really, really amazing. I have never seen that many Black people of different ages and socioeconomic classes who were in relationships and in love still 5, 10, 15 years into relationships and having fun. Usually when I see a couple who are still together, I don't want no part of what I'm looking at. And so seeing that many mischievous, like there was one couple had been together for like 10 years. They were the life of the fucking party. So my first question to ask you guys was, I love Lulu so much.
I could do 2 things at once.
I know. It was just the look on your face. She was like, I'm at peace with my choices.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was exactly what that
we
was.
were reacting to your actual
Like
face.
you called her and she said,
Now, I will tell you guys this. There's a spiciness to that moment that took me aback because you see how I had said, hey guys, no cross-talking and no doing things off to the side while we're trying to be in the moment because you don't know if Wolf is doing a medium shot or a wide shot. So the fact that I'm hosting and producing the show while also making sure that we stay on task and she was doing something off to the side, I said, well, I'm not going to verbally say it and embarrass her. I'm just going to shoot her a quick look. Instead of her just being like, my bad and letting it go, she looked at me and said, I can do 2 things at once. And I'm thinking, but the rules are to not do 2 things at once. The rules that we agreed to was to be fully present. So that moment, there was a bite to that moment and where I was like, oh God, you guys agreed. The only way I was willing to do the show is if you agreed to the rules. And it's now been like, what, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. And I can already tell you have no intention of respecting me on this show, even though it's my birthday episode.
and you think I'm not here?
Lulu, communication is 95% nonverbal. You had a whole conversation by yourself. And I'm just like, what else happened, friend? No, the beautiful thing is about the wedding was I saw that relationships don't equal death. And
You saw that before? You didn't watch TV and see scripted happiness?
That's the problem.
At least
It was
see
scripted.
some example.
No, it was scripted. No, I didn't realize how jaded I was because you guys know I took a whole year off from dating because I just wanted peace. I just wanted peace.
That's good. That's good. Cleanse it.
Well, I was
Cleanse your palate.
no, yeah, I was.
She didn't say she wasn't fucking.
I took a year off from dating. Words matter. Words mean things.
Okay.
So celibacy makes me mean. Okay, you have to know who you are. And so the year of not dating made me really jaded. I was like, it's so peaceful over here. No niggas, it's so peaceful.
When you go back, it's hard.
Right. Yo, that first month, I was like, I hate you all. Like, but now I think after seeing the wedding, I was like, no, you can like be with somebody and like not hate life. So that's great.
Mm-hmm.
Have you guys ever been around a couple that made you feel like, oh shit, maybe relationships can be fun and still functional? I'm gonna start with Lulu because we all know Lulu is from the Huxtable family. Hit it, Lulu.
Well, I honestly feel like my parents weren't. When you don't have a point of reference and you don't have anything to compare it to, and all of my friends came from 2-parent households, I felt like all parents are just parents and doing things. I never really considered their relationship and like how they feel about each other. I'm like, these are the people who I just woke up one day and they was looking at me. So like I have a different experience with their marriage initially. So like now it makes more sense. A lot of the things they did, a lot of choices that they made and the way they interact with each other. But I never even considered like, oh, these people are actually a couple. What was the original question again?
No, that was a great answer.
Okay.
That was a great answer. Jeffrey, have you ever seen a couple that made you think that maybe that thing is possible?
Yeah. Whenever I see a happy couple, so like I always see couples that make me like, oh, does it work out? Maybe not. But yeah, I always see examples.
So we're talking about the ones that work out. We've all met a happy couple.
You said, do I see a happy couple? Yeah.
we all happy at some point in the day.
I love how Jeffrey and Lulu are both fighting for their lives with these questions for different reasons. She's like, my parents are together. Is that the answer? And you're like, yeah, they've been together for 5 minutes. But Jeffrey, no, a happy couple that lasted.
That was the original question?
Wow, Lulu, you did beautiful. You did beautiful.
Okay.
You did. No, seriously, you did.
Okay.
I currently have a couple in my head that I see as that couple. Yes.
And they made you believe again?
Yes.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm about to get into you, sir. We have an update for Jeffrey.
I know them too.
The time is now.
Oh, we know that.
Yeah.
You say their names?
Yeah, we say it every week. It's actually our friend James. James
James!
John, yeah.
It's all that
James
finance,
John,
James
like-
Bland. This is not an episode of Humanize without a shout out to James Bland.
We always shout out James.
We always shout out James Bland. That is a beautiful couple.
Yeah.
They are.
It's just like
I walked up to them drunk and they just said, y'all getting married. And
I
he
was
said,
just with them in DC last weekend, and it's just always like, oh.
yeah, they're a beautiful couple. How about you,
Very
Ike?
moisturized.
Very moisturized. Beautiful, figuratively and literally.
Yeah, this is I see couples. Yeah.
Oh, you giving the Jeff answer, uh-huh.
Yeah, I see.
I be seeing them.
I be
You
seeing
know.
They be
couples.
good.
They be good.
I see couples and I see them happy. I think for me, it's always because I'm naturally always looking for blind spots. I just come to the conclusion that I guess happiness is blind spots. Happiness is ignoring missing the blind spots.
What?
Or
Oh.
you compromise.
It's full of-
Or-
Yeah,
Or
compromise is a nicer way to
surrender
put
and
it.
yeah.
Surrender to your ability to spot the blind spots.
Or
Oh, it got dark. It got dark early.
No,
Oh,
Said that yesterday. He always finds the
But
dark
I
in this.
do- I did say
everything.
thank
yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. This started making me doubt myself for a second.
Right.
I know who I am.
No. I need you to know Jeff co-signing you does not help.
Wait a minute.
He lives in the shadows.
Where's
too,
my
too,
manager?
friend. This is confirmation
That's
bias.
actually the kind of person that would want to co-sign me.
Yeah,
people
no.
from the shadows.
No, you're both in the same confirmation bias. Lulu, what were you gonna say to counter the darknesses?
Well, I
on
was
the couch.
counter more like I feel like you have an association with like it being negative, and I feel like sometimes just even the perception of like
I agree.
you compromising as being like you gave up,
Yeah.
you lost, you submitted, you ignore, and I'm like, really, it's just like you've made a decision that I love you beyond this expectation of what I had about a certain situation.
Exactly, because I think the thing that's so always weird to me is that flawed people thinking that finding flaws in someone else means it's a stop.
Yeah,
Nigga, you had flaws when you came in too.
exactly.
So what are you looking for? You were it. The thing you're looking for, you already have it.
Might
So
not be a stop, more like a freeze though.
so you freeze for yourself because we
Pause, guys. For those who keep saying you and Icky are matching and they're matching, remember the picture I showed you guys in the last live of me and Icky the morning after he friends on me the night before. We were wearing matching yellow. We ended up matching almost every time we saw each other until I cut him off. After he called us friends, it was almost as if my spirit guides were being petty and making us look like a couple so much just to make him confront the lie that he had told.
all have
Yeah,
have
people
flaws.
must
Not like
Well,
to take accountability. And the
That's right,
breakup is
yeah.
always the other person's fault. It's always their fault, their fault.
Yeah, I think for me, and I'm gonna ask this question to all of you guys. Oh, I already answered my question. It was Bridget and Cheech and
Yeah.
them. For me, we all have relationship superpowers, whether you realize it or not.
Mhm.
Not your toxic superpower, like Jeffrey, and not fuck like a bull, Jeffrey. It's not a humanized episode.
All right, one more question that keeps coming up in the comments. Wait for context. This post is him after him ending the relationship that he claims didn't happen. Yes, he got caught with yellow bikini April 8th. He friend zoned me the 17th. I got my back blown out by another man. I said bet and got my back blown out by another man on the 20th. He took me on my birthday dinner where he forced me to tell him what I had been doing in Jamaica on the 23rd. My birthday dinner where he met Jeff and Lulu was the 24th. And this was the 25th. So this is 3 weeks after I found out I couldn't trust him. And 1 week after I found out that he was going to choose to lie about the intentions of our relationship. And watch how I'm masking and still trying to at least do the show as lighthearted as possible, even though my heart is actively breaking. So yes, guys, this is all post. So what you're seeing is a man who's claiming that we were just friends and I'm crazy and obsessed with him. And yet he keeps stealing glances at me while I'm just trying to produce a show.
We talk about your free marketing, but we all have a relationship superpower about something that we're naturally really good at relationships.
Yeah.
To the point where we don't even clock it sometimes.
Mhm.
My relationship superpower is to be completely apathetic to people's flaws. I've seen people in the nastiest, most fucked up, like horrible sections of their lives. It never occurred to me to stop loving them. But I realized that came on the other side of therapy, because therapy is literally doing that with yourself. So it's almost like, if I can look at myself with all my flaws and like me, I can do the same thing for you. Anybody who wants to go first can go first. Do you guys know what your relationship superpower is?
Uh-oh.
Ooh, Jeffrey shook his head fast this time.
I do.
I'm
Like,
concerned.
no, like I don't know if it's active service or gifts, but like I love, like, I'm cooking for you, I'm getting little gifts for you, leaving them in your mailbox. Like, I'm just like doing little things.
So being nurturing, being nurturing. A man being nurturing is a superpower.
Yeah, you have to.
Because me and Lulu can say the same shit. They'll be like, yeah, you have to. That's how you keep niggas. But like, no, a man choosing to do that actually is a choice.
It's very much like attention to detail. Like,
yeah,
any little thing, like I'm paying attention and I'm like trying to do it. I'm like, yeah.
that's so sweet. Jeffrey, you want to leave your number for the audience? Because clearly,
See,
every
Jeff is-
episode you're advertising.
maybe
He's not from the
last week.
shadows. He's not what
No,
you think.
he really is. He's emerging.
You say he's a nurturer just now.
You can nurture in the shadows. I've been nurtured from the shadows before. Them niggas are hard to get rid of. No,
really are.
It's called cancers. Sorry, cancer man.
Jesus.
Cancer man. Yeah, you know.
I do.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All right, Ike. What is your superpower?
From the love languages or just
No, not at all. From relationships.
I feel like I can be motivational.
Which is good too.
Yeah.
Like, wait a minute. You get pep talks?
Yeah.
Yeah, bitch.
Yeah.
You got
Pep
bitch.
talks.
Yeah. You gotta think big.
Sometimes you
man.
need that.
Big bitch.
Gotta think big.
That's your okay. Is anything softer than
Like,
screaming at
That
her?
motivation. Yeah.
Big, big.
That
You gotta think big bitch. That's my fucking superpower. Get your ass
Right.
up.
BBW.
I wouldn't say bitch.
Okay.
Make that clear. to the
Okay, so
audience.
that's a great one. Do you have a softer one, like a more
Um,
vulnerable one?
Quality time. Quality time. I make time.
That's a good one.
So
Yeah.
your superpower is making time.
Oh. No, just those.
No, Jeffrey, you cannot assist.
Jeffrey, first of all, it was already a setup from the tone. Okay? I already knew it.
I got
She said-
sidetracked, so I didn't hear the
Because
answer
she went
coming
from
out.
here to here. She said, "So your superpower," and that's when I know you're about to get finished on the podcast.
Mhm.
My favorite part
No,
is when
this
you
is
can
you guys. This is a safe show.
Oh, of course.
It's a safe
Oh,
show.
I
No,
bet.
my favorite part though.
This ain't where
like,
we
when-
get crucified.
No,
though.
we
When that
want,
happens-
we want him to answer his question.
Oh, yeah, I want to hear the answer too.
Motivation and what else I got?
No, you said quality time.
Yeah,
Lulu said quality time, nigga. And then now is that still your answer?
maybe we move away from quality time because Tom seemed to be very.
No, my question was spending time with somebody is a superpower, was my question.
No. Quality. The quality of the
So
time that I'm spending.
quality time
Yeah, because everybody can spend time.
is
Just,
a superpower.
Like, you need a shot.
Wait a minute, in the pause.
Some of the-
No, I actually like this discourse. Why do you think the quality time is superpower? What's so special about it?
I think the quality because the time has to be either productive or fruitful, sort of like impacting their life in some way. So I'm saying the quality
Back
of
in
the
their
time.
life. So
Yeah.
you're motivating them by spending time with them.
You're saying what I'm pointing to my partner, right? You don't want to
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm isolated. I'm just saying that particular thing is a superpower in a relationship. It doesn't mean it's the.
Is it your superpower?
Is it my superpower?
Guys, you guys are so emotionally intelligent. It's actually scaring me. There's so much commentary I could be making, but the comments are making them for me. I'm so happy you guys caught this. We're asking about romantic relationships. We're not asking about friendships, right? I think that's clear for anybody who missed it. I ask, what is your superpower in romantic relationships? This man says motivation, which is a shallow answer in my opinion. That's just my opinion. He would later find the word that he meant when he said motivation. You'll see that happen in a second because I remember I helped him find the better word. And in lieu of him finding a better word for motivation, he said, well, my other superpower is quality time. If your superpower in romantic relationships is quality time, and we have 9 to 12 hour dates, our shortest date was 6 hours. Most of our dates are about 9 to 12 hours. We had one date that was like 18 plus hours. You're literally admitting on camera that when you're in a romantic relationship, the thing that you do is invest time after you just invested 4 months of time with me. I think this is the moment where I disassociated, guys. I think this is the exact moment where I left my body and became a shell and was just focused on being a producer. Because he kept confessing things that I don't think he realized he was confessing, that to the point of somebody who said earlier, the way he's looking at me, there's a comment he's going to make later in the show that is still stuck in my brain to this day. It's all telling me that you friend zoned me because you couldn't think of another way to regain power when I caught you lying, rather than simply saying, I'm sorry you caught me. And it made me sad. At this point, 15 minutes into a 2-hour episode, he was making me sad because he was confessing without realizing that he really did like me.
I wouldn't say it's my superpower, but it's one of the things
was the
that
question, friend.
Oh, well.
Oh,
it's,
shit. And it's not me this time. I love it when it's not me.
It's not one of the things. The real problem is I don't consider anything to be a superpower per se.
Okay.
Oh, that's a flex. Yeah. He's like, well, I just be doing so much good shit.
No, they're not be doing so much
I
good
don't
shit.
consider none of this a superpower.
I'm listening, apparently, because you
I just want the record to show the first person who said what was the question is the one who's now dragging Mike for not knowing.
That's why I asked, because I want to know what I'm answering. I'm talking about something else.
No, I love that though, because it just shows how self-aware women can be. They're like, look, if I fucked up, you're not fucking up. You answered the question.
That, because I really wanted to know the answer to that specific question.
Yeah.
So, I felt like myself was going off on tangents. That's why I was like, what was the question? Because I feel like I'm just talking.
You actually have a beautiful answer though.
But
motivation was where I was at. I mean, you we're stretching it after motivation.
No, here's the.
I think motivation.
No, I think motivation
is fine. In a relationship.
No, motivation is fine. I think what's interesting about questions like motivation is that they tend to assume a fixing or a lack in the other person.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not saying that's what he's doing, but I'm saying that most men that I know who said that they do stuff like that is because, my girlfriend can't get her shit together, so I'm here to motivate her. And so I'm always interested when I hear it's just like, no, seriously.
That sounds like you're dating.
I never took it as from that point.
Yeah, but I'm saying I know
it's more in the specific things, like whatever it is that they're into or whatever it is that's their passion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like
Oh, you're supportive.
Yeah, I guess supportive is the word.
He meant
That's where I was taking it from. I wasn't taking it as one more push-up. Let's go. Come on. I wouldn't take
Got
it.
Supportive. Got it. No, so supportive is actually a really good one because like being nurturing, a lot of men do not know how to be the ones giving support. They know how to ask for peace. They know how to ask for support, but giving it. So that's actually a really good one. I'm happy we unpack that though, because I promise you half of them understood what you meant. The other half were like me thinking, you got to think big, bitch. And I just want to make sure that nobody got left behind in this audience. What about you, Lulu? What is your relationship superpower? What do you do for Master Splinter?
I think my relationship superpower is that I don't take things personal.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
That's a really good one.
Because I think in relationships, a lot of times sometimes if I be like, oh, hey, Jeff, I really don't like it when you come home late. He'd be like, well, I come late because I got to go to work and I got to do this. And he makes it like more about himself and his own journey rather than like, can I see you where you are? Like what exactly is wrong? Like from your perspective? Because obviously I was unaware because it is not my intention to hurt you. And that goes back to vulnerability and being with somebody you feel safe with. So when you're able to do that and be like, receive the information without a counter, because of course you have a reason for doing it, but that doesn't mean you didn't hurt somebody.
So my question is, does that mean that you could never be with somebody who is neurodivergent then?
Well, why? I don't understand.
Because being neurodivergent means that they're rejection reverse. So they take things personal and it's not a character flaw. It's literally just a wiring thing.
For the person who said that's a dig, it 100% was a dig. So think about it, guys. It's my birthday episode and I'm saying, hey, can you follow these rules? And they are not following the rules. And when I ask her, what is your superpower? She says, my superpower is I don't take shit personal. Wanting you to follow production rules is not taking things personal. It's called integrity. And so my counter was, well, then how do you deal with the neurodivergent person? Because neurodivergent people are very literal, particularly autistic people. Let me not act like we're all neurodivergent in the same way. I can't speak for dyslexics or OCD, but for autistic people are very literal. If I say, please follow these rules to keep me safe, and you don't keep them safe, I'm going to call you to task. And according to your definition, that's me taking it personal. According to my definition, that's me holding you accountable. So if you think your superpower is that people can disrespect or dishonor your boundaries and you act like it's no big deal. But I always act like it's a big deal because I demand that everybody that I love respect my reasonable boundaries. Do you think that you're better than those of us who take it personal? That's literally what I'm asking her because I'm trying to be gracious, but I ain't never been a punk ass bitch in my life. So for those of you who are picking up on that shade, that was me picking up that she was being shady, whether she realized it or not, because I don't know how much of self-awareness she has. And said, oh, if you want to be shady, are you saying you're better than me? Be clear, bitch. Be fucking clear.
So if you met somebody who took things personal because of a brain function rather than them just being less smart or less evolved than you, would you have grace for that? Or would it be something that you would feel unsafe with?
Well, I think that I was saying that that's my superpower.
No, I understand.
No,
yeah.
no, let me land it. And so like, I feel like because you're already neurodivergent,
Mhm.
I'm already going to accommodate that, because like that me just being able to not take things personally is a
Mhm.
part of, if you are neurodivergent and you do, now I'm accommodating that, is what I'm saying. And so like, I know it's not about me, like it's all above me. And I think a lot of problems that people have, especially in relationships, even just in life, they think it's about them. And a lot of time it's not. A lot of people's behavior is above that. Go ahead.
No, I love that you made that distinction,
Mm-hmm.
because most people say they don't take things personally, heavily judge people who do.
Mm-hmm.
So that's not how everybody does it. So that is a superpower for you, because most people who don't take things personally judge the fuck out of everybody who they think takes things too personally, and it's a very judgy stance. And I wanted to give you an opportunity to double click for those who thought they agreed with you. Until the second part, they're like, "Oh shit, we don't get to judge the other people." No, if you don't take things personal, the irony is judging them is taking it personal.
Taking it personal.
That's the biggest thing. Why people say I don't take shit personal. You dumb bitch. You just took it personal, because now I'm a dumb bitch because I have different feelings. It's the biggest irony. There are so many folk.
I don't take things personal, you dumb bitch. And me saying, well, you just took it personal because I'm allowed to have my feelings. I was channeling. Guys, a lot of times when I give examples, it's actually me channeling. I was literally channeling, and she was like, why is this dummy taking this shit personal? And so I wanted to say it out loud if she wouldn't. I've never said I wasn't confrontational, okay? But even when I'm gracious, I'm still fucking confrontational.
To pride themselves on things that they're doing just in a more covert way than the person who's being more honest and upfront. So kudos to you for that. Now we did have
It was a trap.
you thought it was a trap?
Yes, I did it.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't. You guys the same space. Why is everybody scared it's a trap?
Ike was the only mouse that got caught in the trap.
Right.
catch
I'm
that. That was
sorry.
Lulu. I did not catch that.
Yeah, Lulu.
That was
Lulu,
Lulu.
but yeah.
No, but I love that we had that moment with Ike though, because I do.
I saw it, and y'all told me to
Put a
shut.
banana in the
Right,
stomach.
I said motivation is that stretching.
It did. Look, I tried to help, but they both told me to shut the fuck
little
up.
light crab.
Because honestly, I was saying you gotta think big bitch. I was like, I do not want my man yelling at me if I don't want to go
I
to the gym
know.
tomorrow. The fuck?
Yeah.
Jim, come on,
What?
not that guy.
Oh, I'm packing for the audience. They don't know you.
Yeah.
The gym guy.
Oh, you're not the gym guy?
Yeah, there's a gym guy. You know the gym guy.
Are you the gym guy?
I can't be the look at me. I can't be the gym guy.
Why
Come
can't
on.
you be, oh, nigga, there are people who look like beef jerky who are the gym guy.
Really?
Yeah, there are people who want their girlfriends to be the epitome of.
You can
Everything.
always tell the gym guy though. They got that gym look.
They
You know
do.
the-
They do.
Tell me more.
No, who's that? She's like Master Splinter.
I know,
Show up.
but-
No, that was
the background.
because they got that locker room fashion going.
So here's the thing. Master Splinter, I keep mentioning, is what we call Lulu's boyfriend, because he's 6'5" and is a karate master who teaches karate. I think it's jujitsu. So at the time, I don't know if they're still together, but at the time she was dating a 6'5" jujitsu master. So we called him Master Splinter. And the gag about Ike saying, I don't like gym bros who wear gym fashions. Jeffrey is a gym bro who only wears gym fashions. So he accidentally friendly fired shot at Jeff without even realizing it, which is why we're all like, oh, snap, that's a little bit on the nose.
I guess it's the.
Wait, what do you
Oh,
mean
no.
locker room fashion?
Oh, you sit next to a gym guy. Friendly fire. Friendly fire. Yo, Jeff's booty cheeks just clenched. She's like, excuse me, bitch.
I'm like, are they that
what
just got
the-
the other guy?
Okay, you guys,
no.
before Jeffrey turns on Ike, we have to do our first round of shots.
Oh,
Look at this.
he turns on ice. Like, that's your ally friend.
Right, no, I wasn't trying to know.
You gotta reconsider.
No, I didn't know what Jim Ike was going
Guys,
to do.
while we're talking, look at this.
Okay,
you see
sorry,
how I tried? I've been
sorry,
trying,
yeah,
y'all. I've
yeah.
been trying.
The cameras are here.
Yeah, I
this
know,
is
I
a
know.
shot.
That's all.
Yeah. So we're gonna take a shot, guys. We're not gonna name from where because we don't have a sponsorship deal. But those who sold them to us, if you want a sponsorship deal, call me.
All bottoms.
Me and Lulu are we're starting from the bottom. We're taking something called Pussy Purr, and Ike and Jeffrey are taking the equivalent. Y'all ready?
What's the equivalent?
Dick Roar? I don't know.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure they heard
Remember the
that.
men's name.
Okay.
Make sure they heard.
About Pussy Purr and Dick Roy. You're like, wait, Blue, what the fuck? Okay, I have to explain this. So there is a place in Harlem. It's called Jacil. Shout out to Jacil, okay? It's in Harlem. And they sell herbal health shots that are so potent and clean you out so well, they give you a quick buzz the way alcohol would. So When I found out that Ike doesn't drink, I said, well, how do I make it so that he can take a toast with us during this birthday episode? Because it's a celebration. People always toast during celebration. How can I make him celebrate with us and feel like he's part of the fray and not being left out, while still making sure the three of us still feel a little bit of a tingle? Josh Seal. I was like, oh, I can actually help our health and have a celebratory moment. We're going to take these shots. Pussy Purr and Dick Roar are meant to be shots that help you with your reproductive health. Because remember when that lady said he had a veil over his thing? I was like, oh, well, whatever you got going on down there, I'm going to give you medicine that feels like a fun alcoholic drink, but has zero alcohol in it, because that's a way for us to all have a good time without me disrespecting your boundaries. I want you guys to be very clear that in this stage, you can't see, there's shrimp fried rice that I got from the Chinese food place downstairs because I wanted them to have food in case they were hungry. There's bottles of water, because when you're doing strong herbal shots, if there's any Jamaicans or West Indians in here, you guys can vouch for me. When you're doing strong shots, you need water because it's so strong. If you're dehydrated, it will completely suck the energy out of you, right? So I brought lots of water, shrimp fried rice, and 4 shots per person. It's a 2-hour episode. I thought we're going to do an herbal shot, 1 every 30 minutes. When you actually go to Josh Seal, you do them all at once, right? Me and Bridget will go to Josh Seal when I'm going through something or I have really bad cramps, and we'll just sit there with her husband and we'll be taking shots while we're talking, right? It's never taken me 2 hours to do these shots before. But I thought with all the water and these shots and this food, everybody can do them on camera and still be okay. What ended up happening is, and you'll see for yourself, and I remember this, Ike refused to drink water no matter how many times I begged him. Because he kept refusing to drink water, he was dehydrated. Because he was dehydrated, the shots made him hot and warm and woozy, and he refused to do the one thing that would help it, drink some water. He would later take what we're about to watch throughout these next 90 minutes and contort it and tell people that I roofied him. These shots that you're seeing is the basis of the lie that I roofied him to take advantage of him. So I'm happy we got to the part about the shots.
I really didn't.
My life changed after tonight.
All right, let's
Just cheers and happy birthday, Blue.
Thank you guys.
Happy
I love
birthday.
y'all. Lulu, love you.
Happy
Girl, I'm so happy there's another
birthday.
girl here. These two would have ate me alive if I was alone. All right, ready?
Dick Roar.
It's medicine. Not a roofie.
There's alcohol on this.
No,
It's
not.
got that black licorice.
Yeah, oh my goodness.
Well,
I gotta just stay on camera. I gotta just.
I got 3 more.
I gotta just stay here, Blue. This is a setup. Blue, come on. You said it was.
It's not that bad.
That shit, yours might not have been like their girl shots and boy
I
shots.
think the girl shots might taste better.
Oh,
See, because our pussy.
Because your dicks be going through stuff.
You
That
really
ain't-
not know
so you turning them off?
There's no alcohol. There's no alcohol for the shots.
You see the water in my
There's
hand?
alcohol free. There's some children
Blue.
in Jamaica.
They can't sell this to children.
Would
They can't sell.
you?
Have y'all ever had Mama Wana?
No. You
Jesus.
want some
Oh.
coconut chocolate?
Look, I'm offering him coconut water.
I'll drink water for now. But
Okay.
Jamaica
He
needs
doesn't
to
trust
stop.
anything else.
Okay.
Wait, you said Jamaica needs to stop?
Yeah.
We love
Watch
you,
them.
Yardies. We love you, Jamaica. Don't do that, Ike.
Did y'all see that?
Put little stickers with the description of what they are.
No, I'm
Describe the taste.
I also have some
little
little
child
fried rice if y'all get hungry in the middle of the show.
Shrimp fried rice.
Yeah.
We feasting for real, for real. Oh no, I'm taking my appetite. We're going to get the wings.
Oh, Jeffrey has a thing where he's in love with BBQs,
Yeah.
so he's insisting that we go there. afterwards.
BBQ. That.
need my wings
Oh,
on my list.
you are so pro black. I love
I
it.
did not know BBQ was
That is-
still open. It's a New York restaurant that I thought closed in the early 2000s, but Jeff says they still open.
Now they still open.
They
So
got sticky wings.
okay, what were we talking about before? That pussy prayer is amazing though. I feel great.
I felt great.
Y'all was
I'm
trying to
slow.
set Ike up again, but then
No, we're gonna be calmer
you
now.
was going against Ike.
You were going against
no,
that.
because he said then they were locker room.
It's a gym look.
Gym look.
Gym look.
And so I was like, well, wait, what is that? Because there's no women.
People
in
who
the-
wear
with the-
Under Armour for leisure. Like it's.
Oh,
Oh,
you know what I'm saying?
wow.
You know the
like
guy.
running errands and stuff.
Yeah, no, not errands. Like they're going to like outings. Like
Oh,
it's
we got a
like,
lot of
but-
too. Whatever's in that thing, it did something.
Yeah, my roar dick. Is,
Like my
His dick is
dick is
raw.
the drink is called a dick roar. Like I don't know what the fuck is going on, but I'm up.
Oh, you
I'm
know.
really up.
Oh yeah. Hello, friend. So you think men who wear athleisure wear to show off their bodies that they worked on in the gym are gym bros?
It can be Jimmy.
Do you have a problem with gym bros?
I have no problem with gym bros, but
I love gym
I'm
bros.
sure their
He's
women
saying
are
about how
exhausted.
he recognizes
Yes,
it.
they are.
Jeff,
Yeah,
do
I'm sure their women are
I'm
exhausted.
very confused.
Oh my God, I just had an epiphany. I said, you don't like gym bros? He said, nah. I said, I love gym bros. It just hit me. We were both talking about the personal trainer that I fucked in Jamaica that weekend. We had been talking for, again, 12 hours at a time. He confessed all these things. He's never once told me that he didn't like gym bros. And I was like, that don't sound like anything we've ever talked about. Why do you suddenly hate gym bros? I got my back blown out by a personal trainer 4 days earlier. And now we're doing a whole segment about him dating gym bros. Oh, bon Dieu. Oh my God. I just realized, okay, see, I'm autistic. It went right over my head. Whoa. Because when I said I love gym bros, he looked at me like, yeah, I bet you do. Oh my God. This is layered.
So
What?
because it went from his answer being motivation, where you guys were assuming he was like, motivating in the gym. And he's like, you recognize the gym guys. So I'm just like, oh, you recognize that guy with her girl? That's that dude. Like, come on, let's go to the gym, get in shape. But then he moved to, you recognize them in the locker room. And I'm in the locker room.
You don't recognize them in the locker room. It's called like locker room, like fashion type of thing. It's like,
so we're talking about, the clothes. I'm like, oh, we're talking about something completely different.
That's completely, no.
But bring it back to gym bros, though.
Yeah.
He did mention something about how their girlfriends must be exhausted. And I gotta say something. I might be too big of a bitch for a high-class gym bro. I'm
okay, so I'm trolling now. I can take responsibility. I think in the moment I might have clocked it because after he did that long speech about hating gym bros, I said, yeah, I feel bad for their girlfriends because, and I think this is the part where I tell them on camera, oh, Blue. Bitch. I think this is why I was like, well, shit, I had a gym bro a couple days ago and I'm still sore. I'm blaming autism for this. I might not have clocked he was throwing shade, but I'm like, I like gym bros. In fact, I'm still sore because of one. Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay. I think this is the moment where he disassociated. I think what ended up happening is I left my body because they were being shady at me, but I was accidentally shooting back and didn't even realize it. Bitch, why did you say that?
hurting. And I don't think it's in me. I think that season of my life is over.
But would you ever try to actually like date them, or just from the jump would you recognize this
I'm
thing over?
tired. It's been a week. I'm still sleepy. I'm tired. Okay.
You took the pussy roar, so what was that?
Right? He ain't going to sleep
Pussy
tonight.
Right. Pussy period.
No, but have you ever been with somebody who during sex you realized liked you too much?
Yes.
Blue, no.
Wow. I think it worked in my favor though, because
wow,
that like I was like, wow, girl, you are going hard. That's crazy.
Really? Really? That's what you said?
Yeah, I said,
I bet you really like me.
I said, you really like me. This is good.
No, seriously, I think sometimes a lot of men, and Lulu, maybe you could speak to, a lot of men play cool when they're dating you.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I wonder if he likes me. And then you start having such like, oh, then you like me a lot. You've been lying this entire fucking time. You really fucking like me. And we were talking yesterday about love languages. And I said that my love language used to be quality time. And what I said was lovely. Quality time means I'm making time for you. It's special.
Yeah.
You getting something, you getting supported. Yeah, that's never happened to me in my real life, right? Quality time is I'm gonna sit here and lay up under you and eat your food and your box and watch your TV and your Netflix, and I'm gonna have 3 other girlfriends. So because the quality time niggas in my life have always been ain't shit, I was like, damn, I really like quality time, but none of the niggas who are giving it to me are worth the damn.
Oh my God. Okay, now I'm just shooting. Okay, I just shot that man in the face. Okay, no, I can take responsibility. That was violence, Blue. Oh my God. Look at his face. Oh my God. Oh God. Okay. No. That was violence. That was violence. I feel bad for this man. Okay. Well, look. I'm a neurodivergent witch. So even when I'm I am so sorry. I can literally see this man's spirit leaving his body. He tried to, in the same way that Lulu did a dig, and I said, oh, so you think people who take things personal are stupid? You think stupid ass bitches take things personal? In the same way that I did that to Lulu, I said, oh, you hate personal trainers? Well, I'm still sore from the one who fucked the shit out of me a couple days ago. And yeah, niggas who give you quality time are just full of shit. So I no longer care about quality time because quality time don't mean shit. Yeah, y'all, wow. This is why I don't play victim. Because even when I'm being victimized, what do I always say, guys, right? What do I always say? I choose peace, but I am built for war. The fact that it's 3 versus 1, and I'm looking everybody in the fucking face and saying, like, you good? Oh bon Dieu. I see why people get nervous around me. I see why devious people who know I'm autistic and think that I'm also nice and therefore I'm a good victim get very angry when they realize how naturally I can fight back even when I have no idea what's going on. I can see why people get mad at me. I totally get it.
So what I ended up doing was what Jeffrey does, which is physical touch. Because what I just said earlier, it doesn't matter what a man says. When he's having something, you can tell how much he likes you. The sex tells you how much
I just want to know.
likes you.
So in the quality time, I think this is a great metric to measure the quality of the time.
Yeah.
Are there backstrokes involved?
Whoa.
Whoa.
It matters.
Yo,
It
I
matters.
knew he was about to say something stupid. I literally, when I
Dick roll is working.
like,
Wait a minute.
You gave me a drink on the dick roll.
Whoa.
Backstrokes?
Damn,
Yo,
I thought something really like quality of thought was gonna come out.
I thought this nigga was gonna be
give my man a moment. Give him a moment. He finna come with something.
I'm like, this is when you have brothers, you be like, this.
Yeah.
I knew it. I literally.
She just called you her little brother on camera. No, seriously. Why are you asking that question now?
Because
I'm hot. The freaking bird working early, guys.
because when you're asking what like nothing ever came of it,
Yeah.
I'm thinking, the came part might have been.
Oh no! Oh, you mean no? If we have a quality time, we start fucking. Now we're in physical touch. We in my area.
Okay, so in the quality time, you guys are physical touching.
Oh, it's long division. What just happened?
Yeah, that's
While
what
y'all
I'm
are in the quality time.
saying. Yeah.
Okay, so what?
Y'all fucking.
No, but if we are spending quality time, and it doesn't have to be sex. Disclaimer for the fellow physical touch people who on threads have told me they appreciate that I always say this. Physical touch does not just mean fucking.
It does not. No.
Yeah.
Physical touch
Dry
means.
I was actually all listening to
Thank
Blue.
you for listening.
I really was. I didn't.
I said dry
I said dry humping.
No, I'm hot.
Why is he asking
90 more minutes of
All right.
Okay, we are 25 minutes.
I don't need that wine
It's
again.
okay. 25. I thought,
You guys,
wow,
we're taking a shot every 30 minutes. That was only 1 of 4. Okay.
that's good. You can space it out.
So
I
yeah.
ain't had his wine yet.
Okay, so to answer the question, guys, quality time does not just mean sex. It means that if we're hanging out and we're hugged up or booed up or there's skin-to-skin contact of any sort, that means to me that's physical touch because we're touching in a way. Yeah, like hands locked in, but it can't just be hands locked. Like anything that feels like physical affirmation.
Yeah.
The way someone touches you tells you how much they care about you. It's actually very loud. And so there have been relationships where we were actually fucking and I couldn't tell. But the way about because
What do you mean?
because
Yeah,
sometimes
what
I
happened?
know what you mean.
because Jeffrey's
Yeah,
the other hole in the thing. If you fuck-
damn. Hey, mom.
No, because there's certain kind of fucking where we're not trying to be caring. Like I'm being slutted out right now, so I'm not gonna feel nothing but that, right?
Okay.
So sometimes sex you can hide.
That's exactly how I felt. That was my inner voice. Like, I'm glad you said it because, like, I felt that. I said, okay.
I know what you mean.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Okay. So if I'm being slutted out, that's not the time to figure out if you love me or not. But the way that you hug me or the way that you caress me, that will always tell me the truth. And that has nothing to do with sex. And so for me, I recognize that a lot of times when I was spending quality time with someone and thinking it meant, oh, he must like me because he's making time for me, it'd be on the hug goodbye. I'd be like, he's going somewhere else after this.
Ooh,
Yeah.
this got real deep.
No, seriously.
So, and that's what I was trying to say because I think because if physical touch was prioritized in the quality time, it would indicate to you the quality of the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I think it's something.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Very different. Because
No, I agree.
It's,
I agree with that.
I think if sex is prioritized, then you can now tell that this is not as quality. Is it like you can gauge?
No, if romantic intimacy is prioritized in any kind of way physically,
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
then the quality time would feel very
It's
safe.
quality.
For
There we
sure.
go.
Yeah.
Now
I
we
just
are
I
agreeing on
agree
the
with
mind.
Blue.
Thank
It's
you.
with Blue. The way somebody touches you, you like, oh, this person likes me. Because I just feel like quality time is kind of bullshit. We can
Damn.
give you quality time, and I'm walking out the door knowing I'm finna go cheat.
Okay, but hold on. But
He's the nigga that I'm scared of, so he's co-signing.
So that's why I'm like quality.
But no, but okay. So Jeff, I'm not. I feel like, again, everyone's experience are different. So for you, for somebody who spends like 4 hours with you and the entire 4 hours and you guys are spending time, I feel like for me personally, I feel like you're taking out time out of your day where you can be making money, be with somebody else that you want to be with, go do whatever you want to do, eat, sleep, have a nap, talk to friends, da, da, da. So you've taken all this time out of your day and everything. Like that holds more weight than like for me, like, you know, like the actual touching it, but it can be conflated though. Like, because I think that, like you said, like what comes first, the chicken or the egg? She associates that kind of touch with the time. But so if she's doing that the entire time, it could also be
Yeah.
touch. But the point I'm trying to make is I feel like if people are taking time out of their day, because you can't get time back.
Okay, guys, I don't know what's happening. That felt like word soup. If you can follow it, feel free to share what the hell that was. Somebody said this girl's giving pick me. I will say this because pick me's don't always realize they're being pick me's. And when I talked to Lulu about this on FaceTime, because I wanted her to see my face, me and Lulu had our breakup on FaceTime. If I FaceTime you, I want you to see my face so you know I'm not playing. She was like, I have no idea what you're talking about. If that happened the way you say it did. What's happening here is me and Jeff are saying that the reason why quality time on its own is not enough is because we both know people, or in Jeff's case, are people who know that somebody can spend a bunch of time with you and still turn around and cheat and talk shit about you behind your back. And what I was saying is, no matter how much quality time I spend with you, the way you touch me and the way you talk to me will always tell me how you really feel about me, right? Lulu and I have had conversations where she has said the same sentiment. So imagine my confusion when she is now the only person who's standing up for Ike. Interesting.
Like that's you
You
can't buy
can't get it back, but you can manage it.
Yeah.
Because while I'm in here with these 4 hours with you, I'm DMing
Lulu. I'm sorry.
so-and-so
Yeah.
who that's what, like quality time. For
I
me
actually-
doesn't
But that's
mean
what I'm
shit.
saying.
not
That's
there.
that's a lot of activities during the time that you're calling quality time, though. Quality time should feel like when
fast.
that's what I'm saying. It's different. I think Jeff on a different pace. He's talking about even next to you.
Yes.
Because if the time was quality and it was so good and you had such a good time, you kind of still want to stay in that mental state and the high of everything that just happened.
And not
You
even
really
that.
like this person in their company,
If-
you can't just transfer it to somebody else.
Absolutely not. And also, like, if you're texting, it's, the time is not quality. We're
I'm
not
gonna
even engaged with each other.
I'm gonna say something real. I hope it's not fucked up. I hope it's not. But
It's okay.
It's gonna be.
Fucked up is
It's gonna
okay.
be
It's
honest.
part of the universe.
Just say,
Can we call bullshit?
Thank you.
Because let's be clear, me and Jeff are two very nurturing people who pour. You sitting around for 4 fucking hours while I'm pouring into you does not. You didn't do shit. You enjoy. Let me finish.
Mhm.
You no, not you, Lulu. But I'm saying that everything Lulu said I had a bad reaction to, not because of what you said, because when you come to my house, we have a great mutual exchange.
Mhm.
I'm talking, you're talking, we're pulling cards, we're jicking, yeah, we're having a great time. The niggas I'm talking about, you're coming to my house to be loved on by me for 4 fucking hours. You didn't do shit but show up and get loved on.
Yep.
That's not special. You coming to my house for me to make you feel good.
Okay, I thought we were talking about
my
quality.
hand was up. My hand was
No,
up. My hand was
let
up.
me
though.
finish,
right?
let me
Blue, I get
The
to
rules.
go.
Let me land it.
The rules.
Because Jeff and I are two very nurturing people who have also had whore moments. We know what it's like when we're nurturing and pouring into somebody and we're not getting it back. We also know what it's like when we're being pleasant, but we know that we're about to do some fuck shit after we leave.
Yep.
I'm saying that quality time on its own doesn't mean anything unless I'm pouring, you're present. And then when you touch me, I can tell that you really are grateful for this. And it's not a copy and paste happening after you leave me.
Yep.
A lot of people, particularly masculine energy people, will come to my house for 5-6 hours, not want to leave, spend the night, spend the weekend.
Oh.
But the entire time they were being lit up by me and I'm depleted.
Oh.
They call it quality time because they felt the quality. I quality time because I was given quality. I didn't really get shit though.
Ooh.
And so I think selfish people often think that their presence alone means quality time.
Ooh.
But if you're a selfish person with a generous person, it's not quality time. It's actually work for me.
Oh. Bitch. Oh my God. I'm stressed. Y'all, this is my first time experiencing myself. This a lot. This a lot. This a lot. I actually am happy we're doing this. Pew, pew, pew. Nigga, I just shot everybody in the face. Okay. This man said his superpower was quality time. And I said, nigga, if I'm the only quality in the room, it's only quality for you. For me, it's work. And he looked stressed. And honestly, I understand. This is me showing that I can hold accountability. Somebody said I was spraying bullets. You guys, I disassociated. So this is my first time seeing this. Yeah. No, that stress on his face is valid. That stress on his face is valid. That was okay. Yeah. No, this I told that man on television. Shout out to those of you who are watching this episode on TV. I told this man, yeah. Wow. Okay. I actually don't have any words. You know what I'm realizing watching this? I can no longer date cowards. I remember one time I tried to write a haiku after a heartbreak, and I think I wrote something to the effect of, look at us, two cowards in love, or something to that effect. And that always haunted me because I feel like, in the same way that somebody pointed out that Jeff and Lulu are being disengaged and I'm trying to egg them on and baby them and give them compliments so that they feel secure enough to just show up properly. I think I do that in relationships sometimes too. And I tend to forgive cowards for tricking me into thinking that they were brave, because the person you're seeing now after a week after we decided that we were just friends is not the person I had those 6, 9, 12 hours with. The person I had those 9, 12 hours with was incredibly brave in his presentation and loved bombed me presenting as brave. And when I realized he was a coward, I had to sit with that. Like, damn, I let another coward in. Had he come to me as a coward, we wouldn't have been here, right? And so, yeah, I need to date a man of integrity, because otherwise, I'm just gonna shoot you in the face and be like, "Yeah, bitch, I did that shit."
I mean, this is true.
Say,
but hit it, Jeffrey. I'm gonna let Jeffrey.
and this is for us to all answer. Honest question for honest answer. Have any of y'all in past relationships, so you've never cheated before?
I've never cheated.
No, I've never cheated.
Y'all ain't never cheated before?
I've cheated.
Okay, well, Lou, you can attest to this.
Nah, she was
Where you necessarily, you could be in a whole relationship with somebody that you love, you're spending time with, but at the same time, you have made time for that cheating situation.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I'm like, the quality time don't mean shit.
I guess I think this also goes back to, what do we each consider what quality time is?
Yeah, because I'm
your point
thinking,
was,
yeah, because I'm thinking that there's people,
She's still
like you
defending him?
said, like it's actually worked the other way too. There have been women who I shared quality time with, and then they're like, they had a great time, but it's like, I did all the pouring.
Exactly.
Right? I know I made your time good, because I know if I put the time here, it could have been a great time for them too. But this isn't, unless it's a mutual exchange of energy.
Exactly.
So it's like, I completely understand that part. Now, the real quality time is if, again, the time is really quality. Like, both of y'all are spending time, everything y'all are saying, everything y'all are doing matters in that space and time. Yes. I think everything else is kind of bullshit.
But matters to me, that's where I used to get.
Shout out to the person who clocked this. You guys see that he had the complete opposite point. And when I said something that he couldn't contest, instead of saying good point, he instead repeated it as his own. He literally just plagiarized me in real time and presented it as if he had an additional point, when all he did was repeat the point that I had just spent 5 minutes making on my own while he and Lulu ganged up on me. Wow. Mansplaining, exactly. He argued the opposite point this entire time. We all saw it. And when I made a point that was so reasonable and objectively clear that he could not find a way to rebut it, he instead said, well, let me just add this, and then repeated my original point that I started off with that he allegedly disagreed with. And that's how we get to a place where on May 22nd, I do a 10-minute, very heavily vetted and researched deep dive on why women with high IQs get married later in life a lot of times, or take longer to get married. And why on May 23rd, he reposted it and convinced himself that he didn't plagiarize me. He's so used to hearing me talk and convincing himself that he and I have switched places. That's why in all the stories that he tells, when he cries, the way he tells it, I cried. When I'm being reasonable, suddenly he's the one who's being reasonable. This feels like I'm watching the last remaining crumbs of someone who tried and failed to destiny swap with me. And that is disturbing. Wow.
It fucked up. I assumed because we were having a beautiful energetic exchange that it mattered. I had to learn the hard way. Unless I can confirm it elsewhere, that's an assumption that I can't trust. Because I've had relationships where I literally one time was spending quality time with someone who I thought I was going to marry. And I don't think that often. And somebody saw us and walked up to me and said, I've been watching y'all. This man is so in love with you. Like to the point where people would see us together and be like, this man is so in love with you. That nigga was not in love with me, right? It was just that the glow of being with me made him someone in that moment. And guess what? He would go off and do that with somebody else.
Yep.
And so for me, I recognize that when you have physical touch or words of affirmation, someone literally spending quality time holding you like they love you, and then saying, you know, I don't even like to talk like this, but I fuck with you heavy, and I've never felt like this before. To me, without those last two pieces, the time is an assumption. Shit. You saying it matters is an assumption unless it's said or felt.
True, subjective. Subjective.
Yeah, so my thing is I don't feel safe assuming anymore because those assumptions have broken my heart too many times.
And
True.
I think that like you can actually literally use that same argument about physical touch.
Girl!
Some people are just great in bed and they will, you said that's about Rihanna.
Well, thank you, Luta.
No, but you realize that for the physical touch, I always say that physical touch to me is the confirmation, not the entirety.
I literally have said now 3 or 4 times, for me, physical touch is not the entirety. It's a confirmation of what you could have assumed on quality time on its own. Have you guys, am I crazy? Did I not just say that like 3 or 4 times? I've said 3 or 4 times that I used to love quality time on its own. But because so many niggas wasted my quality time, I now need physical touch and words of affirmation as confirmation that the quality time actually was quality. I said that 3 or 4 fucking times. What the fuck are you still doing? Girl, I'm about to rip my lashes off. I'm so annoyed. I'm about to rip my lashes off. Yep, I just took it off. I'm so annoyed right now. Here's the thing that's so funny, and this is something that I really want to point out, and I'm so happy that you guys are experiencing it with me. Every time I tell a story, because I live a fantastical life, people are like, oh, Blue's exaggerating. And I'm like, no, guys, I'm actually downplaying things, because if I told you how things really happened, it would sound crazy. And so I've gotten into this habit of telling things in a very vibrant way that seem like I'm exaggerating, when ironically, I'm actually downplaying them. This is a perfect example of that. Because when I told the story of how this went down on Thursday, it was much kinder to everybody in the room than the fucking receipt. The way I told this story on Thursday is much nicer than what the fuck I'm seeing right now. Every time I give grace, people say I'm exaggerating. Let the record fucking show that is not the case. Oh, I'm getting angry. Ugh. And mind you, she would have agreed with me had Ike not been in the room.
So yeah.
Well, we're just talking about love languages. You know what I'm saying? So what is, I feel like that argument can literally be used for physical touch because some people are just good at that thing.
True.
And also,
this is true, but that's why I think what Blue said earlier.
Yeah.
The way somebody like touches you, like some of us are really great at sex, where you can do it. Everybody,
yeah, Jeff.
But
some of us are really great at sex.
Can I?
You got that?
Look, don't even Can I just point out that the two Tauruses are always talking about sex? We can stop, Jeffrey. We're a fucking stereotype.
But there is like the sex is done.
Pleasure.
We're a pleasure to them. Yeah.
Somebody can just
like
touch your arm and you like, wait a minute, this is.
And
they can do that and not feel a way.
But to your point, I'm bringing it back to your point.
Sure.
In my life, I've been completely fooled every time by quality time.
Yeah.
I've never been fooled by physical touch.
And I think that also that could, and that's why it's subjective.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So, because like I feel like I've been fooled by the touch thing because I'm like, you could do this to me, her, him,
Blue,
like anybody.
Because physical touch is the only one that causes chemical imbalance. That's my only.
I will say this too. And I think this was something I got lost last night. I said that I had a tie. So I would never be only physical touch. I said my love languages are actually a tie between physical touch and words of affirmation. I would never do one or the other. I actually need them both.
Okay.
Because of how traumatized I am by the lie of quality time.
And but I really feel like everything you're saying about the lie of it can even be applied to words of affirmation.
But I think that also could be like each person, we all have different needs. Like the things that you need,
it's exactly
may not be what
it
I
is.
need. And when I say, oh, I need this, you like, well, I'm fine with less of that and more of this.
And also, again, we talked about this last night. Approaches.
Yeah.
A tall, athletic woman and a soft, curvy girl who's mischievous, niggas are not lying to us the same way, Lulu. Let's be fucking honest.
That's
They're not
very
lying to us
fair.
the same way.
Yeah.
So a man could be full of shit and decide to be full of shit with Lulu in one way
Mhm.
and full of shit with me in another way.
Mhm.
If he sees Lulu, he's thinking, okay, well, she's athletic and she's fun and she X, Y, Z. She might body slam me. Let me spend some time. Let me touch on her because she seems like she's physical. So he knows that he can manipulate her through touch. So you're the kind of person where I would lie to you through touch, Lulu, when I used to date girls. I would definitely lie to you through touch.
The crazy part.
Let me finish. For me, because I'm soft and nurturing, I'm exactly who you lie through quality time.
Mhm.
Oh, she's cuddly. She's a house cat. I'm gonna go sit at her house and lie to her through that. So I think it makes sense that men lie to you through touch and lie through me through quality time because those are the obvious things that they would think that we would want. So it makes sense to me.
It
Actually.
does.
People.
Oh, wait a minute. After all that, she finally said it does make sense. You know when you watch Love Island and it was that infamous episode where Shelly and Huda were both dancing on people. Shelly was dancing on Chris and Huda was dancing on Ace, but then Shelly stopped and got up and Huda still kept going even after Shelly and Chris both stopped. And we were like, why did you keep going? She's defending Ike. Ike has already given up and switched to plagiarizing me, and she's still defending him even after he's left his own point. And I had to say, bitch, niggas lie to you because you are athletic and brolic. So they lie to you through touch, and they lie through me through quality time because I'm cozy and cuddly and soft. Okay? Nothing you say is going to make that stop being true for me. And now suddenly, oh yeah, that does make sense. Somebody said, finally, we are off the merry-go-round. I am so happy I'm fucking doing this. I remember things so much more graciously than how they happened.
Lie to the one that they love the most.
What kind of toxic
Wait, people lie to the one
Wow,
they love the
Jeff.
most.
Somebody's
Really,
daddy.
Jeff,
Because
Wow. That's what you got.
Jeff, honestly, that was one of the most
people
insightful
lie to
things
the
I've
ones
heard
they
this
love the
podcast
most.
say.
Are you fucking kidding
That
me?
people lie.
You and we talked about this last
Yo,
night. We talked about this
like,
last
yo.
night.
Yo, everybody, yo.
Oh,
Let me
yo.
hear this shit. We
Damn,
thought you was a
nah.
producer.
Blue,
Lulu,
did I
you hear
lose
this
you?
shit?
I
Nah,
thought we
Blue,
was I thought we
Blue,
were here.
Blue.
We were on the same page.
You said we were here talking
Why?
about some real shit.
Right, and then that happened.
That was some real shit.
Or
Where?
maybe it's a
On
man
Mars?
thing. Maybe
Okay.
maybe it's a man thing.
It's
Right,
definitely a
that's
man
the
thing.
But people lie
I
to
think
the one
that
they
is
love.
a
We
man.
talked about it
You
last night.
know?
How many times being a side piece do the person in the relationship love to talk to you about their relationship?
That's what you think is love?
Me, I ain't that
Aw,
person
baby.
thinks love. I ain't
Okay, we're approaching the nastiest part of the show. The fact that I still had energy to do this. Mind you guys, if you're wondering what I did that day, I woke up that day, had breakfast with everybody at the house. Then I went to the studio and did a 3-hour session with my client, who's the only reason I was in New York. Finished the session with my client, had 20 minutes to go over my notes, and then immediately did the show. So I am now about 7 hours into a workday the day after my birthday. I can't believe I had energy for this.
say nothing about.
Yeah,
But
no.
no, I said they
I
lied
think-
to the one.
Oh, and by the way, the side piece convent, Jeffrey in the previous podcast called himself America's favorite side piece because he likes to date people who are already in relationships, even if they're straight and married to women.
I
And they
think
love.
we choose to ignore the negative, the effects of love. Like we talking about only the positive
Who
parts.
are you
of it.
talking about? We talk about the negative effects all the time.
Because he's saying
Yeah.
love, you start to you're lying because of fear. Yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Fear. Why do you feel fear? What would move you? What emotions-
Attachment. I don't think it's love. I don't think it's love.
Complacency.
Yeah, so I honestly,
Though you lied because of fear line. You see how he looked to get my confirmation? I had just told him that like a week earlier. I said, Ike, people lie from a space of fear. So if someone's not scared of you, they have no reason to lie to you. And so you're watching him trying to once again repeat me to myself.
think people lie to the people that they're attached to the most, not the people they love the most. Actually,
No, and I.
Yeah, but the brain chemicals.
No, go ahead,
responsible
but I wanna-
for love are the ones that
what I'm going to say, and I'm going to pull the EQ card right now real
Okay.
quick, is we conflate love with attachment a lot. And this is a perfect example of when, because love would be disgusted to do that to you. Love is thoughtful. Attachment is egocentric and is not thoughtful. So what happens is when someone gets attached and they say, oh, I love, you used to call me a genie, right? Because I'm always
Mhm.
doing stuff for people.
Yeah.
Oh, Blue's dependable.
Oh, I forgot. He used to always call me his little genie. He used to always call me, I forgot. I said, you always call me your genie. And he was like, yeah, I do. He used to always call me his genie because he's like, Blue, you make people's dreams come true. That has a different meaning to me now. Yeah, genies can be used.
Blue's gonna take care of X, Y, and Z. Blue has my back. Blue will suck my dick and make me play the rice and be there when I come home.
I said dependable.
No, not you. I'm talking about.
Okay. Blue, she'll suck my dick and make a dish.
No. I'm talking about Jesus Christ.
Hey.
I'm giving.
Go ahead.
I where this is going.
I'm giving an example. No, but I'm saying people be like, "Oh my God,
Where were you?
No, I've had relationships where people were like, "No, you're a writer," and so they're thinking I'm attached to all the ways that Blue knows how to make my ego stroke my ego, and they think they love me.
Mm-hmm.
Then they do some fuck shit because they're thinking a girl who loves me like that, I can do that stuff too because she'll still be home when I come back. That's not love. That's ego and attachment masquerading as love.
Yep.
Love says, damn, my girl's doing a lot and I really like it, but it fucks with me that I haven't poured into her. I'm gonna tell her to stop and today it's my turn.
Yep.
Love is looking for an opportunity to give back, while attachment is taking things for granted. So if you are lying to the person that you love the most, you're actually lying to the person who you're attached to the most. That's not love.
Nope.
Love wouldn't do that. And there's a lot of studies to back this up, guys. And so I think a lot of times men in particular think the woman that they're attached to is the woman that they love. But the woman that they love is usually the one that makes them throw up because she's challenging them. And he has to actually show up for her.
Now, you see how I'm making this point. I know I have a Cuban tongue, so I talk fast, speaking of the English. I do agree with that point. For those who are taking notes, the difference between love and attachment is that attachment means I don't want to lose you because of how you make me feel. Love means I want us both to feel good and I consider you. And I'm willing to do what's right for you, even when it's inconvenient for me, as long as I'm not disrespecting myself, right? So when I love someone, I feel like, oh, me being around them is triggering them. Even if I want to hang out with them, I'd be like, hey, the last time we hung out, it was too heavy for you. I'm going to sit this one out, even though I miss you. Hit me up when you have the bandwidth. All my friends will tell you, I text them, hit me up when you have the bandwidth, because I love you so much. Even though I miss you and I want to be on the phone with you for 4 or 5 hours, kikiing with you, I don't want that from you unless you actually have it to give. Attachment is self-serving and says, I don't care if you have it to give. If I want to be near you, I'm going to lie and do and say whatever I need to have access to you. And so what I'm explaining to them is there's attachment and there's love. People who will lie to who they're attached to so they can stay attached. The people who love you will tell you the truth even when that's inconvenient. And that is called compassion. We teach about that in class. I think it's class number 3 or 4. For those who are thinking about taking the class, this is what we talk about. And let's see their reaction, because I think that was a very clear, objective point. Before I continue, can we all just admit that this is a very clear, objective point? This is not Blue's truth. This is pretty universal truth. I think Buddha, Yahweh, Socrates, Carl Jung, Sigmund Freud, great thinkers throughout time have studied philosophically attachment versus love, right? The kind of love I'm talking about is called agape love, right? The purest form of love. In the same way that I don't need you to agree with me that today is Wednesday, I didn't need them to agree with me about what's attachment and what's love. I just wanted them to have the information and the nuance about how in their future endeavors, how to unpack the two. And let's see how they react to me having this teachable moment while they're just saying, well, what's wrong with people cheating?
Like, this bitch might leave me if I don't get my shit together. Love isn't comfortable like that.
And I do not disagree with you. I think it's one of those things that women hear differently than men, because I hear exactly what you're saying.
Well, this wasn't women, this was studies, so this is science.
No, but I'm saying, but I can
women receive the information.
We receive the information. Okay, yeah, we receive it. I agree with that. Yeah,
being someone, past previous relationship, who was long time ago, deeply in love, and in that particular relationship, I was the bad guy. I was the one doing wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I know I was. It is what it is.
How dare they?
Right. And I was literally, again, my thing is, I giving gifts and what did I say earlier? Giving gifts and nurturing. I was still there, like, wanted to be home, cuddled up under you, doing everything with you. I just like the fuck. Like, at that time, I was just doing.
If it was love, you would have had a conversation to open up the conversation. The ego that allowed you to do that is that's attachment. That's not love.
No, but at that time, it was just more age and maturity. Like, I didn't know how.
Yes.
So it was not to say I wasn't in love. I just didn't have the tools to know how to do that. Currently, I would never do anything like that. But at that time, I didn't have the tools to be able to do that. So I won't say that it was attachment. No, I was.
Are you saying that attachment is an ingredient of love?
No, I'm saying attachment is not love. It's an ingredient. It's not the whole fucking pie.
No, it's not the whole pie, but it's
But
still
people when they're talking about attachment pretend it's the entirety of love. It's only one little ingredient.
Yeah, but the ingredient is you're gonna have the
If
experience.
I'm making a cake, it's not the same as an egg, but there is an egg in the cake though.
There isn't, and I'm gonna smell that egg. I'm gonna taste it somehow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna get to, that's what I'm saying. So it's part of it. So you will get to that experience.
A part is not the same thing as the whole, and conflating a part for the whole will always be intellectually dishonest and unsound.
So how are we gonna skip the part if it's
What is the intention? What are you asking me?
the point here is if attachment, right, is just a thing that is separate from love, but yet attachment is a very like important ingredient in love.
Of course, it's an ingredient.
Yeah, but how can you skip the process of the feelings of attachment?
Who said to skip it?
That's what I'm saying.
You guys are about to see what it's like when I'm trying to teach Ike something and he wants to rebut, but he can't figure out the question because there's actually nothing to rebut. He's just looking for a way to disagree, even when it's unnecessary.
So
I never said to skip it.
So that's where all the other trials and tribulations come in during the attachment, because you can still love this person so much that you feel attachment, but then pursue pleasure.
No, that's ego. That's the minute you are loving someone and choosing to move in a way that is dishonorable and dishonest and taking away their free agency, their ability to make a choice, and their ability to keep themselves safe, that is no longer love. Your ego has taken over, calling it self-love.
Look at his face when I said that. The minute you are moving in a way that's dishonest and you are acting out of lust and attachment behind someone's back and not giving them the option to choose how they can move to keep themselves safe. In that moment, it is not love that is operating. It is attachment. It is ego. Because love wouldn't rob someone that they care about. I just unwillingly described what happened to us when he ran off to Mexico. Exactly. Somebody saying it. I didn't realize I was doing it. I think at this point, because I had disassociated, that I was channeling without realizing, right? I literally described how he failed me. And look at his face as I, in front of an audience, a studio audience, am breaking down exactly all the places where he unintentionally and irresponsibly fumbled me and robbed me of the opportunity to be able to attach to him because he was no longer safe. And look at his face, right? And someone said he's listening to respond, not to understand exactly, because here's the thing, guys, I communicate for a living. Nothing I'm saying requires you to be a genius to understand. The curriculum that I teach now to adults, when I was working at Harvard, we started working on it and developed it for kindergarten through 8th grade. I adapted a children's curriculum for adults. I literally got my start in writing for children. I wrote 36 children's stories for the Harvard School of Public Health. Children's stories. So if somebody in kindergarten through 8th grade can understand it, there's no way in fucking hell anybody is going to convince me that a 34-year-old man is still confused. Come on.
And so my thing is, a lot of times when attachment is lowercase, because I love you and so I want to keep you, right? I'm a Taurus. I'm very territorial. I love you. I want to keep you, but I'm going to treat you right. Yeah. Attachment is a part of love. Yeah. When attachment is saying, I want to keep you, but I'm not going to treat you right, love has left the room and ego has taken over. Yeah. And a lot of times people don't talk about the shift. There's a shift that happens when love turns into ego.
Did y'all hear what I just said? There's a shift. A lot of times people don't talk about the shift. You can love somebody, but when you decide to operate from ego, you are shifting. It's like shifting gears in a car, right? And so we don't talk about the shift. We think because I love you in general, that I can't acknowledge that there are times where I deprioritize the love and let my ego run amok instead. I could not have been any fucking clearer. This is actually a masterclass. I actually feel like I should send them all an invoice.
And so my thing is, attachment, when it's lowercase, is part of love. But when it's uppercase, it is your ego taking over, because anybody who loves you would not be that selfish, because selfishness is tethered to ego, is tethered to self. It's
but
only
I still believe ego is also a part of love as well.
Ego is a part, again, lowercase versus uppercase. When ego is playing its part and staying in line and it's balanced, it can be a part of love. When ego is running the ship, that is no longer love anymore.
But
that
how
is
do we
something
determine
else.
when it's running the ship? Because you can ultimately fix it.
If you're doing something behind my back that you would not do to my face or admit to me ahead of time, and you're putting your pleasure ahead of my emotional safety, that is no longer love.
And if I see clarity, is the question.
What does it mean?
So this is the part that that will always stick out in my mind. I actually think that I hit him between the eyes. And when he said, well, what if I see clarity? That's the question. I'll never be able to confirm this. So this is subjective. This is not objective. This is subjective. I honestly think this is the exact moment where he was trying to get me to, because I think he was speaking to me in code. And because I'm so neurodivergent, I had no idea that we were having subtext, right? Again, what I always tell you, autistic people have a hard time picking up nonverbal social cues. When he said, well, what if that person seeks clarity? He was asking, in my opinion, only my opinion, not a fact, because I know the difference. He was asking, what if I come clean about Mexico? What if I see clarity and come clean?
You see clarity.
So if I see clarity after those actions, after those wrong
The
actions.
fact that you did it
If I see clarity after those wrong actions.
after, that's your ego. That's selfish.
But can we fix it? Can we move on from that though? Like, as in,
Did you guys hear that? Can we fix it? Can we move on from that though? This is probably the most honest moment he had in the entire pod. He forgot that Jeff and Lulu were even in the room. He said, can we fix it? Can we move on from that? I will say, back when I was still attached to him, and I watched this back the first time, I said, oh shit, I missed this moment. Had I clocked this, because you see, I'm looking at Lulu and Jeff trying to get to the next point. In my mind, I'm just producing. I'm not realizing the man that broke my heart is asking me for a second chance on camera. Because in my mind, if you friend zoned me, there is no second chance, because according to you, there was no first chance, right? So when he said that in the moment, I did not clock it. When I watched it back the first time, I said, oh shit, he just asked me in front of everybody. Can we fix it? Pronouns matter. Can we fix it? And I just went back to producing the show and missed it. If I had a regret, it probably would have been not looking at him and saying, yeah, we could totally fix it. Because that would have been my answer had I clocked it. I would have totally looked at him and be like, yeah, we could totally fix it. Let's just talk about it. Because that was my premise, even when I called him in Mexico angry, is fix this. Tell me next week when I see you, how are you going to fix this? But I often wonder in retrospect, did God make me miss that moment because I cared about him so much? I still care about him now. Let me not front. I was so attached to him then that if he had said, can we fix it? And I had realized what he was saying, I would have been like, absolutely. And we probably would have had a conversation that night about it. Because I missed it, he took it as a rejection. And he would go on to tell everybody that I was crying over him in a hotel room because I was obsessed with him. Even though on camera, he literally said, can we fix it? Let me see if I can rewind this without rewinding too much. For those who want me to rewind it, let me do it again. Wow, I missed all this.
Part and staying in line and it's balanced, it can be a part of love.
Yeah.
When ego is running the ship, that is no longer love anymore.
but
That
how
is
do we
something
determine
else.
when it's running the ship? Because you can ultimately fix it.
If you're doing something behind my back that you would not do to my face or admit to me ahead of time, and you're putting your pleasure ahead of my emotional safety, that is no longer love.
And if I see clarity is the question.
What does it mean see clarity?
So if I see clarity after those actions, after those wrong
The
actions.
fact that you did it after, that's your ego. That's selfish.
But can we fix it? Can we move on from that though? Like, as in,
I just really want to know, like, what does love mean to you? Because I think that maybe that's
shit.
why.
The reason why we all turn is because Lulu interrupted the moment. Oh! In my head, I was like, oh, I looked away. So I just missed it. I didn't look away for no reason. Lulu interrupted our moment. He literally said, can we fix it? And before I could answer, she starts talking and interrupts us. Why wouldn't she let me answer the question? Wow. Wow. I really blamed myself. I said, oh, girl, you're just being neurodivergent and you wanted to go back to hosting. I didn't just want to go back to hosting. This man said, can we fix it? Can we make it right? And before I could answer, Lulu literally made both of us turn our heads because she wanted to interrupt us. Some are saying she knew what she was doing. I don't know. I don't know if she knew. I'm very clear that she did it to cock block, but I'm not sure if she knows that she did it to cock block. Because the one thing I will say is women who move like this do it subconsciously because they could not live with themselves if they knew that they were being haters consciously. In fact, here's the biggest irony, guys. Me and Lulu became friends because we both shared that we had a history of women cock blocking us. Me and Lulu became friends because we both admitted we had a history of women being jealous of us even when we wanted to be their friends and cock blocking us. So the fact that we bonded over the hurtful ways that women try to block our blessings that we love and trust, and watching it back. Wow. I'm going to pull a card. That's a heavy accusation. I'm pretty clear it's true, but I want to pull a card. Universe, please give me insight into why Lulu wouldn't let me answer when Ike said, can we fix this? Mind you, Lulu knows everything. Lulu and Jeff are the people who I tell everything. So Lulu and Jeff in this episode know the entire story. They know everything that happened. So it's not like they're two co-hosts who didn't know what was happening and therefore they have no reason to understand the subtext. They knew more than everybody. They knew more than Bridget. Wow. I pulled up the 7 of Swords, guys. The 7 of Swords is a card of someone who does something deceitful and sneaky for their own best interest. Wow. Jesus Christ. She did it on purpose. I called her crying about Ike. Told her how hurt I was and how numb I was. And when in front of her, he says, can we fix this? She interrupts. Wow. All right, let's watch. Let's see what point she had to make that was so important that she had to stop that moment from happening.
I'm having a disconnect.
So the way that we do this in class is ego means that it wants to protect what is weakened. So if you are someone who needs you don't have enough money, there's a void inside of you, things are going right, you need a...
Oh, so she just interrupted to say, hey, I'm having a hard time connecting right now. That's all she...
win, and you want some fresh pussy to get the win from, that's ego, right? It just means that I need a win. Wow. And I will get that win even if it means potentially doing something harmful that could have been avoidable. Mm-hmm. That is ego. Love only wants to connect when it is safe. So if safety is not involved, if clarity is not involved, I don't want a part of it, and I have to have a conversation with my partner. So if you're not connecting safely, that's not love anymore, that's ego. Because ego is about self and protecting what needs to feel like it has a win, where love is like, we all have to be safe for me to connect.
Okay.
So if you're cheating on me, you're not connecting safely.
Someone just posted, Blue, in the recent time I've subscribed, I notice you give people the benefit of the doubt a lot. I love how much you love people. And people with low self-images like to exploit your blessing. I'm having a lot of epiphanies right now. So maybe, yeah, God wanted me to watch this. I will say this. This is the most ironic. This is the thing I intentionally left out of my story time on Thursday because I didn't think it was relevant, and because I still love Lulu and Jeff, and even I was like, Blue, tell your truth, but like, don't cause unnecessary harm. The part of the story that I left out is when Lulu first met her partner. I don't know if they're still together. I have no idea. When she first met him, he was a friend that she had for several years. We talked about this in the podcast, guys, so this is not me not sharing a secret. There's an entire episode of the podcast where me and Lulu discuss what I'm about to discuss right now. So this is not tea spilling. This is me reiterating something that she said on camera and gave me consent to talk about on camera a year and a half ago. So I'm actually not spilling tea. I'm giving context. It's going to feel like tea, though, in this context. On the podcast we had about her episode with Master Splinter, she said that she had been dating guys. Her rule is I only date men who like me. So she only dates men who she feels are obsessed with her because she doesn't want to put in the effort of risking rejection, which is something that her and Ike actually have in common. Ike has never asked out a woman who he thinks might reject him, which is probably why he was scared to pull the trigger on me because, like you guys have said, I'm unpredictable. I'm unpredictable, right? So Lulu said that she only dates men who really are obsessed with her. One day, her and her ex have been hanging out, and she realizes he still cares about her, but she doesn't care about him. She's tired of being alone. She's lonely. And so she calls up one of her guy friends, who she's known for 17 years. And she says to him, do you know any men like you? You're a good man. You're a kind man. You treat people well. You've always been good to me. If I'm thinking about the kind of man that I want to go on a date with, I think of a man like you. Do you have any friends like you? And her friend of 17 years said, well, what about me? And she said, what? And he was like, Lulu, I've liked you for 17 years. If you're looking for a man like me, what about me? They go on a date. They go on 2 dates and she's not sure she likes him because she's like, because again, she doesn't choose men that she likes. She only chooses men who like her. Her words, not mine. She comes to my house a little distraught. I tell her, Lulu, I have client calls. It's going to take me another hour before I can come outside because I have to do client calls and then I have to meditate, right? Because it's so draining when I do client calls, I have to meditate afterwards. Even this live started 6 minutes late because I had to meditate after a client call. She sits in my backyard and waits for me in the backyard because she won't leave. I'm like, okay. If somebody told me they were busy for an hour and I just happened to be in their neighborhood, I would just fucking leave. But the fact that you're sitting in my backyard, this must be something important. Somebody in here saying, I remember this. You guys, you can remember everything I say because I'm so transparent. Finding receipts to corroborate me, I've learned this past week, is very easy because I'm a consistent, transparent bitch. So after an hour, I think I texted Bridget maybe. And I was like, Lulu's been sitting in my backyard for the last hour. This is a little weird, but I feel like she needs to talk about something. She comes into my house and she says, I really, really need to talk to you because I was told that you pull cars for people. I said, Lulu, I'm off the clock, babe. So I'm not going to pull cars. I'm off the clock. What's going on? I can talk to you friend to friend. She says, this guy really likes me. She tells me the story. And I say, Lulu, he's a good man. And you said you wanted a good man. Give him an opportunity to see if he is someone who you might have been attracted to had you not friend zoned him. Because are you sure you're not attracted to him? Or are you just not used to seeing him in that way, right? Because I have a lot of really attractive guy friends. So if one of my guy friends who's really fine as fuck tried to hit on me saying I'm not attracted to him might be because that's true, or it might simply be because in my mind he's a bro, right? And I was saying, do you have any reservations about his integrity? She said, no, he's an amazing man. I said, do you have any reservations about how he would treat you? She was like, no, he treats me really nice. Our first couple of dates were really amazing. I said, you've given a chance to worse, right? We talked about it on the episode, how she dated an NFL player for a decade and he cheated on her and acted like a fool. If the NFL nigga who's rich doesn't work out, what about the nice guy who makes decent money, who likes you? Give him a chance. She would later go on to say, the only reason me and this man dated was because Blue talked me into it. She said it on the episode. It became an ongoing joke. The only reason that you're in this relationship is because I talked you into giving him the benefit of the doubt, right? And as you guys can see, I'm constantly giving people the benefit of the doubt. One day she's like, yeah, I was talking to him, but this rich ex of mine hit me up and I kind of am thinking about going on a date with the rich ex. I said, Lulu, that's called cheating. It's now been several months. She's like, yeah, but the rich ex got money. I said, yeah. And how did that work out, babe? NFL player, rich ex, that's all cute, but they all disrespected you. This man actually loves you. How about you stop chasing a bag and start chasing fulfillment? She gives him a chance, doesn't go on a date with the rich ex as much as she told me. And some other things she told me that I won't share because they make her look bad. And now it's my birthday the following year. And guess who I invite to stay in a mansion with me in wine country? Jeff, my sister, Richie and his wife, Monique, who you see on the show. And then last minute, I say, this is a big ass fucking mansion. It's way bigger than I thought. I call Lulu on my birthday the following year, the year before this happened. I call Lulu exactly a year to the day and say, Lulu, you keep on saying that the only reason you're dating this man is because of me. How about I finally meet him? Come to wine country. I got this big ass fucking mansion in the middle of wine country. Don't know who the fuck I think I am. We have wings. This house is for 10 people. I only invited 5. Y'all could come free of charge. Come for free and come in the wine country with us. And we could all embrace this man that I've worked so hard for you to show grace to. She comes to wine country. We're taking pictures. We're in the vineyard. We're having a great time. My sister drops off everybody. I come home from what I think is a great birthday weekend. Black Love was having a women's retreat. I took my sister to that. She met all these celebrities that she loves. You know, I don't be watching the Tyler Perry show, so I didn't even know half of them were celebrities. And we come home, and I'm looking through my messages, and one of my friends says, Blue, weren't Jeff and Lulu just in wine country with you? I said, yeah. I just dropped off Jeff, and Lulu went home, and she's going to hang out with her man. And they said, hey, remember that guy who abused you last year, financially abused you when you were working with him, and he was doing all this shady shit, and you felt like your hair was about to fall out and you had to quit because he was so abusive? And I was like, yeah. And they were like, does he know Lulu and Jeff? I said, yeah, he had met Lulu and Jeff years earlier. And when he and I started hanging out and he was having kickbacks, I would constantly ask him, can you invite Lulu and Jeff to these kickbacks? And he would say, Jeff's always talking about how broke he is, and Lulu's always eating everybody's food. I don't want to invite them. And I said, friend, if you're saying you're having a kickback and I'm allowed to invite people I care about, these are my friends. Can they come? So this man who later abused me only invited Lulu and Jeff to his house because I begged for him to stop judging them, because y'all know I hate judging people. I begged for him to stop judging them and invite them over. Later found out that he is a charlatan. He's a scammer. He tried to like steal $15,000 from me. $15,000 fucking dollars. He tried to steal $15,000 from me for work that I had done because I didn't want to spend Christmas with him because I wanted to spend it with my mother instead. I tell Jeff and Lulu about this man. I'm like, this man was abusive. Bridget heard him verbally abusing me one time, and it was so bad, Bridget wanted to beat his ass. To this day, if you mention this man's name, Bridget Kelly, my sweet friend, will square up and get violent. I mentioned him in passing 3 months ago while we were in McDonald's drive-thru, and Bridget started spitting out, like she looked like she wanted to hit the wall. So this man was so abusive, my friends won't even let me mention his name. I'm thinking, I don't have to ask Jeff and Lulu if they're still hanging out with this man, because even though you knew this man for years, you never got invited to his house until I invited you. So you clearly know that I'm the only reason that he fucks with you. Well, the friend DMs me and says, Blue, after they left wine country and was popping bottles in that free mansion that you let them stay at, they went to his house. They're posting pictures from his house. I said, no, that can't be true. No, that can't be true. Because I'm the friend where I don't take sides unless abuse has happened. I said, no, there's no way that Jeff and Lulu, two of my closest friends who I always party with, would spend my birthday weekend at wine country and then sneak off to the house of the man who abused me. There's no way. There's no way. And for those who are asking, Blue, how did you still, mind you, my mother was in the emergency room at this time. I'm trying to keep my mother alive. So I'm taking support anywhere I can get it. After my birthday, literally a couple of days after my birthday, I get a call saying, hey, your mother's had a stroke. You need to come to the hospital. It was the one time that my gut didn't tell me to go home. It was the one time. And I think it triggered it because ever since that time, I've always gotten a warning beforehand. But it was the one time that I got caught slipping. I rushed to my mom's bedside, right? Before I rushed to her bedside, me and Jeffrey had gone on a talk on a game show. And the game show said, Blue, you are the best person we've ever seen play this game. And there's no doubt in our minds that you and your partner, Jeffrey, are going to make a lot of money. At the time, I felt bad because they were making such a big deal about how good I was at the game. By the way, it was taboo. The game is called 25 or Less, which is basically taboo on TV. And they were like, Blue, you're amazing. We already know you're going to win. The only way that you and your partner are not going to win is if Andy Richter, your guest, because you know that everybody has a celebrity that they play with. The only way you're not going to win is if Andy Richter doesn't call on you, right? Because in the thing, whenever Andy Richter would call on you, whenever the producers would call on you, you would have 30 seconds to figure out the taboo, and you would figure out in 10 and just sit there staring at us. I am a taboo champion. Funny flex. So the producers are saying there's no way that you and Jeffrey are not going to win. The entire time I'm thinking, I'm Jeffrey's +1, but they're treating Jeffrey like he's my +1. I hope he doesn't feel bad. We get on the show, and guess what happens? Andy Richter doesn't call on us. Every time we have a chance to guess and play the game, he says pass, or we say pass. It ends up happening that we never go up. At the final round where you have to call your teammates, Andy Richter calls on me and Jeff. We have 30 seconds on the clock. We figure out the entire board in like 15 seconds, and I sit there staring at Andy fucking Richter. Like, nigga, I'm actually good at this game. Had you called me, we would have won. So I was so angry, I took off my mic and said, I'm going the fuck home. I said, are we good with the show? I lost because this man wouldn't tap me in. Y'all been blowing smoke up my ass and said, I'm the best person to ever play this game in the history of y'all producing this. Their exact words. I'm the best person to ever play this game in the history of y'all producing it. But you put me with a white man who thought I was stupid because I was a black girl, and we lost because of racism. My opinion, not a fact, my opinion. I get up to leave. Jeff and I are pissed. We go outside. Meredith Vieira, the host, Meredith Vieira from The View, runs outside to apologize to us and take a picture with us. Why am I telling this story? Because I go to wine country for my birthday, then go to the emergency room. I get a call from Jeff. And I say, Jeff, are you still having a birthday this year? He's like, Blue, you know my birthdays are everything to me. I said, sure. He said, but Blue, I had banked on us winning the game. I thought that I was going to throw a big birthday party because the producers kept on telling us, y'all going to win at least 10, 20, 30. Flying the Boss, our friends Flying the Boss, they're singers. We're on the show, and I think they won like $60K. We thought we were going to get at least $30,000, $40,000. We walked away with $100. So Jeff and I are expecting to get tens of thousands of dollars, and we walked away with nothing. He says, Blue, I was expecting to have my birthday with the money that we were going to win because they were gassing you up so much, talking about how good you were. Listen to those pronouns. I was banking on making a lot of money because you had talent that the producers told us was going to get us money. But since we lost, now I have to figure out what to do for my birthday. I said, well, friend, I'm going to see my mother at the hospital, but I know how much birthdays mean to you. I would never miss your birthday. You just spent wine country with me for my birthday. There's no way I'm going to miss yours. Fast forward to May 3rd. My birthday is April 24th. I leave my mother's hospital room and they say, your mother's stabilized. She's going to be fine. If you want to go back home because you've been sitting here all night, you're going to be good. I said, well, actually, I need to go back to LA for an event for a friend. Is she stable enough where if I leave and come back, I don't have nothing to worry about? They're like, no, she's good. She's in the clear. I hop on a red-eye flight from the hospital just to be there for Jeffrey for his birthday because he was there for my birthday. Gang, gang, we're Tauruses. The day before the party, he calls me and says, Blue, we need to talk. I said, what? He said, you remember how I said that I was banking on the money from the game show for me to throw my big birthday party that I throw every year? I said, yeah. He said, well, we didn't win, right? I said, I know. And he said, well, I found a venue. I said, really? What's the venue? He said, remember that man who abused you? He offered to let me use his house to throw my birthday party. The only caveat is I have to uninvite you. So I'm sorry to say you can't come tomorrow. I leave my mother's bedside at the hospital and catch a red-eye flight to be there for Jeffrey for his birthday. And he tells me I'm uninvited because the man that he knows abused me said, you can come and use my house as long as Blue can't come. That was the birthday before the one in this podcast. And for those who were like, Blue, why the fuck did you still stay friends with Jeff and Lulu after that? Again, Lulu kept showing up to my house. Jeffrey kept calling me and telling me, Blue, I love you. Are you okay? They would repeatedly say, how's your mom? Is everything okay with your mom? I was so scared that I was going to be an orphan. My aunt, the way that my aunt died, I can't talk about it because it's traumatic and I'll start crying. I'm not doing that this episode. I was so traumatized from the devastating way that I lost my aunt that I was like, and nobody supported me when my aunt died. Nobody was there for me. The fact that they presented themselves as friends who were going to be there for me made me turn off the part of my brain that had discernment and just cling to them for support. So birthday 2023, I'm uninvited because the man who never wanted you in his home, the man who I begged to let you in his home, is surprised that you're still fucking with him, even though you know what he did to me. And to get a lick back at me, he tells you that you can have a party in the home he didn't want you in, as long as I'm uninvited. And you said yes. So that's birthday 2023. And then fast forward, this is birthday 2024. So for anybody who's like, Blue, I can't believe that you cut off Jeff and Lulu just because of this one podcast episode. It's bad, but y'all could have talked through it. No. It was the second of three straws. First straw was the previous birthday. Second straw was the entire month of April 2024, right? From the birthday dinner to this taping to what inappropriately happened right after we taped this episode. Because what y'all saw on camera, ask yourself, if they were willing to do this on camera, what would they be willing to do when we're not on camera? It got worse after we got off camera and finished this episode. So that was strike number 2. And strike number 3 was them making my workshop space so unsafe, I got complaints for the first time in my life from my students. People begging me to kick them out of class. Those were the 3 strikes that made me cut them off. This episode, though, was the moment when my spirit said, Blue, this ain't it. And shout out to Kendall. Me and Kendall became friends really tight during this moment because he knew all parties involved and he was my biggest champion to let them go. He said, Blue, I love you. And just being your friend for a couple of years, the fact that they've had access to you for this long, I don't think they're safe. So shout out to Kendall because he really had my back. All right, back to the episode.
Sure, but like, where are these rules at? Because I'm like,
So
that's really what my question.
So-
Right,
Oh, so let's rewind this, guys. So I'm explaining to them how love works versus ego, how attachment works versus love, right? And as I'm explaining these tenets to them, basic universal tenets of emotional intelligence, instead of saying, hey, that's a valid universal point, Lulu's thing is to say, well, but where are these rules from? As if I made them up.
what does love mean to you? Because I think that maybe that's why I'm having a disconnect.
So the way that we do this in class is ego means that it wants to protect what is weakened. So if you are someone who needs the you don't have enough money, there's a void inside of you, things are going right, you need a win, and you want some fresh pussy to get the win from, that's ego, right? It just means that I need a win. And I will get that win, even if it means potentially doing something harmful that could have been avoidable. That is ego. Love only wants to connect when it is safe. So if safety is not involved, if clarity is not involved, I don't want a part of it, and I have to have a conversation with my partner. So if you're not connecting safely, that's not love anymore. That's ego. Because ego is about self and protecting what needs to feel like it has a win. Where love is like, we all have to be safe for me to connect.
Okay.
So if you're cheating on me, you're not connecting safely.
Sure, but like, where are these rules at? Because I'm like,
so
that's really what my question.
right,
Because the self-agency part is gone from this.
No, it's not actually. I completely disagree with that. It's not at all. That's the feed.
No, because because in the sense of like, okay, fine.
And by the way, guys, so this is about emotional intelligence, and so just so that we don't make the mistake of conflating them not understanding what I'm saying about EQ for them not agreeing with me. I did not create emotional intelligence. Psychologists did not create emotional intelligence. It's a thing that's been around for a long time. I'm speaking on behalf of emotional intelligence, not the way that Blue Toulouse as a singular person works, because it can be incredibly dismissive if it becomes what's my opinion versus what is just the way that this is seen unilaterally for years before I was even born.
So you guys see how, because she interrupted the moment between me and Icky, I can already smell the hater in the room. Even though I was disassociated, I could smell the hater in the room. And so when I made that point that was so clear, she said, well, where are these rules from? And then her and Jeffrey start cackling to mock what they know is my life's work. I immediately paused the entire show to say, hey, before you frame it as Blue's overreacting because, she takes things personal and my superpowers, I don't take shit personal. Before you frame it as me overreacting, I want to course correct for my audience and be responsible and say, these are not the opinions of Blue Toulousema. These are tenets of emotional intelligence that pre-exist Blue Toulousema. So you're not disagreeing with Blue Toulousema, you're disagreeing with emotional intelligence. I didn't make this shit up. I just teach it. I just want to make that clear that I'm not speaking about my personal opinion. I'm speaking about what I've studied, right? Exactly. And then dealt with clients for the past 20 years. And so I don't want us to dismiss it or be small and contrite and act like we're having a debate rather than me telling you the thing that I've learned that saved my lives and the lives of people that I care about. And so to your answer is, I teach a whole course, and that's where we learn stuff like that. I learned it from Harvard. I learned it from the Harvard School of Public Health, to answer your question honestly. I didn't make this up. This is not me being a tourist. I don't want us to do the Zodiac thing because emotional intelligence is so important. I don't want us to be facetious with something like this and make it just Blue's opinion.
Is there room for rebuttal though, Blue?
No, not rebuttal. You can acknowledge and have your opinion, but I'm just saying that you guys can Google this stuff and it's bigger than me. I didn't make it up.
I think the issue though is that all knowledge is still man-made at some point.
Of course, but I'm saying it wasn't made by me. I'm not the man.
No, you're not the man.
I'm not the man.
The people at Harvard also was like, yeah, black women don't feel pain, so let's make this shit out.
They telling women.
Did you hear her say? The people at Harvard are the same ones who also said black women don't feel pain, so let's rip their shit out. You just asked me, where did I learn about emotional intelligence? I give the answer I always give. The Harvard School of Public Health. I wasn't a student at Harvard, guys. I didn't go to Harvard as a student. I worked at Harvard as an employee, right? So I'm telling you the answer to the question that you asked, because I'm still taking it literal that you just wanted me to cite my source. And as a journalist, I'm used to citing my source. My source is the Harvard School of Public Health. And rather than say, oh, interesting, Ike says, well, can I have a rebuttal to the Harvard School of Public Health? And Lulu is now mocking Harvard and saying, oh, the same Harvard that said women can't feel pain and then rip their shit out and hung it up. And look at the look on her face. Look at the smile on her face. Harvard's not perfect. I'm not saying Harvard is perfect, but for you to take the stance that I'm going to ask you where you got it from, and if you tell me Harvard, I'm going to still mock it, you were going to always mock me. Right? You were going to always mock me. If the Harvard School of Public Health, if me working 2.5 years at the Harvard in a think tank at the Harvard School of Public Health was a mockable offense, there's no answer I could have given you. You were always going to mock me. And look at the shit-eating grin on her face.
No,
Hang on.
you guys.
Okay.
I was just making the point because it was starting to feel like I was being asked to defend an opinion when I'm just explaining a universal theory that's bigger than me. That's all I'm saying.
Understand the thing.
So
about
as long as
theory,
we're not acting like this is just Blue's opinion, because that would be very contrite, and there's a lot of psychologists, therapists, coaches who would be like, this bitch didn't make this shit up by herself.
Yes,
That's
but
all.
they counter themselves every 3-4 years.
exactly,
because
because they'd be like, "Oh yeah, black
I
women don't feel
understand.
pain. Let's
I'm
report it."
just
And now Ike has heard her hater position, and so he's going on to her point, right? Well, they counter themselves every 3 or 4 years. So I mean, who the fuck is Harvard? Tag team back again. I will give Jeff credit. Jeff was like, she gave a pretty good answer. I will give Jeff credit. I will give Jeff credit. Up until this point, I thought Jeff was the ringleader. This was the day I realized that here's the thing. It's Jeff and Lulu equally. It's equally them. It's equally them. It's equally them. But the fact that, well, where'd you learn that from? Harvard School of Public Health. Well, the same Harvard that was ripping out women's guts and shit. Yeah, and Harvard be changing their minds every 3. So why did you ask the question then? My question is, then why did you ask the fucking question then? Just tell me I'm a stupid bitch then. If that's what you really mean, just say, Blue, I think you are a stupid bitch who takes things too personal. Because that's the narrative that you keep trying to build, and I keep shooting you in the face.
answering the question about where it came from, and it wasn't me.
Okay,
It wasn't
Blue.
me. It wasn't me.
We still love you,
It's
Blue.
not-
What's the next one?
We still love you, Blue.
Right.
No, we do though.
It's from the
Oh,
bottom.
Right.
From the bottom. From the bottom.
Oh my God!
All right, let's.
Do y'all see that when me and Ike are having a tender moment, she wants to interrupt, but when Ike is clowning me, it's the biggest laugh of the whole night? Now things are funny, right? You interrupted because you were confused when we were having a tender moment, but now that he's mocking me with you, it's the best thing ever. Let's take shots.
Let's do the bottom one.
Right. Woo! This one look like Tabasco sauce.
I
What's
still
it?
feel set up, but this is fine. I'm about to. What's this
We just
called?
going with it at this.
Because this shit is strong.
Because I think our
it
shots
feels
really
like
are more
alcohol, though.
disgusting than
I
theirs.
go
They
like, I
love
just
the
came to
first one.
dance. That's it, y'all.
I just need y'all to know.
Y'all, but did y'all notice that the whole time Blue sitting like a thug?
right.
Blue was sitting there the whole time, and I was watching, and that camera, Blue,
that camera, it was like, whoo.
let's go.
You know why?
Bang, bang.
Honestly,
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 Okay, we're putting drinks down.
no, I'm gonna put the drinks down. You know why? Because this is a fun show and it's supposed to be a fun show. But this topic in particular is something that our audience in particular watches the show for. And there have been so many people who reached out to me whose lives have been changed by these tenets. I get nervous when we're joking to the point where it feels dismissive to the people whose lives have been saved by this kind of content. So I was just trying to infuse a little bit of a respect factor more so than being defensive. So I don't, if it came off defensive, I apologize. But every time I hear something dismissive, I'm thinking about my clients who it changed their lives. And I don't want to joke to make somebody not have incentive to change their lives.
Do you guys see what happened? I'm clear that I'm under attack. I'm clear that these are all hating ass bitches. And yet I always leave room for the fact that there might be something that I'm not seeing. And I say, if this comes off defensive to anyone who doesn't have context for my reaction, I apologize. People like to say Blue's a know-it-all. First of all, I'm an ask-it-all. Most of my videos start with, I was wondering. And so I did some research, and this is what I found. That's not a know-it-all, guys. If someone is constantly making videos about things that they wonder and then research to find the answer, that's an ask-it-all. I'm not a know-it-all. I'm an ask-it-all. Second thing, I used to love to say, Blue's a Taurus. Bullies are stubborn. I'm actually not very stubborn. Do you see that even when I'm blatantly under attack, and most people, especially on Love and Hip Hop, would have started throwing blows, I am still making room in the midst of this psychological attack to say, if by any chance I have missed something, I apologize. Even though I know that I'm under attack and I feel like shit, If it comes off in a way that is combative or disagreeable to anybody, I want to hold space to know that I will gladly apologize for that if something unforeseeable is happening on my part. So can we did this whole thing that Blue is a know-it-all and can't apologize? I can apologize even when I'm being attacked.
That's all.
Yeah,
I take it very seriously. This is my life's work.
I apologize.
It's my life's work, so it's not fun. It's not a. You know what I mean?
That's the thing where it's like, always kind of people in this censored world watching what they say, because me saying that, I never took it as you being we're friends here. I didn't take it as you being
No. But the audience, I want them to know.
I was just like making a joke, like Blue was just sitting here to lighten it up, make
yeah.
So I was never thinking like,
we kind of got carried away.
When you guys were having the talk about it, that you were being, either of you were being dismissive of anybody's feelings. So,
but again, you know me.
I mean, we had the conversation like this off camera, so like,
no. But here's the thing, though. That's y'all. There's gonna be tens of thousands of people who don't know me, who don't come to my house, who don't know that. And one of the things that I really realized about this platform and the messages that I've been getting recently is sometimes when we're having banter as friends, the audience doesn't know our hearts. You know my heart, you know my heart, you know my heart, but the audience doesn't know our hearts. And so I always want to take a time, particularly when it comes to mental health, when it comes to things around love and desirability, particularly with Black people. I don't want there to be a moment where somebody was almost about to be open to having an ego death, and because a joke hit them too seriously and they don't understand satire, now they're not going to get the help that they need.
So at this point, I'm not mad on my behalf because I've disassociated, right? You see how I'm saying, guys, fuck me, because clearly y'all don't give a fuck about me. My audience comes to me. You guys don't understand how many letters I get from people who almost unalived themselves, people who were seriously ill, husbands and wives who were about to get divorced, children who were about to give up their families because they felt misunderstood. I've had so many people share so many vulnerable stories with me about how me making these videos and me making this content has literally, I don't save anybody, but I've armed them with the tools to save themselves. That I take it too serious, because if they're watching you mock me, if they're seeing me be unsafe, they have no incentive to believe that they can be safe. I was actually in this moment not mad for me. I was mad because of the work that I do and the people that I know that I impact. And so the anger, funny, ironically, I wasn't taking it personal. Little Miss, I said, my superpower is taking nothing personal. In this moment, I wasn't taking it personal. Do you see how every time I talk, I decenter my ego and talk about the bigger picture? Every single rebuttal they have, I said, don't make this about me, guys. Make it about the audience who we have a responsibility to, who feels like they're going to be safe watching my content, because you're about to make them unsafe, and I don't want to be a fucking liar. Right? And somebody pointed out, look at Blue sitting like a thug. I didn't even clock that. He just pulled a hood on me. Jeffrey just pulled a hood on me. He tried to joke that I was an angry Black woman when I was the only one advocating for everybody's safety. Wow. Yeah, wow. Nasty work.
So we can joke, we can have fun. I don't ever want us to make it seem small, because it's actually a really big deal.
But I feel like people that will follow you or view you, people that will follow you and
view
view
you. Dismissive. I'm saying the audience doesn't, we're emotionally intelligent, right? But the audience always isn't. And so I catch fans that I don't know.
The topic, what was it?
The topic was the difference between ego versus love. And I gave a universal answer that I didn't make up.
You guys, by the way, you see how she's playing confused? Shout out to everybody who's taking the class. One of the things we talk about in class is confusion is usually a lie. Please write that down. I hope you take the class, but if you don't, this is free game. Confusion is usually a lie. When somebody's being combative and you're being so reasonable, they can't get you off your mark. They will then pivot to pretending to be confused. Have you noticed that every single time she does something nasty and I call it out, her next thing is, but I'm confused. Where are we? What time is it? It's a manipulation tactic, and I'm on to it. At this point, I know she's pretending to be confused, and I'm playing along because I'm using it as an opportunity to reiterate my point for anybody who might have missed it watching.
And the joke became, where'd you get that from? And then it started to feel like we were dismissing something that was bigger than me. And I wanted to make sure for the audience that it wasn't me being a tourist or being hard-headed. It was me sharing things that have worked.
I don't think you came off or have ever, period, come off that way.
To you.
Because it's...
I'm one who reads the inbox emails.
But then that's why they say in media, especially, anytime you open your mouth, half the world's gonna love you, agree with you. Half
no, that's not about love. This is about helping people.
No, I'm like,
it's about helping
agree with
people.
you. Half the world's gonna people are always gonna find.
Yeah, because I'm like, if we're gonna consider them, we're gonna be tiptoeing.
Your analogy, Blue, your analogy of ingredients and making the cake without the egg. People make thousands of cakes, millions of cakes on Instagram. If you go to the comments, every fucking perfect cake you see has somebody in there that says,
Going,
oh, well,
right.
you didn't whisk the flour that way, or you should have sifted it. Like,
Yeah.
and this cake is beautiful and probably tastes amazing. People always find something in what you got to say. So even in you making acknowledgments, think about, oh, look at her. She's cat, doing this today. Like, people have something to say. And people that follow that that's not your heart. That's not who you are.
Yeah, I agree. It's just that when it comes to EQ, I'm never going to feel super comfortable us acting like it's bullshit. And we didn't. We didn't.
That's,
But I felt like it might go there if we kept on kikiing about it. And so that's why I had to clip because I was getting uncomfortable.
Yeah.
That's
and
all.
people are going to hate that you did that. But that's what
Oh,
I'm saying.
I don't care about that.
Right, but see, no matter what you do, people are going to hate you. Yeah.
No, I don't care about that. And you know why, too?
Stupid.
Also because it's two black men on the thing, and your demographic are the ones who are the most likely to. So seeing two men laughing it off, that's why the optic of that made me nervous, because you guys receive EQ in a way that is not being displayed right now. And so somebody who doesn't know you would think that you think it's bullshit based on what was said previously.
So you see what I'm saying? I'm saying as two black men, because at this point, I have pivoted to social responsibility, which is where I usually pivot to be honest, right? I'm saying you are two black men on a show by an emotional intelligence coach mocking her about how important mental health is. And I've talked to both of you privately about your mental health struggles. You both of you have cried to me about your mental health struggles and sat there for hours with me, opening up about how much you really, really enjoy the fact that I hold space for you in your mental health struggles. So the level of emotional intelligence I thought you had before this episode that made me feel safe enough having you on the show, for you to mock the very thing that you've benefited from in front of an audience of men who I know are watching feels irresponsible. It feels really fucking irresponsible.
No, but I want
see, I'm joking. I'm
no,
joking.
No,
I'm joking.
That was me joking.
No,
I don't want you to apologize.
Jeff,
for
no,
that.
it's not apologizing.
Like,
Jeff,
no,
in the
and if they want to
moment.
cut me out, if they want to say Blue, get rid of Jeffrey.
Jeffrey,
I don't
okay,
care.
Jeffrey, no, you're missing the point. You're completely missing the point. My point is,
I'm
point is, I'm using you niggas to get the other niggas to listen.
Oh, niggas.
No, I'm being serious.
That'll wake them up.
Look,
No, the point is, I'm using you guys to get the other men to listen.
Yes.
So when you make a dismissive joke, the men who are gonna listen now think that it's bullshit too, even though you don't. And my thing is, I'm sad because I wanted you guys to come here and show men that it's okay to be emotionally intelligent. So the jokes I completely get. It's not about my fucking ego. I'm thinking about the men who are watching, who didn't pick up Ike's satire, who didn't pick up your satire, who really think it's bullshit what I just said. It had no merit. That's why, and we're going through a black men's mental health pandemic. I did a whole episode about it, about black men are the fastest group killing themselves. And so seeing black men laughing off EQ, that's what triggered me in the moment. It wasn't about me caring about the comment.
No, and I completely hear that.
Can he speak? I just want to hear what he has to say.
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
And I know it was in the midst of a debate, but like one of the most important things I was trying to like touch on in there was that love is still a major part of it, even when the ego did whatever it did to commit the sin. That's what I was trying to point
It wasn't
out.
driving though. So love can be in the room, it just wasn't driving.
Yeah, it wasn't driving. Yeah. So I'm just saying in the sense of, I know you said we was, two black men laughing it off. I was like, what if the ego is acted in self-interest and the person chooses to like redact all of that by, having some transparency with their partner? Like, can that still be fixed?
So Ike has gone back to begging, and look who's interrupting him. Lulu is always laughing when I'm getting clowned, but the minute me and Ike are trying to figure something out, suddenly she sobers up, is not confused anymore, and has another question. He just said, fine, the man acted in self-interest. He was being selfish. What if he suddenly decides to be transparent? And for the second fucking time, me and Ike have finally found a middle ground where he acknowledges that a man who cheats is being selfish. And he asked me, what if he decides to start being transparent? Transparent is the compliment he used to always give me. Blue, I love how transparent you are. And when I'm finally about to answer what is actually a really good and decent question, look who suddenly sobers up and wants to interrupt again. Because God forbid we have a moment without her.
I feel like also what the gag is, is like...
No, hold on. Why didn't you let's play this back. This is so much worse than I remember. I think I disassociated so much that I still, as greasy and messy as y'all thought the story was, it's much messier now that I'm looking at the receipts.
That's why, and we're going through a black men's mental health pandemic. I did a whole episode about it, about black men are the fastest group killing themselves. And so seeing black men laughing off EQ, That's what triggered me in the moment. It wasn't about me caring about the comment.
No, and I completely hear that.
Can he speak? I just want to hear what he has to say. Yeah,
Yeah,
I haven't heard
because
his
I just want to clarify.
Yeah.
And I know it was in the midst of a debate, but like one of the most important things I was trying to like touch on in there was that love is still a major part of it, even when the ego did whatever it did to commit the sin. That's what I was trying to point
It wasn't
out.
driving though. So love can be in the room. It just wasn't driving.
Yeah, it wasn't driving. Yeah. So but I'm just saying in the sense of, I know you said we was, you know, two black men laughing and all, but I was like, what if the ego is acted in self-interest and the person chooses to like redact all of that by, you know, having some transparency with their partner?
But
Like,
see, to
can
me,
that
like,
still be fixed?
I feel like also
He said, "Can that still be
the
fixed?" He's already talking.
is like that thing that they do. That person probably loves that about them.
Huh?
Like, I love you because you allow me to do the thing that he just said. Like some
Mhm.
people, they have that experience where they're like, they associate love. And that's why I was like, where do these ideas and these things
I have a
come from? Because like, if you associate this is love and this is how I feel love and it's very specific, like it doesn't matter like about like all of
Unpack that real quick. I feel love because I let you cheat. Like explain that.
well, I was saying like
I'm here.
No, because forgiveness.
That's kind of what I heard.
Too. And I was like, I love that. You let me do it.
I heard you.
I love you. All right. Oh, baby, I
I'm
love
down.
you. Let me cheat. I love that so much.
Hold on, no, go.
This is such a pick me move. Like this right here is probably one of the most blatant pick me moves that I've ever been in the room with myself. This man just said, what if I choose to stop being selfish and start being transparent? And she says, no, I don't wait for her answer. It's okay. What if you meet another person, not Blue, somebody easier than Blue, who doesn't need you to be transparent? I love it about you that you could just, you know, girl, what is you doing? You just interrupted a black man taking accountability. Oh, this is bad.
Go ahead. I know.
Yeah. I was gonna say she's saying because of the transparency after or during, like just transparency in the midst of that weakness.
Somebody telling you they cheated?
Basically, the weakness of the
Yes.
transparency of the weakness.
Of that. And then or also like if they have a power struggle with like, oh, you cheated, like she's mine, you made her have a mustache, I got. Like some people think that like oh, he cheated with you, but he's home with me,
right?
And they have that association.
That's trauma. That's trauma bonding,
of course. But people consider that to be love, and that's why I said, what does love mean? Because like if you're conditioned to love a certain way, like this is how I love, and like even you say like yes, it's trauma bonding. All that is completely valid, but like. That's why I was saying, like, what does love actually mean specifically? Because I think that also means different things to different people.
Yeah.
Trauma masquerading as love has a bunch of different faces.
Those who are saying, is she talking about herself? She was in a relationship for 10 years with a man who cheated and she stayed. So she is talking about herself. And here's the thing. I don't think if she ever watches this, and Lulu, you're free to watch this because you always talk about how you're an athlete and you beat bitches. I can fight too. So I'm not scared of you. So let's be very fucking clear. If I run into any people in the street, I'm not cowering. I didn't do shit to cower, right? I don't just have a sharp brain. I have hands and feet and teeth. So Lulu likes to threaten that she's going to beat people up. Try to beat me up and see how that goes for you. Good luck with that. What I will say is when you've been with an NFL player for 10 years who cheated on you and you stayed the entire 10 years knowing he was cheating, and yet you see me let Ike go after 4 months of him playing in my face. Subconsciously, that probably triggered you because you're thinking, how does this fat bitch have more self-esteem than I did? Right? How is she? Because here's the thing I didn't mention, guys. Ike is both of their types. They both like tall chocolate men. Master Splinter, tall chocolate man. Jeff's ex, who broke his heart, who he's never bounced back from. Looks like he could be Ike's cousin. So, you enjoying clowning me with the nigga who's your type, who just broke my heart? Interesting.
Of that weakness.
Somebody telling you they cheated?
Basically, the weakness of the transparency of the weakness.
Of that. And then or also like if they have a power struggle with like, oh, you cheated, like she's mine, you made her have a mustache, I got. Like some people think that like oh, he cheated with you, but he's home with me,
right?
And they have that association. That's
trauma. That's trauma bonding,
of course. But people consider that to be love, and that's why I said, what does love mean? Because like if you're conditioned to love a certain way, like this is how I love, and like even you say like yes, it's trauma bonding. All that is completely valid, but like. That's why I was saying, like, what does love actually mean specifically? Because I think that also means different things to different people.
Yeah.
Trauma masquerading as love has a bunch of different faces. love in its purest form is a lot more homogenous. And so my thing is, it's not about defending or unpacking the 20,000 fake versions of love that you pass down from your generational trauma and watching your mama and your daddy eat shit.
Gerard Carmichael.
It's saying there's a universal, much safer version where you can not have to be in pain, not have to trauma bond, not have to make those concessions, that is open to all of us, that is not that complicated, that you can't have access to until you call bullshit on the version that you're used to and that you think you like.
I have a question for
You
Blue.
think
I have
you-
a question.
And by the way, guys, if you liking it meant it was okay, then we wouldn't need therapy, right? Like there's a lot of things that people like and are convinced are love that they don't know isn't love until therapy. And when they find out, they're shocked at their former self for ever liking it. Because I'm gonna say right now, everything about what I'm attracted to has changed since I had therapy.
Yep.
Things that I would have gone to the death and fought on were love. I'm not. Oh, that poor little baby.
My
didn't know any better.
issue with the therapy play though is that there might be a Minority Report kind of error. Is it? Has anybody seen the movie?
Which one? Minority Report?
Yeah, with Tom
I
Cruise.
haven't.
You've seen it, right?
Yes.
So like, I just feel like there's the Minority Report error in therapy that no one touches on. But
we touch on it a lot here.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We say therapy is neutral, and good therapy and bad therapy are things that happen, and not all therapy is good therapy.
No, but I think
Blue, but
I feel like what he's trying to say.
Stop
correct me if I'm
talking for you.
wrong,
Okay,
It's
so
like if you're
why does she? Have you noticed that? And let's talk about this. Have you noticed that for the entire episode, Lulu constantly acts like she's Ike's spokesperson? Jeffrey's one of her best friends of like 10, 15 years. She lets Jeff fend for himself. The only person who she feels like she needs to talk for, explain for, elaborate for, help out is Ike. It has now been an hour. We are 57 minutes and 8 seconds into this episode. And every time Ike says something that doesn't make sense and is about to lose an argument or whatever, she jumps in for him. He's hyper-focused on me while she's hyper-focused on him. And Jeff's just happy to be there. Had I said that to her, she would have called me crazy and talked shit about me at happy hour. Here it is in the room. She said, Blue, put the episode back up so I can see what I did wrong. Lulu, if you see this, I'm being a genie again. I'm granting your fucking wish. This is what the fuck you did wrong.
if you're doing a vast thing over, like there's always some shit that happened to you in your childhood that could traumatize you.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean you had a bad childhood. And so, correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like with the Minority Report, it's just like I'm casting this super wide net, and like I'm picking up on everything. So everything it is, I'm picking it up.
Right.
So like I'm picking it up, even in like I'm not a traumatic person. I don't feel a way. You can go to anything. To therapy and pack literally anything, and so I think that's what you're saying.
Yeah.
I don't.
About
You guys simplify because you guys. This was very
So
complicated.
maybe
This was
okay.
very
Blue,
convoluted.
okay,
I'm not
because it's
following
now
at all.
turned into two things. So Blue,
Yeah.
it
I'm
sounds
terrible
like
at
from what,
explaining
and I feel like at one point Lutasha said, or was saying in her explanation, one point Ike said, and even I was saying, you are saying there's been studies and these are these needs. It sounds like there is a singular definition of what love is, and if you don't feel it, you are not in love.
No.
So hold on, but what we're saying is, and I think what we're all trying to say is people can love differently.
So
but
I want to pause because that was way too false from what I meant. So
no, I didn't say fact. I didn't say this.
But I'm saying that's not. If that's what's coming off, then we're having a different conversation.
At this point, can I be honest? At this point, I'm like, you all sound very stupid, and I feel like I'm too smart to be in this room. Can I be honest? I work very hard not to be intellectually superior to people. I work very hard not to, because I don't believe that your IQ is the only factor of intelligence. There's social intelligence, there's emotional intelligence. There's so many different types of intelligence. I hate intellectually superior people. So it always hurts my heart when I'm like, are y'all just stupid? And then I'm happy you guys also clocked this. Now Jeffrey has jumped in to say, Blue, Ike has said it. Lulu has said it. Now I've said it. We've all said this. You're the problem. Thank you for picking up on how he's framing this. Blue, we want to explain to you why you're the problem. Fuck you, fuck Harvard, fuck Sigmund Freud. We want to explain to you. By the way, I think a lot of people say Sigmund Freud actually stole all his content from his wife. So Ike and Sigmund Freud, it's ironic that Ike is saying fuck Sigmund Freud in this moment, because him and Sigmund Freud like to take from the women that they're using as muses. But Jeff is now framing it as, we've all said this, Blue. Why are you still being combative? They have spent the past hour, 3 versus 1, beating on me, and are trying to act as if they're going to explain to me why I'm the problem. And I'm just like, but you all sound dumb. And I would like to say 3 versus 1, it was so hard. I was not intellectually stretched in this conversation, guys. I didn't break a sweat. Do you see how easy it is for me to bounce back? The hits weren't even landing. Nobody in this room was stretching me intellectually. And I hate to say it because I think they're all smart people. But in this moment, the stupidity of their argument, their egos made them idiots. Their egos, I know I'm caping for my old friends. If these three people were as stupid in real life as they are presenting in this episode, let me take it back. If I knew they were as stupid as it's being revealed in this episode, there's no way in hell they would be able to be my friends. No way in hell.
That's
what I'm saying is safety. Safety.
For us or for love?
Love has to have safety. Safety can show up a million fucking ways. I'm saying that people normalize unsafe things and convince themselves that they are safe. And they need education to find out what safety actually looks like for them. And the conversation is around safety, not one way of loving. And my thing is, if you take away someone, back to the definition, love wants to connect when it is safe. If you take away someone's free agency, take away their choice, do fuck shit to them, and then gaslight them by telling them that them dishonoring themselves makes them a ride or die bitch or a good partner, that is psychologically unsafe universally, not based on the ins and outs, but based on the fact that they were psychologically unsafe. That's not, that's,
and
actually,
I agree. No, I agree
that's
with
actually,
you, but I'm saying
that's not small, that's expansive as hell.
But is that to say that I'm not in love?
I never said that.
I agree with you.
No,
yes,
the answer is
I have
no.
taken away your once I've cheated on you.
The answer is no.
Okay, so I think we've come to a
the answer is no.
Here.
Yeah, yeah. We did. That's why I'm trying to clip it. Like I never said it meant you weren't in love. I said in that moment your ego took over instead of love, and love was not in the passenger seat. That's what I've been saying this entire time. Yes.
Okay, in that.
That's what I've been saying this entire time. And the cap is, the bullshit is.
Well, I want to apologize because what I felt like it was saying. So in the act, yes, 1,000% agree.
Do you see what just happened? I repeated the first sentence that I said 30 minutes ago, and because I wouldn't let myself be bullied, now suddenly Jeffrey agrees with me. He just didn't hear me. You guys, what did I intentionally make a point of saying when this first popped off? People don't acknowledge the shift from when love becomes ego. May I be struck dead? Did I not say that 30 minutes ago? Did I not 30 minutes ago when this first popped off say people don't recognize the shift from when love is overcome by ego and ego takes its place and ego makes harmful decisions? That was literally, quite literally, the sentence that started this argument. And now two cheaters and a commitment phobe who cheats emotionally are all saying, oh, is that what you meant? After trying to gang up on me and failing to gaslight me, now suddenly, oh, we just didn't hear you. Oh, my bad, we misunderstood. You misunderstood, or is confusion a lie?
But what I'm saying is continuing with my relationship, spending,
we never got there. We never got there, yeah.
I'm like, that's not to say I wasn't in love with the person.
I'm saying in that moment, your ego took, I literally said this already. It's on camera. I literally said in that moment, your ego took over. And I said that we often don't clock the shift. So I wasn't talking about, oh my God, if I do one bad thing, I don't love you. I'm saying in that moment, you chose your ego over your heart.
That's what the disconnect was, because I was talking about a relationship, not just one night of cheating.
But I made the point to say shift.
That I was in love with the person. But yeah, I did, I cheated.
But you can be, but if you're someone who's in love and religiously more than once, because to Lulu's point, even what I said earlier, if you do something one time and apologize and I take you back and I forgive you, that is love. If you continue to do it more than one time and don't improve your behavior, at that point, that's not love anymore. That's you being someone who's weaponizing my attachment to you. That's what the point.
First of all, did you hear Ike just say I agree? At this point, even Ike realizes I have a point. And for those who are asking, is Lulu falling asleep? Lulu always falls asleep when I'm talking. She only wakes up when she has to defend Ike. If you watch back this video, you'll see it. When I'm talking and making a point and suddenly the men in the room are agreeing with me, she's bored. When they're making fun of me, she's the loudest and the first to laugh. Ike just said, I agree, y'all. Ike's, which means I'm probably going to get attacked again because God forbid this nigga agrees with me, even though I'm the only reason you know who he is.
More than once, because to Lulu's point, even what Ike said earlier, if you do something one time and apologize and I take you back and I forgive you, that is love. If you continue to do it more than one time and don't improve your behavior, at that point, that's not love anymore. That's you being someone who's weaponizing my
Agreed.
attachment to you. That's what the point I was trying to get to this entire fucking time.
Emotional BDSM.
Yeah, and so,
Yes.
and so BDSM is still consensual, so it's not even that.
No.
So it's not even that, right? And so my thing is, a lot of times we find really grandiose ways to take away people's consent, make them unsafe, and then make them feel like they're noble for setting themselves on fire to keep us warm. And I don't feel comfortable us acting like that's okay, because it's not. It's universally not okay.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Does that make more sense, guys? I'm happy we unpacked it.
So many metaphors.
So, you guys look at this. I spent the last time saying, oh my God, that's a good point. Yes, of course. Blue, that's reasonable. You're right, I have to admit. Mind you, me and Ike became cool because he said, I'm the only woman who could make him see his blind spots, right? That's how our first date started. For those who are asking, is Lulu not wearing a bra? I clocked that too. She had a bra when she met him. The next day, suddenly she had no more bras. So that was interesting to me on site. The fact that he just spent a full minute agreeing with me and saying I had a point and conceding to my point, because it wasn't my point to make. It was just universal truth that I was advocating for after years of vetting it and studying it and proving to myself that it was true. The minute he says you're right and is looking at me the way he looks at me that always triggers her, she's about to, and I remember this, I don't even have to play the video. She's about to mock me again and say, oh God, Blue, so many metaphors. I remember this part. Playing confused again. I just made a point that even Jeffrey had to concede to. Ike is like, you're right, Blue. I was selfish in Mexico, and I owe you transparency. And Jeff and Lulu all know what's happening, right? Because unlike me, who's autistic and fighting for my life, they understand subtext more than I do, right? And she is about to mock me for having too many metaphors, even though those metaphors are why people understand me when I speak.
So it's not even that, right? And so my thing is, a lot of times we find really grandiose ways to take away people's consent, make them unsafe, and then make them feel like they're noble for setting themselves on fire to keep us warm. And I don't feel comfortable us acting like that's okay, because it's not. It's universally not okay.
No, of course not. Yeah.
Does that make more sense, guys? I'm happy we unpacked it.
So many metaphors.
I love that. I love a good metaphor. This just.
Do you see how, and I will give Ike grace, it's so bad that Ike was defending me against my friends and my co-hosts. She said so many metaphor, and Jeff starts laughing, and she starts doing that fake thing where she over-exaggerates her laugh as long as I'm being mocked. And Ike was like, no, that's actually great. I love her metaphors. I will give Ike grace. He actually showed up, and this is such a controversial take. Ike, i.e., aka Icky, actually showed up as a friend to me more than Jeff and Lulu did on this episode. I think a lot of you watched this episode thinking that I was going to drag Ike, but Ike's not a bad person. Ike is a weak person. When it's just me and him, he listens and he's open. The minute he's around mean girls, he just wants to be liked, and so he goes along with the crowd. He is weak. They are malicious.
X-Men.
Yeah, hell yeah.
You know that when Scott and Jean Grey, when he was cheating in mine?
Yeah,
That's what I'm like,
Having a
see
side
what
him.
this
Can we
is
bring
what
that up?
You guys pause. Remember no side conversations? We have no idea what you're talking about. Talk to the audience.
If anybody,
as a whole.
have you watched X-Men 97?
No, I'm going to binge it.
Okay, well, in X-Men 97, there is this
Yes.
great arc where basically Mr. Sinister creates a clone of.
Well, actually, no, because she hasn't watched it. I don't want to spoil it for her. Shit.
Oh,
I don't want to spoil it because that's not even.
I'm
the
about to
work.
pivot. If y'all
That's
can't
not-
make
yeah,
it,
it's too good.
Yeah. We can't.
Essentially,
is there a point you
We
can
gotta
give us?
revisit. No.
For those who are saying that creating narrative behind your back is mean, yes. So here's the thing. Ike started off being weak. They emboldened him to become mean. So malice is contagious. This was probably the last time that Ike still saw me the way that he used to see me. After whatever conversation he must have had with them or whoever else he was talking to, he then became as mean as they are now. Now all three of them are mean. But back then, he was still just feeling bad about the fact that I caught him lying.
We have to revisit.
I'm gonna say.
No.
You guys.
Okay.
No. We can't talk about it.
All right,
Don't give away
cool.
No,
a
what was the
plot.
point though?
No, we
The
can't.
point
Don't
is-
give away a plot.
No, I actually want to hear the point.
It was a back.
It was a psychological. It was a
One of you
psychological.
remember you guys seriously. No
It was a psychological cheat.
Okay.
And oh my God, wow,
That
that show was
away.
so
I want her to
important
see it, and
I just realized
Yeah, so we can't. Yeah, but see,
that was very
so,
important.
yeah.
Sorry, oh my God. And back to Friday Night Live.
All
with
right.
Blue Toulouse, man. Huh?
And now your musical guest.
Ah.
Wolf.
Do you guys see what I just did? I completely disengaged to the point where now they have to carry the show on their own because for some reason they think producing and hosting a show simultaneously is easy. I stopped talking and now they've run out of things to say and they're being awkward to the camera because I wanted them to see what it's like when they take over.
I intentionally did that to show what happens when I don't intercept. Like it just becomes a divulging of something that the audience can't keep up with. Like we need to make sure.
I think a lot of them might actually watch.
Yeah, but that's not fair to the rest of the
X-Men.
audience, though.
And again, you go
That's not
half
fair.
the world gonna agree with you, half I'm
No,
gonna hate
Jeffrey,
you for
that's
spoiling.
lazy. I'm not gonna do that. I always want us when
It's
possible to include the entire audience, especially when we could have just given them context in the general.
True,
rules.
true.
Like, come on.
True.
I've been potting for a while, friend. Pretend I know what I'm
Y'all
doing.
watch X-Men '97 if you lost all the reference points.
All of them. All of them. So I will say this. The conversation around love is very interesting, though, because one thing that we were talking about is people tend to think that not being moved by messiness and still seeing things clearly means that you are rigid. And it's so interesting because they've studied monks and all these different people who meditate, and they say that their brain frequencies are higher because they don't get dismissed by the noise. Like, you could see somebody having an argument and they're saying all these things to gaslight. And the person's like, okay, but did you answer the question? And you're like, damn, how did you not get moved by all the theatrics? My question to you guys, because as a neurodivergent person, the theatrics don't actually hit me. I just see it as noise. Do you guys ever get into arguments with people where you had a good point, but they emotionally convinced you to not stand 10 toes down because you felt bad?
Yes.
Oh my God, all the time. It's called being human. Right?
But also,
Don't do that because neurodivergent people can't do that, and we're human.
Oh, I might be divergent. I don't know.
Divergy?
Yeah.
Divergy.
Yeah. I'm just. There was a point in
He
life.
calls it divergy. He calls it.
Oh man. So at this moment, because Ike is the only person who seems like he's having my back, he and I have a moment because we always call each other divergy. It's a personal joke. So he looks at me, he's like, I might be neurodivergent, so don't feel bad. I said, divergy? And what does Lulu does? She mimics me and says divergy and then starts laughing at me. There has not been a single moment where I've been allowed to have a moment with this man who she knows the backstory of, where she doesn't feel the need to interject. Not a single moment. Not a single moment. Somebody says he seems so fascinated with you. He told me he was fascinated with me. Remember, I was his obsession. Again, he's focused on me. She's focused on him. I'm just trying to do a good show. He's focused on me. She's focused on him. I'm just trying to do a good show. But let them tell it before I got mad enough to pull the receipts. I was the person who was taking shit personal, overly sensitive, and obsessed with them.
Only convinced you to not stand 10 toes down because you felt bad.
Yes.
Oh my God, all the time. It's called being human. Right?
But also,
Don't do that because neurodivergent people can't do that, and we're human.
Oh, I might be divergy. I don't know.
Divergy?
Yeah.
Divergy.
Yeah. I'm just. There was a point in
He
life.
calls it divergy. He calls it divergy.
I might be divergy.
I'm not digging into the bag of isms today. No, but there was a point, yes, where my point has to be proven. And maybe it was that Taurus in me of I'm stubborn and you got to hear my point. I have to be quote unquote right. Now I'm at the point where I ain't got time to argue. You can have it. You can have it.
So if you have a great point and it's sound, but the person is being theatrical, you don't let them win because they were theatrical.
Well, no, for me it's about listening. If I have a great point, but I can tell based on how we've been discussing that you're not gonna. I know no matter what I say to you, you're not going to understand. Because I'm never looking to be right. I'm just looking to be heard. Okay, I understand.
So you see how Jeff is now saying that he doesn't argue for no reason and he doesn't care about being right. He just wants to be heard. He's literally giving the speech that I should be giving right now. Jeffrey is convinced that he is the person that I'm actually showing up as. In this moment where I've not cared about being right, I just want to make sure that we're being responsible. He is now saying, I can let things go. I don't need to be right. After he just spent 40 minutes getting up on me with 2 other people.
Why you think like this?
Exactly.
Like that.
I may not agree with it, but I completely
now
understand
you
it.
like that.
Yeah. I'm not looking at it.
I
I
completely
don't
understand it, but I'm not gonna force.
now.
Same way, I'm not gonna force
Yeah.
my opinion down your throat. I ain't arguing. Okay, got it.
So where's the connection and the resolution then if you are not?
It's the peace.
No, but I'm saying the connection, because in that thing you're disengaging. You're just
Wait,
saying.
is this?
Do you think you can always connect? I think that's
I'm asking.
Oh,
where
for
is
me,
the connection?
the connection for me is because I love people and understanding we all think and do things differently.
Right.
I know how you think, so I know how to relate to you. I know how to. That's why maybe I have thousands of friends, people I can call friends or just people I'm cool with, because I'm never trying to change your mind. You think like this, I understand it. I meet you where you are.
Yeah.
And when do you learn from them? Because there's no I'm hearing a lot of great things, but I'm not hearing you taking in. I'm hearing you discerning.
Because
putting people in the different lanes. But like, when do you get to be impacted by them?
Again, I never think that I'm always right. So because I think, Blue, you wasted that juice. You should have grabbed that napkin and did it. But Ike said we should get a hot towel and wipe it up. I'm not sitting there thinking that my way of how I would have cleaned this up is the only way. I learned from you because I'm like, oh, it's another way of doing something. There's another way of thinking.
So that's the part, and I'm happy we had that moment, because that's the part that people who say the first part, you're like Lulu, you guys be saying things that sound nice and people agree with y'all, but y'all have more integrity on the back end than a lot of people who give those same speeches, right? Like Lulu says that she doesn't take things personal. She also doesn't expect everybody else to move the same way.
Yeah.
You say that you let people be who they are, but you're also open to learning from them. A lot of folks who say that they don't take things personal take shit hella fucking personal. And people who say, oh, well, you are who you are incorrigible, never want to learn from anybody.
They still stay in their way of being
and
right.
So it's always interesting that on the show, we take stances of people who are hypocrites, but we're not hypocrites in the way that we do them. And that's something that I always want to call out, because it's special, right? What about you? Are you ever moved into not listening to your heart or to your point or to your gut because somebody's been theatrical and created a emotional firestorm?
I think yes, because I try to avoid like conflict at all costs. I just believe in back end strategy. I just feel like finding some resolve that doesn't have to do with pride and hubris, because it's intoxicating, especially in the middle of a debate or an argument where you need to win or the point needs to be sold across. I think people would be a lot more blinder if people are watching them in the middle of a debate and they have to make a point land. So I think if you can actually get your opponent or whoever it is that you're having a conflict with to be in a space where it's like a common ground, where it doesn't feel like you have to avenge or defend something.
That's really interesting, because you have an association
opponent. Wow, that's a strong word.
You have an association with like somebody sticking up for themselves as confrontation.
Yeah.
So like, even if you're
are you saying if they're just defending themselves?
No, that's what you said.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
It's not if they're defending themselves. It's more so like if they have an opinion on something and say, this is what I think is right. Yeah. Right. And I'm like, okay, this is what I think is right. Then I'm gonna say like, how about we look at the facts? How about we try to look at the facts, right? And then from there we can try to deduce like what exactly is just emotion, and this is how I feel and this is how you feel. I don't think there's a situation where I would be like, yeah, let's fight to the death.
It's an opponent though, so she is right. There is a thing of a combat rather than us trying to figure it out.
Well, for me, I love no.
I want him to
I wasn't gonna be. Okay. So this is I love wars, right? This is a weird.
Also, let's
love war.
Let's toast the war. Let's toast the war.
Wait. I love wars historically speaking. So I love watching movies based on war and like just studying it. Right. So generally speaking, and when I look up wars, I always try to find the astrological details behind them, which I think is wild.
Yeah.
So when I do that trying to see how each war came to a conclusion or each war was solved.
No, this is great, but I just want, for the sake of time.
Okay.
Do you do see it as combat though when someone is just having a different opinion?
No, I use combat resolutions to help in arguments.
Y'all can help me out with this. What was it? It was a trend on TikTok, maybe early this year or last year, where they were asking men, do you think about the Roman Empire?
Yes.
Yeah, do you think about the Roman Empire?
Of course, they were right. So that challenge was right. They were making fun of me.
Straight man thing. Because when he said he watches war, looks up wars, I thought it was some bullshit. I'm like, niggas really do think about
Yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Because
first of all, let's toast real quick.
Okay.
Like, what? I don't know. Listen, I don't know any of my.
No, that's not on the agenda. We're not doing that.
You are a national treasure. You need to be protected at all times.
And I understand why women are like, why y'all niggas thinking about the Roman?
But it also explains that when a woman's having a soft, vulnerable emotion and a man's thinking of it as war, why she feels unsafe, because niggas shooting, she just wanted a hug.
That one.
They shooting.
Like, if niggas are shooting, I just want to hug. Nigga, like, why am I in combat?
Really, I think, yo, Wolf, do you think about the Roman Empire?
Jeffrey, come on, we have to stay on time, babe. Remember? That's some crazy shit. We haven't toasted. How are you drinking without toasting, right?
Yo, my head is about to hurt.
All right.
What's this one called for y'all?
I don't know. Ginger.
Cheers.
I told you this.
Just
Lou, I feel
I
like
tap
this
it on wings.
There's no alcohol.
my head is already pounding.
Okay, ready? Drink more water. You gotta drink water.
You sure?
Did you hear what I just said? He said, I think my head is pounding. I said, drink more water. You have to drink more water. If I told you these are herbal shots that are meant to be a detox, so you have to be hydrated to be detox. Anybody who has fasted known, if you fast, if you do a detox, do whatever, you have to drink water. That man took one baby sip an hour ago. He would later go on to say that I roofied him on camera when you're literally seeing me say, please drink water.
Hydrated. What you think gonna happen?
He got plum wine.
Oh, right. He had that wine
You have
last
not
night.
drank any
This
water.
is so damn spicy.
I'm begging him to drink water.
That shit was hot, right?
I'm trying to tell y'all, it doesn't work.
There's no alcohol
What
in
was
this.
it? Y'all's not spicy?
There's no alcohol in this.
No, but it's Chili's. Shit, Blue.
Wait, the women's one tastes different.
I think that women have higher threshold for uncomfortableness.
Yeah, because we're chilling. I mean,
Yes,
fine.
you deal with men. That's what.
Thank
I
you.
mean, yeah.
So I will say this, right? One of the things that I'm
Oh
recognizing.
my God.
Jeff cannot be uncomfortable at all. Not his shoes,
Really?
not his pants,
Yep.
not his nothing.
Oh, and don't let me get wet.
Right.
Wait, you don't like being wet, Jeffrey?
Hell no. Like the rain. Oh
You
my
gonna piss him
God.
off?
So you guys want?
Oh my God. Have you Blue wet denim? Like
Jeffrey,
wet
Jeffrey,
clothes?
remember how we said that we were gonna stay on the topic?
No, you asked.
No, I really haven't said a thing.
You said, Jeffrey, you don't like being wet.
Yeah, then you went on the whole thing about wet clothes, wet dogs, wet hair, wet lashes.
Wet dog hair. Oh my God.
Okay, so
Have you ever been? Last thing.
Jeffrey, we said we were not gonna
Last
do
thing,
this
and this is
episode.
something women and men can relate to. You ever at the gym ever tried to attempt to shower and it's hair on the floor?
I wear slippers in the shower.
Even with your slippers, you are tipping
Yeah.
around that
No,
hair.
that's disgusting. Okay, back to the. Okay, yes, Jeffrey, you feel better.
I'm sorry, I feel bad.
One of the things that I think is so interesting, two different things have happened in this episode.
Oh, by the way, for the person who said, if Ike was seated between Jeff and Lulu, this would have been worse. They tried to make that happen, and I made the move. I said, no, guys, you guys are wearing brown. Ike is the guest. I'm the actual host. You're a co-host, even though you're not acting like a co-host. I want the actual guest to sit next to me as the host. Lulu tried to sit next to him. She tried to make it happen, and you're right, it would have been worse. But after I saw my birthday dinner, I was like, ain't no fucking way.
Two different things have happened. Number
Two
one,
of you have been fired. No.
Did you hear the joke he just said? I said two things have happened. He said, yes, we've been fired. People like to tell jokes when they want to test the waters. You were fired. This is the show that got them fired, guys. They were fired.
Chitty and Jay's gonna be here.
it's gonna be Ike and a whore the bitch. Hey, special New York season of Humanize.
Chitty and that Nigerian smile. Him and I could be side by
Oh,
side.
my
Right? Can you imagine?
That shit was hilarious.
Oh my God!
It's
the
gonna
equal
happen.
hour.
It's gonna
Yeah.
happen. The equal
No.
hour. Save that.
So you can get fired? What do you mean?
No, for like a random ass, episode.
Oh, look.
I'll step out 'cause for that moment. I
Yeah.
would.
For that moment, for the evil hour.
I would.
I'm not evil. Why am I here then?
Because you're the best at it.
Why is your chair facing the door already? You ready to go?
Wait a minute. Okay, so guys, I know it's two things. Number one, it's so interesting when you're a neurodivergent person having three people coming at you, because I don't think, and this is a great segue to the Amanda Seals conversation. I don't think any of you would really understand what it felt like for me 30 minutes ago with that conversation.
Oh, pause. Do you see how I said this is a great segue to the Amanda Seals conversation? We had agreed that the hot topic that we were going to be talking about was Amanda Seals, who on my birthday pretty much announced to Shannon Sharp that she thought she was autistic. And so I even say to them so they can hear it, this is a great segue to the Amanda Seals episode, because I want to pivot to the actual conversation that we can't have because y'all spent 40 minutes trying to attack me. So watch me trying to produce the show and how they won't let me do it. This I remember because I was like, okay, great. That was weird. Let's pivot to the Amanda Seals conversation. That's the whole point of the episode. They didn't let me pivot.
And it made me realize how much therapy has helped, because a neurodivergent person having three people disagree with them and coming at them and cross-talking at the same time, that would be internalized as like, I'm unsafe, I need to run out. And the fact that I was able to sit through that and talk through that with you guys really made me want to like go kiss my therapist in the mouth, because that was on the mouth. Yeah, when I'm happy, I kiss people in the mouth. Because that was a great moment for me, because it made me realize that me 20 years ago, that would have shut me down. The show would have been over, because it would have felt like my friends are attacking me. They're being mean to me. They don't love me. I have to go.
Maybe that's where the thug came out. It was about to come out, and you.
I'm
I'm still not, because the microphone's too far. This is literally just because the microphone.
Joking.
I'm autistic, so I didn't know. I'm being so serious.
Peep how I just said, stop calling me a thug. Here's the thing. What did I say earlier? People who don't respect you don't trust your boundaries. In both of the breakup conversations I had with Jeff and Lulu. With Jeff, I had it on the phone because he's more emotional. I know I didn't have to look at his face. He would have cried. Lulu and I had it on the phone because I knew she was going to try to gaslight me because she thinks she's superior to me. I told them both, whenever I tell you to stop doing something and I say no, you never take my no seriously. That is disrespectful. What is it about me that makes you unable to respect my no's? Neither of them had an answer. You're literally watching. I said, don't call me a thug 10 minutes ago. And now you're making the joke again. And you're saying, but it's just a joke. It's a fucking joke that I told you I don't like. Why are you still making it?
Because here's the thing, right? I've been shooting all day, so I'm not masking right now. So usually when I'm around people, I'm masking. But because I'm so tired and I was dealing with somebody who drained the fuck out of me, the last bit of masking I had left before the show started. So this is my first time doing the show without masking. So as a vulnerable moment for anybody who's watching the show, who's neurodivergent, and who knows what masking is and how exhausting it is, if I had known that I was going to be so tired, I probably wouldn't have taped the show because I've never done Humanize Unmasked. So I think this episode,
that is you.
I'm humanizing myself.
There
Yes.
See?
But I'm also going to ask for, let's not do that shit again because I'm exhausted, right? I can't do another 3-on-1. I also recognize
what was the 3-on-1?
You're being neurotypical. So for you, there was no 3-on-1. But I'm saying for me, it was perceived that way.
Fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not saying that it didn't happen. I was really asking about what the subject matter was.
The subject matter around when I was simply saying that when you're being selfish, love has left the driver's seat and ego is taking over.
Yeah.
And then everyone misunderstood and thought I was saying that I mean you don't love nobody at all. And then it took me. Jeffrey said, so I won't say for you, but Jeffrey said he misunderstood. So did Ike.
Whoa. you could have said the men.
Right.
Your name?
No, you could have said the men. It's just the men.
In a moment where I'm sharing something that my entire life's work has been dedicated to and people I care about completely misunderstood it, and then all three of them were yelling at me at the same time, that feels literally like hell for us as neurodivergent people.
Mm-hmm.
It's overstimulating. It feels like rejection. It feels unloved. It feels unsafe. Everything that I hate happened in that moment. And rather than shutting down, I pushed through with you guys because my logical brain that I've taught said, they love you. They just don't understand. Keep talking and they'll eventually get it. And they don't have to agree with you for them to keep you safe. That is what therapy does for you when you're neurodivergent. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm in this moment taking accountability for the fact that despite the fact that I'm neurodivergent, it's not my fault that my brain received it that way. I still want to be accountable for how I might come off to someone who doesn't have a brain that works like mine. Mm-hmm. This moment is what I wish had happened with the Amanda Seals interview.
Yeah, but like before we move on to Amanda Seals, like I'm serious, like because I don't feel like we were.
Girl, let me. This bitch. Guys, what I'm doing right now is called gray rocking. It's also a little bit of fawning, right? When we talk about trauma responses, we talk about fight or flight. What we don't talk about is freeze or fawn, right? I used to be somebody who freezes. Now I've learned how to fawn. I've learned how to, almost like a SWAT negotiator, talk people down with things that are not lies. They're just overtly kind to get them to calm down enough to listen. Right? So my trauma response is not fighting or flighting or freezing. I fawn. I soothe people with the prettiest version of the truth that I can reach for so that they can calm down long enough to actually listen to objective reason. I just had a fawn moment trying to soothe them and pivot to the next episode because I'm still thinking like a producer. I'm being attacked personally and I'm still thinking like a professional. And she says, I know you want to pivot, but let me reiterate that I think it's stupid. I don't understand why you think we ganged up on you. She couldn't just let it the fuck go.
Yelling at you.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No, you guys, again, and how you feel has nothing to do with my brain.
Let me land the plane.
Yeah.
And so like I think that and see, this goes back to originally what I both said about the whole thing, because I'm like, I empathize like with how you're feeling and how you're receiving your information.
Right.
And so I just want you to know that that was no one's intention.
I know, that's why we're still here. Show them over.
Could you?
Yeah, show them over.
Wasn't gonna waste this money.
I would. I absolutely would have. The money wouldn't have been worth it. I would have felt too unsafe to continue. So I'm saying is, logically, I completely agree and understand. Mm-hmm. Neurologically, I felt attacked and unsafe and unloved. And I'm happy that I was able to work through it with you guys on camera. Mm-hmm. And I'm still going to take accountability for how I perceive it, because in my brain doesn't necessarily mean it's reality. Mm-hmm. and I can feel attacked without being attacked, right?
Yeah.
And I could also come off in a way like the way that I'm sitting is literally because I'm self-soothing myself because I don't feel safe.
No, I was joking when I said
Jeffrey,
that.
please stop defending. I'm trying to have a vulnerable. You don't have to defend anything.
But no, only because it's been brought up a couple of times.
No,
and so that's why I'm like, it must have hit a little.
No,
trigger.
I felt
I was
completely horrible.
genuinely-
I felt completely horrible. It was probably the worst thing I've had on the show,
Yeah,
right?
I really meant
But
no
the
harm by
beauty of is I just had the worst moment I've had in the entire time I'm doing the show, and I'm still sitting here with you. No, seriously, it hurt my feelings. But I'm sitting here with you guys because I understand my neurological disorder versus reality, right? And part of being autistic is understanding that not everything that feels like an attack is an attack. But I also, again, Harvard School of Public Health, working with clients, doing all this work, I have a privilege that I'm able to do this. When I watched the Amanda Seals interview, I was very taken aback how autism was almost used as an excuse to never take accountability for how you co-create a situation, to never acknowledge that maybe even though you felt bad, you weren't actually being attacked, to never say, hey, people think and see things differently, and how I perceive it and how it was intended aren't always the same thing. And so watching that interview with you guys yesterday during my birthday dinner really felt icky to me because I don't want a world of neurodivergent people who think that our brain function is an excuse to demonize everybody in our lives, which is what I feel Amanda does sometimes. So my question was, how did you guys feel watching that interview and perceiving it as people who might not be autistic? Because even though you might be neurodivergent, I think you might be dyslexic or something. It might be something else.
Oh, did you reveal that?
No.
No, she saw me read the script and words were scrambling.
No, he said it. He said about the fact that he might think he might be neurodivergent, right? And here's divergent. But like, no.
Yeah, you know, Virgie.
But the thing is, we're in a space where being neurodivergent is not a bad thing. So it wouldn't be something like icky to reveal. But also, too, I want to make sure that when you're making the neurodivergent jokes, that if you ever want to get tested, I will have your back.
She supports you.
Yeah. I support you.
What you need.
That's my love.
All right.
No, it is.
Full circle.
No, but the beautiful thing is though, when you're a neurodivergent person, you feeling unsafe and fighting for your life looks rude. I know for a fact somebody's gonna watch this episode and be like, Blue was being so rude. Her friends were trying to talk to her and they wouldn't listen, and they didn't realize that on the inside I felt like shit. Right? I felt weird watching Amanda's interview because I know how deregulated she might have felt. And yet I can't get over the fact that I never heard her one time take accountability. So for you guys, how did it feel watching it? Because I watched it as someone who's in her shoes, who might be on the other side of something she hasn't gotten therapy for. And I'm not clapping for her the way people would think I would, but I was curious how the rest of you guys felt watching it.
So you do think she's neurodivergent?
I think she has something, and I also think we're in a dangerous space where whatever she has might be used as an excuse for her to never evolve or never take accountability. So I think she might have something, but if she does have something, that's still not an excuse not to take accountability. Autistic people can be accountable. I'm looking right into the camera. You can be autistic and still be accountable because intention doesn't negate impact.
By the way, guys, this exact quote, you can be autistic and still be accountable because intention doesn't negate impact, is what caused Amanda Seals to block me. For years, you guys would tag her under my post saying, oh my God, you and Blue are so alike. Y'all should be friends. And no, we shouldn't. No, we shouldn't. This clip coming out, she blocked me the very next day.
I'm looking right into the camera. You can be autistic and still be accountable because intention doesn't negate impact. If you hurt somebody, being autistic alone is not a reason for you not to say sorry. Go ahead. Did you want to go start first, or do you want somebody else to start?
No. What was the question again? So what is the original thing?
What did you guys think about the show?
Think about Amanda's.
Yeah. Okay. So I feel like Amanda is she's very, the hard part about this is that two things can be right at the same time.
Right.
I think that Amanda has proven that she is difficult to work with and she's not a sweet girl. And
the irony, I think Amanda has proven that she is difficult to work with and she's not a sweet girl. And look how she's looking at the camera. You saying that after what you just put me through on my own fucking show. Let's all take a moment. Let's all take a moment. Let's all. No, I need to drink some water. I think I'm not an Amanda Seals apologist. Okay, she's hurt people that I know and love deeply. Right? We had an encounter at a Kevin Hart event where I almost thought I was going to beat her ass. And emotional regulation is the only reason why I didn't throw blows. So I personally have been in a space with Amanda Seals and seen that she had somebody fucked up. And still, somebody said they're both cancers, yeah. And still, for you to come on here after the way you just act like a fucking donkey, like a pick-me-ass, donkey-ass bitch, for you to come on here and smile the camera, suddenly you're awake. Suddenly you're awake without Ike's dick having to be in your mouth. And say, yo, I really made the right decision. Because, guys, because I'm not a mean-spirited person. I'm a strong person, but I'm not mean. And people often get those two conflated. I'm a strong, direct person who doesn't have a mean bone in my body, right? Whether I do Myers-Briggs or human design, every single one of those tests I take, somebody's like, Blue, there's nothing in the ego box. I've literally been tested a bunch of times. My ego is actually incredibly small, right? Which is why my heart can be so big. Even me as someone who does not like to... Lulu would test anybody and then cackle and play stupid and say, well, girls are just jealous because I'm 5'10" and I'm light skinned and I'm pretty. And so it's probably just jealousy. Had this episode not been on camera and this was happening without cameras, I promise you the way that she would spin it is that the dark fat girl was just jealous because her nigga liked her. Meanwhile, he's not even looking at you. Have you noticed that in this whole episode, he's barely looked at her, even though she's barely taken her eyes off of him. And the only time she takes her eyes off of him is to look at the door so she can leave.
Like, it's not really a thing, but she's also very talented. She's also very smart. She also knows a lot of things and she can contribute in a lot of capacities. I enjoy the thing with Shannon Sharpe because people were saying a lot that he was like, oh, he's not equipped for this, mentally or whatever. But like she had to go down because I think it's very easy for her to do word Olympics with people and talk them into a corner. And Shannon's like, I don't know about all that. I just know you're not supposed to talk back to grown people.
Yes.
And that was a valid point.
Yeah. It's like you had to take that valedictorian hat off and like, let me talk to everybody. Like,
even a broken Shannon is right twice a day.
Terms.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that Shannon is the sharpest tool in the bag. Like there was a lot of times
nobody has ever said that.
Right. But I also want to say that I'm not saying that I think that he is, the most equipped or whatever. There's a lot of things.
He just missed like blatant racism in one part.
He did. I was like,
no, Shannon, that's racism.
Shannon.
Your mama white.
Right.
My mama ain't white.
Baby.
Right. You said you were doing white things.
No.
You said you were doing white things. I was like, wait,
black. Easy D. He said,
right.
She married a white man. My daddy is black.
Do you have anything to say? Because you haven't talked in like a long time. I just want to make sure that you're not being dry.
It's because these drinks are getting to me. I'm trying to tell you.
Are you drinking water? We keep asking you to drink water.
I am drinking water. I'm trying to tell you. I told you I was lightweight. If this is doing it, it's doing it.
And there's no alcohol, guys. I did not give out.
I can't have one drop.
Yeah,
of alcohol.
There's been no alcohol this entire time.
Some placebo wine, y'all.
It really is. It's placebo wine.
He tore it up.
Okay.
Swaying from the chandelier.
All right, hit it, Ike. Say something so we make sure proof of life.
I think Amanda is a peculiar case of, of otherness. Like she's of other, like there's those people who like you've been so excellent at what you do, but you've sort of like excelled your way out of the tier of like normal human life and regulation. Like when she told us that like the origin stories of her at Sirius XM and all the issues with her with the bosses, and like she was missing little details here and there, like due process, like this is what you're supposed to do before you do a thing.
She was 19 years old.
Yeah.
Right.
21, she said, by the time that thing happened. Yeah.
But the thing is, by the time, also, let's go all the way back. There was a time when she was 10 and things like there were many moments in her life where she was really like, no
fuck
rules.
These rules.
Right. No rules.
Yeah.
No system, no parents. I'm just doing what I do. So it's like you're living a life like that, and then you're getting smarter and smarter. And I don't think that anybody who's already living like that, who's against the rules, is learning to be with the rules.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Wait, are you calling her a white man?
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, good one.
She just recognized the game a long time ago.
No,
that's not even the worst thing.
She recognized racism early.
I think she's a very grounded supervillain. That's what it is.
Yeah. Yes. I love that. I love it.
Every villain got an origin story, though.
Yes, I love this.
But everybody's clapping for her and agreeing with her now. But here's the thing that breaks my heart.
Everybody loves an anti-hero.
Every neurodivergent person I know is like, because she described a feeling that I relate to, she must be my new savior. And I'm like, oh, no, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
But that's what's gonna happen. She has a platform. With human beings, you just need to see somebody who looks anything close, claiming the thing that they've been ashamed of, and they call them God.
The problem is, it's just like with Fox News. Like I look at liberal media, I look at Fox News, because for me, I'm like, I want to know, what are these people seeing?
True.
What are they getting? And sometimes, very few, Fox News gets it right, and I'll be looking at CNN like
a broken clock. It's 6:15 twice a day.
And so even with Amanda, again, it goes back to that. She has millions of people that agree with everything she has said and done and is on her side.
Yeah.
And she has a million that also are like, you are the dumbest, worst person I've ever met.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Amanda is a brilliant woman. Amanda is a socially conscious woman. Amanda has dedicated herself to Blackness. She has a purpose that she stepped into, and she does a lot of great things, particularly when it comes to speaking out what's happening in Palestine, X, Y, and Z. And she still has an ego that has not been fully checked in a safe way. When her ego is being checked, it's always in an unsafe and blatantly bad way where you even wouldn't want your worst enemy to be treated like that. And so she almost has no incentive now to listen to feedback because she's been mishandled in public and now has a diagnosis to fall back on. And so what I'm scared is any opportunity that we had for Amanda Seals to ever say, I fucked up, I got it wrong, it was me. I think we might have watched it fly away with her last damn now that she has this diagnosis, and that makes me sad.
And also now that she has this newfound fan base from autism and neurodivergency.
And as a person who watched her tell my story on that stage, but I'm someone who still had to call bullshit on myself and go to therapy and admit when I was fucking up, it hurts my feelings that the story's stopping in the middle, but being clapped for and applauded like as if it's the end. Like that makes me nervous. And guys, before we came on, I'm gonna put this down. Somebody sent me a clip because I said I was going to do this episode, and a lot of autistic people who have gotten therapy, who do take accountability, who don't use autism as an excuse not to say that they didn't fuck up, hit me up today and said that they have a clip of Amanda admitting she never got formally diagnosed.
Wait, we ain't exposed and then
no.
On the show. I want to be a part of that. Now. Hold on.
No. It was.
He just said, "Are we exposing people? I don't want to be a part of that." So now suddenly he's worried about integrity.
No. This is Amanda on her live. Amanda went on her live, and I'll play the video for you.
This thing that she gonna see and cuss us out for, is it? No.
I would love to see her try because I didn't make it up. Amanda was on live and literally said, I saw the video. Amanda was on live and they said, oh, when did you get diagnosed? Like, how was that whole thing? She's like, I'm not paying $10,000 for somebody to tell me what I already know about myself.
Oh, when did this come out? Damn.
Well, I don't know when it came out, but I know I have it in my phone and we watched it. So my thing is, she hasn't even formally gotten diagnosed, but is now going to be absolved of everything because she said I'm autistic.
Mm-hmm.
That makes me nervous as someone who actually is autistic.
But my thing is, when was that live? Is it post when this interview was taped, or was it before?
It was post. It was post her speaking out about it.
But specifically, you're talking about the Shannon Sharp. We were talking about Shannon Sharp interview.
Yes, after Shannon Sharp interview, she posted it.
She posted it after. Okay, so then that would discredit her.
So my thing is, it makes me nervous that someone who hasn't been clinically diagnosed is now going to use a diagnosis that has rocked my world. Mind you, she might still be autistic, right? But little things like saying the full name of the teacher she was talking back to who she thought was racist. The full name. Even if this lady is dead, she has family who knows this lady, right? Mr. So-and-so is a racist ass girl. She has a family. Why are you using her full government name?
Racist, like the lady who the situation with Clarence Thomas.
But my thing is, as someone, but somebody who understands, Amanda has a master's and has been in journalism and who's been in this industry. I, as somebody who does not have a master's but who's been in this industry for a very long time, I know that it's socially responsible to say a full name with an allegation that you haven't vetted because it's actually going to cause them to potentially be doxxed. Somebody at her school who knows that their family, their sons, that's dangerous. I watched a lot of really dangerous things happen during that interview, and all I saw when I went online was people saying, oh my gosh, she's autistic. I recognize her story. We finally have a hero. That's not how heroes work. And I'm going to read something that I got from, I got to turn my speaker off.
I was going to say, what is that tapping?
Thank God,
I was like, what is that?
Thank God I ain't got no porn on here.
I would have loved you to open your Twitter.
Right.
No, if it was Tuesday.
Y'all watch the same porno or not?
Wow, the same porno. I wrote down, fun fact, being autistic means you live a life of being misunderstood, and that most definitely hurts, but it does not mean that you never have to take accountability for the part you play in unsavory situations. And somebody named, shout out to Amisha Cross wrote, bingo, my older brother Sean was diagnosed with autism in 2nd grade. He's 40 now, living with and loving someone with autism isn't new to me or thousands of families in America. People who exhibit nasty behavior and have gotten called out for it and are not synonymous with being on the autism spectrum. And so she was saying, we can't keep using autism as an excuse for being a nasty person, because we know lots of autistic people who, even when they're misunderstood, choose not to be nasty and take accountability.
Now, I want to pause there. Someone said, this is honestly the first interview I've heard of people actually talking about Amanda with compassion. I've always approached Amanda with accountability and compassion because I only believe in compassion and accountability. I don't believe in being casually cruel and punitive under the guise of holding someone accountable. And you want to know what's funny? You want to know why she was able to block me so quickly after I tried to show her compassion while holding her to task and holding her accountable? The story I told about the friend who financially abused me and Lulu and Jeff still went to his house to eat his charcuterie plates, that friend is best friends with one of Amanda Seals' closest friends. The best friend is somebody that I knew and loved who stopped talking to me when I was abused because he immediately took his homie's side without asking me my position, right? And this man is someone who I used to call the next Bayard Rustin. I thought that he was probably one of the most prolific gay voices that I've ever seen, and I've always championed him. The week before he found out that his friend had abused me and chose the wrong side, he did a whole video shouting me out for being a freedom fighter, right? So imagine you're friends with someone who politically you believe does great activist work, and he believes that you're also a great activist. A mutual of y'all's who's messy, who used to talk shit about him, convinces him that he's the bad guy. He takes that person's side, being a queen, being a messy queen, rather than hearing your side. And he just so happens to be cool with Amanda Seals. LA is very small. New York is very small. DC is very small. So the irony is, the reason why Amanda blocked me wasn't just because what I said. It was because someone who was being messy and thought that I was messy was talking shit about me to her, and she felt emboldened to not listen to me and not hear the compassion that you guys can plainly hear watching this. So just be clear, guys, that somebody said LA small. It is. Icky slandering my name, talking shit about me is not new. It's not new. Horrible people will try to abuse me, fail, and walk away frustrated and embarrassed, and then lie on me. That happens to me all the time, because guess what? And this is what I'm going to take the video down for a second. The thing that I teach in my class is how to be an inconvenient victim. I can be the nicest person in the room. I can be the most emotionally intelligent person in the room. I'm not a good victim. If you victimize me, you will walk away embarrassed and or frustrated. Good. Stop fucking playing with me. I do it on purpose. I was an inconvenient victim to someone. And because that person is cool with one of Amanda's best friends, that's how Amanda was able to see my video, because he was probably talking shit. He was probably talking shit, right? And so please recognize, even in a room of 3 versus 1, a week after a heartbreak, when you're finding out on camera that your friends are haters, if you are emotionally intelligent, it will always be tricky to victimize you. Not impossible, but really fucking hard. And whoever does it doesn't walk away feeling satisfied. I make it a point that anybody who takes advantage of me sees it as a hollow victory, right? You might have got one over on me, but now you're licking your wounds and you're embarrassed. Good. All right, let's get back to the episode.
And I've gotten literally, since I posted this, about 127 DMs for people saying the same thing. So for those of us who are artistic and working on it, I think it's a little dangerous what she's doing. I think it's dangerous.
I can agree with, again, the two things being true. Like you said, putting that lady's full name out there, that's very dangerous, because again, she has family out here. If the lady is dead or alive, we don't know. If she's dead, people could target her family, could say X, Y, and Z. But at the same time, how do we know she wasn't racist? And that was also Amanda's experience. She's just speaking out about it.
Okay.
And so it's like, this is my experience. I'm speaking out about it. Tell it, because that's the world we live in now.
You can tell the whole story without her name, though. You can tell the entire story without her name.
And it's like, look at times where things, again, going back to just Emmett Till. We glad we know that lady name, because look what happened.
So here's what's so funny, guys. When I asked myself, Blue, how can you defend posting this video and exposing what Lulu and Jeff have done to you when Ike is the one who threatened you? Number one, they were an essential part of the story because they weaponized him against me. And number two, this point that Jeffrey's making is what finally fully changed my mind. He is saying that if Amanda Seals is telling her truth about someone who's caused her harm, then she is allowed to share it and even include a name because that person caused her harm and it's her story to tell. Thank you, Jeffrey. This is why I feel like you gave me permission to post this video talking about you. Isn't it funny what happens when your logic is turned on you, huh? I'll never feel bad for posting this video because of this, what he just said right here.
I'm just gonna say this: Amanda's been wrong before and said people's names and didn't apologize. And so, as a journalist who's had to repeatedly cover her, I know people who love her, adore her, and say she's a sweet girl. I know people who have said that she said things that were irresponsible and didn't do due diligence because she was convinced she was right and didn't do due diligence. As someone who's known people on both sides, if you've been called out for saying people's names without due diligence, why not say, I'll play it safe and just say there was a racist lady in my school who did X, Y, and Z? The story could still be prevalent. What do you get from saying her full name? And my thing is, that shows someone who hasn't learned.
Yeah.
And I've never seen her act as if she's learned through improved behavior. And that's what I find dangerous.
Right. I think what is a
No, but
part of it-
I want somebody else to talk to. I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to.
because
I
it was
think
a diversion to my point that
I
thought
think
should've
I
been
think
able to
Amanda,
rebuttal.
Okay,
she's
sorry.
Yeah, let me
obviously
fucking run the show. Just
intelligent, well spoken,
And Lulu, I want to hear from you too. As
and
well.
does great work. I've been to one of her variety shows, and it was a great experience. The only thing is, everybody can be wrong, and everybody knows that. There needed to be the fact that there was a whole interview and there was no accountability
Not
on
once.
anything being done on anything. I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna tell you, if I did a confessional tomorrow and somebody said I did some things, I probably did. Okay.
Did you see what he just said? If I did a confessional tomorrow and someone said I did some things, I probably did. Yo, everybody is telling on themselves from the past. Our very last phone call, I said, Icky, I can take responsibility for all the mistakes that I made. What have you done wrong? He said, absolutely nothing. I've done nothing wrong this entire time. That's what made me hang up on him and never talk to him again. I said, in 5 months, Icky, you've never done anything wrong in 5 months? Wow, you're Jesus Christ. He said, nope, I've never done anything wrong. So to hear the old him before whatever it was made his weak mind turn on me, the old him believed that it would be impossible to be in any situation that you've co-created and done nothing wrong. And this current him that likes to threaten people publicly said to me, Blue, I'm perfect. I've never done anything wrong with you. Never done anything wrong. This is making me miss the old him. It really is.
Out of 10 or out of 20, there must be something you did wrong.
You can't be
that
you can't be perfect.
you can't be completely.
I agree.
That was the only red flag in the interview, was the fact that she said, I don't know, Shannon. I'm just smart.
Yes.
I'm just so smart. I've been smart my whole life. They just wouldn't like that I'm smart.
But also, out of a three-hour interview, we watched 35, maybe 40 minutes of it.
Whoa, Jeff.
So to say that I'm gonna be hold on, no, because I feel like, and this is speaking from somebody who has had a bad experience with Amanda.
We watched a full hour and then watched the last 20
We
minutes.
did not get to a full hour because I remember as we kept skipping on the thing, the time.
He didn't start skipping until 45 minutes, Jeff.
Again, out of
He didn't start skipping until 45 minutes.
3-hour interview, we
did 2 hours though.
No, we did not do 2 hours.
Jeffrey,
I was there.
So was I, and I got mad at
it
the
was
2
a lot
hour
of people.
Yeah,
I think it was a lot of people that wanted
not
to
true.
hate watch and automatically think. And I'm not talking about us. I'm talking about from.
Oh, you're definitely not talking about me.
Yeah, I'm talking about from what I've seen
Yeah.
from the whole thing.
No.
It was a lot of people that's you, that wanted to hate watch and go into it already hating Amanda.
But pause though. What does that have to do with us though, Jeffrey?
Because we didn't watch the 3-hour interview. Because I'm sorry. Because Ike said,
there was no accountability.
There was no accountability.
So Jeff is taking the task that I didn't let them watch a 3-hour Amanda Seals interview at my birthday dinner. Remember when I said that Bridget's husband Cheat said that he knew that Ike wasn't the person for me? When I said, hey, can we not spend my birthday dinner watching this Amanda Seals interview? And he let Jeff and Lulu egg him on into just fast forwarding a little bit, but not turning it off. And he said, how selfish is it that you came to her birthday dinner and you would not let her have the moment that she wanted because you wanted to watch this fucking interview in her time? Jeff is now using the fact that I wouldn't let them finish watching the interview at my birthday as a way to invalidate all the points that I've made. That's nasty work.
There was no. In what we watched, yeah, I will agree with you. In what we watched, we did not sit and watch all 3 hours because today Amanda posted that she was happy with the interview. And also other people.
That's off.
But then, no, because then can I finish?
Okay, Jeff. Okay, Jeff.
But then to go into the comments and again see where this is like, half the world is like, yes, we saw accountability. Yes, we saw accountability. And half the world is like, we did not see. We did not see. Again, who's to say what is right and what is wrong in it? Yesterday she hated the fact that she got edited, though.
Yeah, I
Oh,
don't.
yes, as soon as the
Yeah,
interview dropped.
I don't.
There's a lot of different things going on.
There's a lot of different things going on, and I think what the point you're making doesn't speak to what we're saying, though.
Yeah.
It speaks to no. What Ike was saying is that he saw no accountability in the interview. Ike did watch the whole 3 hours.
I will say this: before Shannon Sharp, she existed in this world, and we all
Jeff,
knew
you
her.
don't know what I
intimately.
watched this morning.
Yeah, I was.
Jeff, you don't know what I woke
like,
up
oh,
to.
he's speaking for Ike.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Did you watch all 3 hours?
I had coffee.
That's a yes or no. Did you like all 3 hours?
Yes, I had coffee and I watched Amanda Seals.
Watched all 3 hours.
Seal that.
I will say this. I will say this. Yeah, I don't think it's. I don't.
You like a shot,
Right. Amanda Seals existed before the Shannon Sharp interview, and so if she suddenly took accountability in those 3 hours, and during, mind you, I hit rewind at the 45-minute mark, and then we watched another 20 minutes. So I disagree that it was 30 minutes, but that's not how math works. We watched an hour. And I will say this, I talked to several people afterwards because I was like, I did not watch it. I want to hear what everybody thinks.
Mm-hmm.
People who like her, people who know her, people who have friends who have slept with her and dated her. Like I know, I'm telling you to counter you acting like me having fast forward means I can't speak. I'm saying a lot of people
It's
who,
not like you can't.
no, but let me just, I'm clear.
I want to hear this too,
No,
though.
but
Jeff,
I spill tea, so can I spill it?
She about to spill tea for us,
So
and you know.
I know people who know her very intimately on both sides. People who were rooting for this to absolve her, who were disappointed, and who know her intimately, who are not haters, who are not on the outside, who have been to brunches with her, who are rooting for her. I was rooting for her. And so my thing is, as a Black woman who is both gifted, autistic, and has ADHD in the media sphere, she literally is the archetype that people associate me with. Amanda Seals gets tagged in my post at least once a week because people think that we should be friends.
Yeah.
So she literally speaks for me. I have every reason to root for her. And I'm constantly disappointed by the lack of ability to say, sometimes maybe it is me. And that is bigger than a fucking 3-hour interview. And that's what I'm disappointed in. I stand on that because the hubris that I'm feeling that this might give her concerns me because there was an opportunity. I hate what they did to her in Ebony. I spoke out for her when they did those interviews. I spoke out for her and said, can the people who love her, who know me, go check on her because I'm worried about her. I don't even know the lady like that, but I know a lot of her friends. I can speak out for Amanda when she gets it right. I just get nervous that like Monique, she knows how to take her brilliance and her valid points and uses that to hide her hubris. And that to me is creating this wave of Black women who are just as toxic as the niggas they complain about, but have a noble way to hide behind it. And that's a wave that I don't want. I don't think feminism means we get to be as fucked up as the niggas were. I don't think feminism means that women get to be as toxic as men. And unfortunately, the Amandas and the Moniques of the world are starting to make me feel that's the new wave. And that is dangerous to me. That's fucking dangerous.
I completely understand that. My one takeaway though.
Now y'all quiet.
Coming for Issa Rae. Again, love Amanda Seals. There was nothing on, but it was more so I just couldn't understand how you could make Issa Rae a Capricorn woman pick between she said Vanessa, right? Vanessa was her right hand.
Mm-hmm.
Vanessa was.
Remember how I told you that Ike told me that he likes to figure out how to manipulate women based on their zodiacs? He's literally confirming this.
The handler, right? The
Yeah.
publicist, the person that handles basically Vanessa was her assassin. And she said she had issues with Vanessa. And then she asked Issa to pick between her and Vanessa. And I said, hey, I'm not a Capricorn. I'll tell you right now. I'll make the decision for you.
Shout out to the Capricorn.
Okay?
10 toes down.
It's basically the bag or you, baby girl. And I'm not. Vanessa's going to stay right next to me for the rest of my career. I don't think she was
and
ready.
Issa was still cutting her checks.
Is her publicist, right?
Yeah. I don't think Issa was ready to lose her publicist over
someone who's already
drama.
turned off.
But I guess
that.
for me, it would depend. Again, I think the relationship wasn't that great between the two of them before that.
No, but she actually said she called. She said they had a phone conversation.
Yeah, about that.
About
but I'm saying her and Issa's. It's not like they went to.
No, yeah, it wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't.
It wasn't not great.
I think, but to be fair, she alluded to the fact that she wasn't on Issa's YouTube earlier on.
So I'm not going to say names. Someone recently told me the real reason why Amanda's and Issa's publicist are not good. And now that I know the real reason, I completely agree with the publicist. Now that I've been told the actual reason they have beef, Amanda was wrong. Amanda was wrong. She was wrong.
Yeah.
And when Issa got on, she felt a way about Issa getting credit for her show. She did allude to that.
Do you know why Vanessa didn't like her? Do we know that?
I'm going to say this. I'm going to have to
my
recuse myself from this part because I know all parties involved and cannot say anything.
I can see like that's different.
Yeah,
I guess for
I don't
public
want to
consumption because the interview is public and people have public perceptions of Amanda. Do we
All
know
I'm gonna say
why
is,
Vanessa,
Vanessa,
does
I don't
not
know
like
who
her.
you are, but like Jesus, man, I am.
Because she has moved in a way that has been found off-putting and irreproach, like beyond
Vanessa
reproach.
or
Amanda?
What we're saying is she
Vanessa.
wronged
Vanessa
when
has
she got on the
moved in a
phone
way.
No,
from the
Vanessa.
interview.
Amanda turned off Vanessa the way she turns off everybody, and so Vanessa was just about it and said, "I
Right.
don't fuck with you."
So was it
'Cause-
one of those things where at the beginning of Amanda's interview where she was like, when she was young in elementary school
No,
or
no,
in
later
college,
on.
and the girls was like, "Oh, we don't like you." She's like, "I got a bottle of tequila, set them all down, said, why don't you like me?"
No, actually
Is
wasn't.
it one of those? 'Cause
No.
I don't know why.
No, in the interview,
Even that
she
story, she told on herself in that story too.
Yeah, in the interview, she calls Vanessa and said, "I don't know why you don't like me, but it's not my problem." She tells her off basically, and from all accounts, for what it looks like, I don't know why, but ever since that call, apparently, that was when Amanda Seals' life was never the same.
Here's the thing. If I am someone who unintentionally is rubbing people the wrong way, and a bunch of people tell me you have been rubbing us the wrong way. By the way, this happened to me. The story that she said about the thing that college, it actually happened to me as a neurodivergent person. First week of college, a bunch of kids from high school called me and told me, we were always scared of you, X, Y, and Z, and now that you're off in college, we can finally tell you. You know what I did? I listened to what they said, and from their perspective, I could see why they were upset, even though that wasn't my intention. We get a conversation about it, and two of them ended up being my best friends. And when I was literally the exact same verbatim situation, we don't fucking like you, and now that we're in college, we can finally tell you. I didn't use it as a thing as, I don't know why nobody likes me. I'm just smart. I have an IQ of 145. I'm just fucking smart. I didn't do that. I said, I want to hear your perspective. And I learned from the perspective that things that I was doing that I meant no harm from were still causing harm. And I adjusted and became very close to them. So again, I say, as someone who was walked in Amanda Seals' shoes more than the average fucking person, there are all these missed opportunities that not her autism, but her ego robbed her of fixing, or at least doing her part to learn from. And that's what makes me sad. I'm not demonizing her. I'm not saying that she's never been hit with racism or whatever. But when you're constantly being off-putting and don't ever stop and say, how do I do my part at least to mitigate damage, you're going to always get these results until you find a way to play victim and get clapped for. And that's not how growth happens.
I mean, I think it's true. Some people don't see themselves how they show up. Because Blue, I'm pretending we know you are a great person, but Blue, to the public, you might be a bitch, and you don't know that because we're always saying you're a great person.
Guys, after all this happened, he said, Blue, a perfect example of why we should show Amanda grace. The people watching this episode are probably gonna think you're a bitch, right? But we know and love you. This man just called me a bitch on my show after spending 90 minutes now, because we're towards the end. This man spent 90 minutes trying to attack me and failing. He had 2 accomplices and they still failed. 3-on-1, and I still beat them without breaking a sweat. And now he's saying, perfect example of why we should show Amanda Grace. Blue, perfect example. The public watching this is probably gonna think you're a bitch, right? But still, we know and love you. I'm the bitch here. Someone said, that's not the public, that's your opinion. Bitch, do y'all realize that these motherfuckers came after me repeatedly and I kept my cool? And this man, 90 minutes in, after realizing that he couldn't best me intellectually, just called me a bitch to my face. And spoiler alert, he's going to repeat it again. And it's going to be a moment, I remember this happening. There was a moment where he called me a bitch a second time after this moment. I said, Jeff, you got one more time to call me a bitch. You got one more fucking time to call me a bitch. And this time you can't call me a thug. Oh, man. He called me a thug and a bitch on my own fucking show, and then sent me a text message to the group chat to me and Lulu saying, hey, Blue, I see you've been doing shows with other people. I missed the show. When are we taping again? Nigga, fuck you.
We love
I love you back.
Right. We're like, we love you and we know your heart. So we know that. But when the public come around, you just be like, no, Blue, actually, to the public, you appear to be a bitch. So I think that might be a case of
Jeff,
Amanda.
are you saying this as fact?
Yeah, because you're saying like it's fact.
I'm saying, I think, no, one thing.
You're
you always give me Mr. Guilty Grace. I'm thinking Amanda just doesn't realize how she shows up. She thinks, because maybe at her core.
But it's not because she's not being told, she's being willfully ignorant.
Maybe at her core, maybe Amanda is a lovely, great person. I know people.
Hitler, yeah.
I know people that know her that is like, y'all are getting it all wrong. Amanda's this person, but Amanda doesn't see how she shows up to Joe Schmo.
Exactly.
That could be really what it is. So,
also, Amanda's a triple cancer.
Huh?
I think we need to rid of that. She's a triple cancer, and just because of that, I am sorry. We
The
have all
fact that
failed
she's
you.
a triple cancer, I feel like explains everything.
Her switchblade.
That's
is
what I'm
always
saying.
ready.
I think we all failed
It
you,
literally,
and we will never get it right.
it's impossible.
And I'm sorry all the
Yeah.
time. I'm sorry all the time for now, for the future, and for everything else that's going to happen. I
We're
don't.
gonna be okay.
We're gonna pivot away from Amanda. 'Cause I don't want it to be the Amanda show, but I will say this for the people who are watching, whether you agree with Jeff or Ike or Lulu or me or whoever, I just want to say there's no neurological disability that absolves you of just doing your best to do better as a decent human being and realizing that your intention doesn't negate your impact.
That's a very general statement, man. There might be something else. Something else might pop up tomorrow. You don't know.
But
With neurological challenges.
Right. They be changing that
They
thing
be
every
checking
6 months.
every new thing pop up.
no, but I'm saying as somebody who's lived it, I've done it, so I know that it's not physically impossible.
Mhm.
I'm saying that you can show a neurological somebody with a neurological disability grace
Mhm.
while still giving them opportunities to be accountable within reason.
Yeah.
And I will say this is gonna be very problematic.
Oh.
I knew that being differently abled was not an excuse not to be a bitch the day that somebody with a wheelchair ran over my foot on purpose.
Oh,
We were having an argument and I was being kinder to her than she earned because I was like, well, she's in a wheelchair. I don't want to yell at the girl with the wheelchair. She called me a bitch and ran over my foot on purpose. I was like, you're a person.
Were you being a bitch?
No.
Oh.
Everybody was actually like, no.
I'm
let's
like,
be very clear.
let's go.
You got
What
one more time-
happened?
You got one more time to call me a bitch in the show, Jeff. New co-host.
So,
You got one more time to call me a bitch in the show, Jeff. New co-host, and that was prophetic. Jeff said, "Were you being a bitch?" Do y'all see now why Wolf pulled Bridget aside the next morning and said, "Please check on your friend"? Wolf is watching all of this, disgusted. I've never had a producer pull aside somebody who wasn't in the room out of concern. Wolf is literally in the room. He's the only other person in the room. Wolf watched this and literally said to Bridget the next day, "Yo, check on your friend," because I hadn't had a chance to tell her yet. Jeff called me a bitch a third time. He called me a bitch within 3 minutes when he realized the microaggressions. Oh my God. Yeah. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Before I posted this, I started to feel bad. Like, damn, they're innocent and all this. No, they're not. No, they're not. My spirit guides knew what they were doing when they told me last night to do this.
Yeah,
No,
I just think-
seriously.
No, because
you might have
Seriously, you've
triggered
been
something to
going on
your
her.
hypothetical was
Your
very
hypothetical-
bitchy.
your hypothetical, yeah.
You said people might think she's a bitch,
Yeah.
but when she's been a bitch, it's not a bitch.
Yeah. I was like, you good?
Jeff.
Seriously.
Mind you, how Ike is the only person defending me to my own fucking friends, and Lulu just keeps cackling at him. So remember the part of the story when I said Lulu was drunk at dinner and said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but I agree with Ike." Does that not hit different now that you're seeing it with your own eyes? This just makes my story 10 times more credible. And again, this is one of the nicest receipts I have. I have nasty receipts. I keep showing you guys the nice receipts. They are nasty receipts, I promise you.
We can talk about it after. But no, the thing that's interesting is I'm sorry.
Don't laugh at him.
Oh, no, now it's not funny. Okay, now it's not funny.
Even Jeff is saying, why do you keep laughing with him? Even Jeff, your fellow hater, is like, bitch, you're doing a lot. Let's play that back. Let's play that back. I want to watch that again. I want to watch that again. Even Jeff is like, girl, I know we great to be fucking haters because we're jealous of this bitch, but like, how dare you?
I've done it, so I know that it's not physically impossible.
Mhm.
I'm saying that you can show somebody with a neurological disability grace
Mhm.
while still giving them opportunities to be accountable within reason.
Yeah.
And I will say this is gonna be very problematic.
Oh.
I knew that being differently abled was not an excuse not to be a bitch the day that somebody with a wheelchair ran over my foot on purpose.
Oh.
We were having an argument and I was being kinder to her than she earned because I was like, well, she's in a wheelchair. I don't want to yell at the girl with the wheelchair. She called me a bitch and ran over my foot on purpose. I was like, you're a person.
Were you being a bitch?
No.
Oh.
Everybody was actually like, no.
I'm
Let's
like,
be very clear.
let's go. What happened?
You got one more time to call me a bitch in the show, Jeff. New co-host.
So again, I just
seriously.
think
No, because
you might have
Seriously, you've
triggered
been
something to
going on
your
her.
hypothetical was
Your
very
hypothetical-
bitchy.
your hypothetical, yeah. It was-
You said people might think she's a bitch,
Yeah.
but when she's been a bitch, it's not a bitch.
Yeah. I was like, you good?
Jeff.
Seriously, we can talk about it after. But no, the thing that's interesting is
We did. And we fucking did.
Don't laugh at him.
Oh, no, that's not funny. Okay, now it's not funny. Right, now it's not funny. That's not jokes, right?
Yo, I was joking.
But that's the thing that happens is everybody has an ego.
Everybody got
Just because you have a disability doesn't mean you don't have a fucking ego.
Sure.
And so to pretend like moments where your ego is clearly jacking off in people's faces that it's not your ego and it's your disability, I'm sorry, until something changes or I get struck by lightning, I'm gonna call Cap.
We used to have this girl. She was in a wheelchair.
Oh, no. We're not doing that. No, okay, we're pivoting. Jeffrey, no, we're pivoting.
So mean.
Jeffrey, we're pivoting.
So mean.
Jeffrey.
Shots. Next one. Let's go.
Jeff said we had every right to take the screws out of wheels.
No, that's to agree. Look, to agree with Blue's point.
No,
To agree with Blue's point.
don't put my name in it. How am I getting it? No,
Because
I don't
sometimes
need
you
you.
mean.
No, I don't need your. I don't
Jeff
need
And it
said
does
we
not
took the
absolve
ribs
you.
off her wheels.
right.
And she made
Wait,
No, we were too scared to do
deserve
that.
that.
We were too scared.
No.
Mama was mean.
Okay, you
She
guys.
was mean.
You guys, I'm taking the show back.
I have witnesses.
Okay.
She was mean.
I will say this. We're never doing episode of Humanize if I've been. So, we're never doing episode of Humanized when I can't mask because the show has gone off the rails. I apologize. The reason why I'm happy we did do it though is I do think watching someone in Amanda's shoes deal with what it feels like when you feel attacked and how there's a variety of ways you can deal with
So
it.
you think
It's
that
very
she
meta.
is neurodivergent?
No, there's something in there, babe. There's something in there. But I think there might be. I'm not sure. How do I say this nicely? There are a lot of neurodivergencies that can be in place. Autism and ADHD are just the most popular ones to call out.
Sure.
So she might have LCD. She has something, but OCD doesn't explain her being a
That's
bitch.
what I meant by what you said.
What?
There's no neurological disorder that allows you to do that. Because I'm like, they
No,
might
no.
pop up with a one that allows you to be rude. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Should be all over the
It's not
place.
rude. Don't say that because
It's a neurological that allows you to be rude.
no.
Oh my God.
Damn, nah,
I'm sorry.
No.
If you didn't know,
No.
there's a disorder that allows you
No,
to be
No,
rude.
pause. I'm gonna have
No,
to clean.
I didn't
I'm
know.
not want to for the time.
Yeah,
I have to clean this video
clean up.
first.
That was funny.
No, it's very funny, but
Larry saved me. Jeff.
if you know how much this studio costs,
But
Jeffrey,
clearly
Jeff,
you were
I'm about to-
joking.
Jeffrey,
No, I don't know. I
we
don't know.
laugh too, Jeffrey. I just have to pivot because this costs a lot of fucking money to be on this.
Jeff, let's pivot from my
Y'all
PR.
said it.
Pivot,
Jeff,
my
my
heavens.
PR. My PR, Jeff.
Jesus Christ. What's the neurological
You better
disability
tell a
not letting me
joke.
pivot?
You're
You're right. Choices are exhausting, bruh. I just want to
I'm just
pivot.
saying.
I just want to pivot.
Oh,
It was funny.
The Gemini rising is everything.
It was funny.
Oh.
Nobody said it wasn't. I need to pivot because this studio is really fucking.
So there was a moment that had just happened. I'm a Taurus and so is Jeffrey. And so in response to me not being able to get Jeffrey to shut the fuck up and Lulu stop laughing, I look at Ike and I said, you're right, Tauruses can be exhausting, right? Because he talks about how me and his mother are both Taurus women. So I'm saying, yes, Ike, you're right. Tauruses can be exhausting. And then he says, yeah, but your Gemini rising is amazing. Even in this moment, he's still trying to affirm me while still staying on their good side. It felt like he was a middle child, like arguing with his siblings. He's giving me compliments and trying to affirm me one-on-one and constantly staring at me, as you can see from this freeze frame. Whenever I freeze frame it, Ike is staring at me. I think after watching this video with context, nobody will ever say that I made up our connection. If this is how Ike looks at me with the lights on in a studio with 5 other people, imagine what was happening for 12 hours in a candlelit restaurant while he's telling me I'm beautiful. Just imagine, right? So there's a moment that's coming up between me and Jeff where me and Jeff finally explode. Lulu's been showing her ass the entire time with Jeff is supporting cast, but there's a moment towards the end, and we're at the end right now, where Jeff finally lets his mask fall off. And the way Jeff's mask fall off is what makes me realize, because this entire time I'm thinking that Lulu is the hater and Jeff is her co-captain. We were all wrong, guys. Jeff has been the villain this entire time. And it wasn't until the end of the show that I realized it. And I kept realizing it through things that happened afterwards. So we're all saying shit about Lulu, but I promise you the real villain here is not Lulu. She's a villain sidekick, but the real villain here is not Lulu. And yes, I did talk to Peaches and she pulled cards and she agreed.
Expensive.
Okay.
All right. So I was saying that neurological disabilities are often mistaken for being rude, Ike.
Yes.
So we're not saying that it's not a reason for you being mistaken for being rude. We're saying that even when you're mistaken for being rude, you still have to take accountability. That's all. Shit. Lord.
Ooh, damn.
We're going to hell.
Wolf, it ain't no AC up in here. What's going on? Shit.
I know my answers went through. I really do. It's like, okay.
All right.
So we're gonna pivot to something fun.
All right.
Yay!
Hopefully y'all can see the sweat.
Oh, because the show.
We gotta do a shot. Come on, quick shot. So we got 8
Okay.
minutes.
Oh, did you hit pause or are we still rolling? Oh, can you hit pause?
Cut that out.
Hit pause. Yeah, I'm gonna ask you something I don't want to be on the show.
Cut that out.
Oh shit. Okay, well I ask you afterwards.
He done told everybody we don't pay our bills.
All right.
He
So
said, hey.
Guys, what did I say at the beginning? I'm the only person footing this bill, right? This show alone cost me almost $1,000. This one episode, and we did 3 of them, and that's not including the Airbnbs and everything else, and the food and everything else. The shots themselves were like $200 to buy 12 herbal shots in Harlem. So I kept on saying, guys, I'm not being rude, but I'm the only one paying for the show, and when you go over, I'm going to be sending an invoice, not you, because they do send invoices when you go over. Wolf is now telling us that we only have 8 minutes left, even though we've only gotten through 3/4 of the fucking itinerary of what was supposed to be a show that landed beautifully. Plot twist, the show is not going to land beautifully.
Y'all gotta get out of here in 8 minutes.
No, but y'all see why I keep on trying to pivot because
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
shit like
I want to
this.
do all you know because you really
We don't
spent
have
time and got
time.
all
No,
of
we
these.
don't
I
have
mean,
time.
you already got so many amazing bits. So
No, we
Yeah.
did, but I'm saying moving forward, guys, when I'm pivoting, I'm not being rude. It's because of stuff like this. Like there's a whole rest of the show that we didn't get to do because of all the times you guys didn't let me pivot. All right, so we're gonna try to do rapid fire. These you have to answer very quickly because we only have like 10 minutes.
Okay.
It's hard being a producer and a host, guys. It's really hard.
We love it here.
You know, it's been fun.
It's been fun, but I'm really sad we're not gonna get to finish the rest of the roster. All right.
Damn.
All right. That means you have to come back.
Yeah.
That's all.
One of y'all's coming back at least.
Yeah. I'm here. I'm New York.
What the fuck? We live in LA.
We live in LA.
It's 3-on-1.
Ike, you gotta come to LA.
Right.
Yeah,
Ooh,
I'll find
spring
my
coming.
way. I'll find. That's the thing.
Wow.
Wow.
We'll talk off camera. Jesus Christ.
All right, guys.
Well, when Ike comes to LA, whenever that happens in the 2075, we will do another show with him. Y'all ready? All right.
Mind you, that was me taking a dig. I was like, at this point, I don't need you to come to LA, my nigga. You've made it clear you'd rather go to Mexico. You don't need to come to LA. So I'm like, yeah, y'all talking about when he should come. He's not fucking coming. Watch what he says when I tell the audience, let's not wait for Ike to come to LA because it's never going to happen. The woman who's obsessed with you is telling the audience that she has no hope of you ever coming to see her, but she's obsessed though, right? She's obsessed and delusional. Okay.
Are there any gender? And this is rapid fire, so you have to answer quick. There can't be no
Pew,
story.
pew,
Piece of that
So
question.
is it one person going or I gotta go next?
Everybody has to go fast.
I just need you to be ready. I'm
All right.
next after Jeff.
Okay.
Let's go around the couch. Come
Yeah.
back to Blue.
Don't do round count. There's me on the spot.
You guys,
Oh,
this is why we
Wait,
didn't get to finish the fucking show.
Oh,
Who's
all right,
first?
okay, okay. Okay.
Everybody want to be a
rapid fire,
producer. Okay.
Rapid fire. Shoot
Rapid
off.
fire.
Shoot off.
Okay. We're starting with Ike, Jeffrey, Lulu, and then me if I have time. If you guys listen.
All right.
Are there any gender roles that you do subscribe to?
Masculine.
Not a fucking gender role.
What about it? What the fuck? A sentence will help. Yes.
It's my Roman Empire. I like being a man.
Okay.
They really think about the Roman Empire.
I think also-
How many times
I
have you
think
seen
also-
Gladiator?
do literally rapid
Oh my
fire.
God,
Please.
Fire.
Oh my
no.
heaven.
My answer is no.
No
No.
fire.
No. My answer is no.
I
Blue.
hate it here. Okay, hit it.
Blue. I mean, Blue.
Roman Empire.
No, are there any gender roles that you sorry, are there any gender roles that you subscribe to?
Yes, the man should be bigger than the woman.
Oh.
Bigger in what way, babe?
Oh, we going down that rabbit hole?
In
yeah.
all ways.
Oh. She said,
I-
we know rapid
ways.
fire.
Penis.
Okay.
I hope his
Kinda
penis
stuff.
is bigger than his woman's penis.
And then let's
What-
call
what?
a clitoris. A clitoris is a baby penis. Yeah.
Yeah, this is true.
If my clit is bigger than your dick, we got problems with this.
Right.
We're in a lesbian
Got
relationship.
problems,
How
yeah.
soon do you need to find out about that?
Ooh.
Within a month. Yeah. After a month, it's like you just playing my face. All right. So, I have the answer. Fuck.
We like a big clitoris. Everything else is a treasure hunt. Okay, sorry, go on.
Okay, my answer is yes.
I like Barbie pussy.
That's a kitty's mouth. Okay, right. Okay, come on, so-
I've already said the consequences of you guys doing this.
No, we don't listen.
Yes, the answer is yes. There are gender roles that I do subscribe to sexually and in the home.
Pause for a second. What are you guys asking? Was this a dig? What do you guys think was a dig? Put it in the comments. Y'all keep saying, was that a dig? What did you guys think was a dig? Because you know I've been having epiphanies this entire life. Did I miss another one? They're being so shady. I'm happy we're watching it back because what was the dig? If somebody can write in the comments, what do you think was a dig? Please let me know. All right. Somebody said, y'all pray for Lulu. Make sure you have the day that she deserves.
Sexually, what's the gender role in the sexually? You the only one getting.
Yeah, you like being a good
Unless you're with a
girl
woman.
or
No, there are men who get pegged and shit.
Oh,
Yeah, but-
her saying she needs her man to be bigger because I'm bigger than Ike. Ike's fetish is big girls. He actually thinks that it makes more sense when a thin man's with a big girl. So if that's a dick from her part, then baby, he thinks you're built like a boy, but go off.
You having sex with a man, you ain't only you dated a man, you only pegging him? That's a gay man.
No, nigga, I said I agree. I said I agree with the gender roles of me actually acting like a heterosexual woman during sex.
okay,
Oh,
there
so you
we
don't
go.
wanna
You
peg
said
him.
yeah.
Are there any gender roles that you subscribe to? And I said sexually. So anything that's a gender role sexually.
you
So
don't
you're
wanna peg him.
submissive
Yeah, I
sexually.
I think pegging
Yes.
is a part of it, Jeff.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're submissive
so-
sexually. That's what it means. Yeah.
I'm submissive sexually, the whole daddy thing, like all of it. Good girl, all of it.
Yeah.
It's very, yeah. All right.
I noticed I said good girl, she answered.
A typical what that is?
I said good girl, you answer. I said, oh, guilty.
Mhm.
Let's rewind. Oh, we got to this part. We're talking about sex. And out of nowhere, Ike says, good girl. Do y'all remember the what happened during the live on Thursday? This is Thursday. This show was taped on a Thursday. On Tuesday night, Ike took me to a birthday dinner at Balthazar that I ended up having to pay for. And he said, Blue, I've been asking you over and over again what happened in Jamaica. What happened in Jamaica? I tell him the story about me sleeping with the personal trainer. And I tell him the moment where I knew that I might fuck him was when I was lost and couldn't figure out what to go. And I said, can you please leave? And the waves were crashing. And under the moonlight, he licked his lips and said, good girl, let me lead. Right? And I said, Ike, I'm going to be honest. That man licked his lips and said, good girl. And I never felt like so demure in my life. In this live, after several attempts to unsuccessfully talk about our shit, but Jeff and Lulu are being such haters, he can't get it off the way he wants to. He then calls me good girl on the look at the way he's looking at me. He calls me good girl. And when I don't respond, because I'm like, I know he didn't just say good girl, because he and I know exactly what that means. He repeats it again, like I asked her if she's a good girl and she didn't respond, y'all. He repeats it again. Now, let me ask you this. If your coworker, because this is the story he's now telling, if your coworker who's obsessed with you, who you have no interest in, tells you that she's gotten her back blown out by a personal trainer in Jamaica, would you come on the show and talk about how you now hate gym bros and ask her if she can be a good girl for you the way she was for him? Why would you say that to a coworker who's obsessed who you don't like? I've had people who had crushes on me who I didn't like. I would never see someone who I didn't like find somebody else and feel anything other than relief, right? But the show starts with him talking about how he doesn't like gym bros, which could have been true beforehand. So I'm not saying that this is the first time he's ever said he doesn't like gym bros, but he makes it a point to talk about gym bros and then accidentally triggers me into talking about how tired I am from getting my back blown out. And now that we're about to end the show, he calls me a good girl and says she didn't respond when I just called her a good girl. Y'all, I didn't even consider this a receipt, but this is a bigger receipt. I thought I was just confronting an awkward moment, but this has been a receipt that I didn't even clock. So let's play that back real quick. There is so much happening. Yeah, I need to work on this script. There is so much fucking happening. And somebody said, Blue, don't say you're going to work on the script because when somebody says your idea, nobody can write this like I can. I think we've all learned. People try to steal my shit all the time, and nobody can do me like I can do me. And that should be true for all of us. The way I would write it, it's not going to be the same.
Everything else is a treasure hunt. Okay, sorry. go on.
Okay, my answer is yes.
I like Barbie pussy.
That's a kitty's mouth. Okay, right here.
I've already said the consequences of you guys doing this. Yes, the answer is yes. There are gender roles that I do subscribe to sexually and in the home.
Sexually, what's the gender role in the sexually? You the only one getting.
Yeah, you like being a good
Unless you're with a
girl
woman.
or
You like
No, there are men who get pegged and shit.
Yeah, but if
Oh.
you having sex with a man, you ain't only you dated a man, you only pegging him. That's a gay man.
No, nigga, I said I agree. I said I agree with the gender roles of me actually acting like a heterosexual woman during sex.
okay,
Oh, so
there
you
we
don't
go.
wanna
You
peg
said
him.
yeah.
Are there any gender roles that you subscribe to? And I said sexually. So anything that's a gender role sexually.
So you're submissive
Yeah, I
I
sexually.
think pegging
Yes.
is a part of it, Jeff.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
you're submissive
so-
sexually. That's what it means. Yeah.
I'm submissive sexually, the whole daddy thing, like all of it. Good girl, all of it.
Yeah.
It's very, yeah. All right.
I noticed I said good girl, she answered.
He said, I noticed that second question. She didn't answer.
A typical what that is?
I said good girl, you answer. I said, oh, guilty.
Mhm.
I said, good girl, and you didn't answer. Up, guilty. I don't have to speak for this man. I can just let him speak for himself. This freeze frame speaks for itself. Look how gagged I am that he brought it up a second time, and look at the look he's giving me. This is a guy, again, guys, if this is how he talks to me a week after we break up from being coworkers, if this is how he talks to me a week after he's friend zoned me, after finding out that I've slept with somebody else, how do you think he was talking to me in private before we broke up?
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. If you had to choose between amazing sex with a normal connection or an amazing connection with just normal sex, what would you choose?
Amazing connection, normal sex.
Amazing sex, normal connection.
Amazing connection, normal sex.
Amazing connection, normal sex. What is your biggest relationship pet peeve?
Lies.
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 Okay,
Lies.
Lulu, we're gonna go with Lulu next.
I hate bathroom water on the floor when you get out the shower and you just walk around the bathroom and it's just water all over the floor. There's a mat here, there's towels. Why is there water everywhere?
So you like Jeffrey, wetness bothers you when it's out of context.
Why the fuck is everything
Jeffrey,
wet?
don't go into wetness tangent. Okay. Mine, not being forthcoming. If I have to ask you a question to get an answer, you didn't tell me on your own, we're not gonna make
Damn.
it.
Oh wow. It's
Got
the
it.
opposite of mine.
What was yours?
Small talk.
Oof.
That's not the opposite at all.
I'm saying like so if you start just giving me information that just
No,
what it's
pertinent
about.
information like you fuck somebody or you lost a lot of money gambling. Like
okay, not like that. I'm talking about coming out and like, oh my god, it's hot in here, isn't it? Like, shut up.
Wow.
Wow.
God.
Okay.
Be specific.
Jeffrey, did you go? Oh,
I
Jeffrey.
did. I said
Okay.
lies.
Okay, so Lulu, you're gonna go first now.
Okay.
On a scale of 1 to 10, what would you rate your sexual ability and why?
Jeff about to
Right.
do 11.
Just about to be like,
Can we? Okay, you guys.
Yeah, shut up, preach.
This freeze frame pretty much sums up Jeff and Lulu the entire episode. Let's sit with this for a second. While you guys are posting, this man likes blue. My goodness, you at least once every 10 minutes somebody writes, "Look at the way he looks at her without me saying anything." Right? And while he's looking at me, look what my friends who are supposed to have my back, who know that I just got my heart broken, are doing instead. This screenshot speaks for us. This should have been the fucking screen grab for the show.
Lulu,
like we won a championship ring.
fuck like a bull.
Nigga,
Fuck like a bull. Oh. Okay, we're gonna skip Jeffrey on this. Lulu, what's your number and why?
Skip Jeffrey.
Yeah. Oh, I'm hot.
Actually, our friend James Bland.
Oh, Jeffrey, we don't have the time, friend.
Okay,
You talked so much earlier. I was trying to buy you time for this, nigga. I was trying. Here's the thing that's so funny.
Not as a testimony.
The reason why
it sounded that
So
way.
here's the thing. The reason why I was trying to buy us time was for this part, and y'all didn't listen. Now you have to pay for the consequences. Nope, never again. Unless you want to pay for another hour. All right, hit it, Lulu.
I feel like it.
A number and a reason. That's what we got time for.
Okay. I feel like that I'm like an 8 because like I feel like people enjoy having sexual time with me because they actually like me as a person.
It's beautiful.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I say an 8.5. That was my answer before, so I wish you had said an 8.5 or a 9. I say 8.5 because
Legs to the moon.
huh?
Is that legs to the moon?
Thank you for saying that. Ladies, cheat code, put cologne or perfume on your ankles. If you can smell them, that means you're doing it right. So no, seriously, it's a cheat code. I said 8.5 because my knees aren't as great as they used to be, and giving head upside down makes me my eyes water.
Oh.
Okay.
Ike.
Okay.
And Ike.
I'll say 6 because I think sex is subjective.
6. You gave yourself a 6.
No, do you guys notice that they never once asked the question or actually co-hosted the show in which they're co-hosts? And the only times that both of them say, "How about you, Ike? What's your answer, Ike?" is when they now want to know Ike's sexual number. The first time they co-host the entire show was at the very end when they want to know how good Ike is in bed. This is, and Lulu's answer is she's an 8 in bed because people like her personality. Is that why you're not wearing a bra? Because people like your personality?
8.5 because
Legs to the moon.
huh?
Is that legs to the moon?
Thank you for saying that. Ladies, cheat code, put cologne or perfume on your ankles. If you can smell them, that means you're doing it right. So no, seriously, it's a cheat code. I said 8.5 because my knees aren't as great as they used to be, and giving head upside down makes me my eyes water.
Oh.
Okay.
Ike.
Okay.
And Ike.
I'll say 6 because I think sex is subjective.
6. You gave yourself a 6.
No, Jeffrey.
Because I
They're
think sex is
disappointed.
subjective.
Jeffrey, you know
I'm
what he's doing?
sorry.
No, Nick,
I
do this all the time.
judged,
No,
and I
no.
apologize.
No, Jeffrey, every man I know gives a number like that so that he can't disappoint
I see
you.
why y'all have problems.
Mhm.
Got it.
Exactly.
You gave
6
yourself a this is off camera. Off
because
camera, we'll talk.
one 6 because sex is subjective because there's been times where like I got in there and I was like,
He said, you gave yourself a 6. I said, Jeffrey, hush. He said, fine, we'll talk about it afterwards. And he made the entire dinner conversation about it, just about this one question afterwards. We spent 90 fucking minutes at dinner of Jeff grilling Ike about why he's a 6, while I'm sitting between them.
oh, I'm about to be a good man.
And then what happened?
Double down. And I did that. And I did double down. And I, it was my Roman Empire. Okay, I won some wars. Now, there were times where I got in there and woof, I was like,
Yeah,
I was
but
like, no,
average
this
is down
isn't
to a 6.
No,
because sometimes it has plummeted below 6 so disappointingly, like, and it was only because I
And
didn't
you
want to be
judge
there.
yourself for it. That's what we're hearing.
Yeah, yeah.
See, what I was thinking is the reason why you're even giving these numbers is because that's what you do when you have sex with people.
What?
You judge them.
Ooh.
And so like you're like, I'm putting my number low because I don't know what someone else's experience is. Because I'm I think that's why.
Because I feel like
You're sexually judgy. That was
I am sexually
You
judged.
gave yourself a
100%.
6.
I knew it.
Yeah.
You don't give yourself.
To me, being sexually judgy is worse than a 6.
And also, you don't give yourself a number too high, man. People be stressing you out here.
No, because here's the thing. People who are sexually judging means that they're judging, which means that they're not talking. Because if you were talking, you could fix it. You wouldn't have to judge.
I guess.
I mean, you're not
The person who's talking, of course, Jeff is gay. Are you serious? Yes, Jeff is gay. Why do y'all keep asking that? He's gay.
communicating.
Right.
Yeah.
And for me, it's not giving myself a number because I'm so big on myself. No, mine is from the reviews.
We're running out of time, Jeffrey.
Oh, no, I got some
I
good
never
reviews.
pulled stuff out my ass.
Jeffrey, we're literally gonna not be able to
Okay,
finish
so
the
next
show.
But you're gonna cause a line outside the you're gonna.
You guys, oh my god,
I don't want a line. I'm good.
The show's over.
6.
Okay.
Okay.
So, what's the biggest misconception about you? We're gonna start with I guess we'll start with me.
Yes.
Because we
No, I love Blue because Blue sets the standard. So now I know. Because you set the standard. So that way I know, okay, I gotta
For
go
real.
up
Like
here
when you
or-
start with us, like I feel
Right,
like we might come across dumb.
we get in the gutter.
Yeah,
and
we
then
in the
Blue gotta
gutter.
clean it
Like,
up
you
for
know what
all
I'm
of us. You know,
Like we'll say something that she'll be like, yo, that answer was not
right,
it was not EQly accurate.
right. So now,
So, like I don't want to sound stupid.
ain't nobody
So
following you
start-
up.
You start so we get smart.
everybody in this room is smart. I wouldn't have invited you.
I thought I was outside of that. I thought they meant them too.
I don't know. I was trying to affirm them.
Now
and
you're
bring
making
them
it sexist,
No.
them too?
Yeah.
Because we know it's men you mean.
Oh.
We know.
in. So we're not gonna finish the show, guys.
Jeff, shut up.
We're not gonna finish the show.
No, we're gonna finish show. We're
Okay.
gonna finish show.
Biggest misconception about me is that I'm inflexible. Because people who only know me as friends don't know me in a relationship, and it's a whole different side of me. I'm more flexible with people that I'm dating, but with my friends, I feel like I'm fighting for them to be better partners for other people. And people that I'm with, I feel like if you reject somebody that you're with romantically, that hurts more than friendship. So there are things that I would say to y'all that I wouldn't say to my partner, because if you say it, I don't care. I'm not fucking you. I'm not trying to build a life with you. I would never say it to somebody else. So I think people I've gotten broken up with in the past for being too nice because they liked how bitchy I seemed publicly and thought I was too nice in relationships.
But you were still articulating like how you felt, right?
No, I wasn't shrinking. It's just that there's a spiciness that I have with my friends that I don't bring into partnership.
So it's just like the way
Are
you
you be
convey
submissive to the
information.
men's?
No, the way you convey information,
Wait,
right?
this is like going on. What's happening?
Because you say you bring a different level of that's your.
Now, you see how they are hyper-focused on Ike 6 and my answer? I asked myself at the time, why are they both so whatever? And then I realized, and I didn't realize it until way after the fact, Ike said that he likes traditional masculinity when it comes to sex. And then I said, I like traditional femininity when it comes to sex, and I enjoy being submissive. Whether it's consciously or subconsciously, they're both clocking that it sounds like we're sexually compatible, and now they want to grill both of us. Now suddenly they want to co-host with 3 minutes left in the episode.
Friendships need to your partner. It just sounds like to your partner, you more submissive. Because one thing I would never tell people is that Blue is submissive. And it's not a bad thing.
All my partners would call me submissive.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's why I don't bring them around y'all. But go ahead.
Don't
I
do
don't
that.
come around y'all.
No. It's not submissive like I'm shrinking. It's more so of there's a compassion that I add because I feel like a joke that I make to a friend would be more harmful to a partner because the person you're sleeping with can reject you in a way that nobody else can.
And I think that's the problem with compatibility. I think you need somebody that can take it like a friend would.
No, I don't enjoy it, Jeff. I'm not doing it for them. I'm doing it for me. Like I don't talk to my partners the same way I talk to my friends because I don't.
Jeffrey's not trying to tell me that I'm not allowed to have my feelings about how I fuck. The audacity. Jeffrey is now trying to argue with me about how I fuck people.
Enjoy it.
Why not? Your partner.
She's built different. She's
No,
very
Jeffrey,
different.
it's not doing it.
We're not gonna do that. We're gonna go
Come
on a
back
tangent.
next week for the rest.
Yeah, exactly. So
Catch you next time.
I'm saying the way that I was raised as a West Indian woman is there's a certain softness that you only reserve for your man.
Right.
So it's not about shrinking. It's the fact that if I'm treating everybody in my life the same way, he's not special. There has to be something that's just for him.
There are men and women wired that way, though. It's not just her.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've met men who say that to me, like, I cannot have that same sentiment. And I'm like, wow.
And see, for me, if I can't treat my partner the way I treat you, the way I treat Lutasha, meaning I like Ike.
I
Ike's
agree.
cool. The way I can't, then that's not the partner for me.
See,
Because I treat y'all, I love.
That's you, my
but
nigga.
Jeffrey, perfect example. That moment when I was saying, hey, guys, I'm overwhelmed and y'all kept going, I'd want a partner who would have been softer with me than you were.
But you know, I love you.
But yeah, but no, as my partner, no, but I'm not.
Not you turning into
Like,
a
you,
nigga.
like,
Jeffrey,
but you
right.
know,
She said,
Jeffrey,
but you know
right.
I love you.
Jeffrey,
but you know, I like
Jeffrey,
knowing how much I care
Jeffrey.
and love you, Blue. You knew there was no.
Jeffrey, that's about you, not me. I'm talking about what I need, not what you're doing. I'm talking about what I need. So think about me, not you. I'm saying that if there's something that I need from my partner, there's an extra layer of care that I give to them as my partner that with my friend, I might not double click on. So there's a certain level of compassion and kindness that I need for my partner that I've never seen you give me and I wouldn't ask of you. But for my partner, I would. And so I'm absolving you of that.
So where am I lacking as a friend that you're not feeling that complete? I mean, other than
Oh,
other than
podcast?
physically,
On the podcast?
other than wait a minute.
I answered a question. Here's the thing, guys. I answered a question about what I like in bed. Because they all know what's happening with me and Ike, they're assuming that my answers are something that relates to him. Somehow Jeffrey has turned it into, well, what have I done where you wouldn't open up to me the way you would open up to the men that you date, i.e. Ike? He's somehow turned a question about my sex life as a gay male about him. I often say this. Sometimes you can have gay male friends who are as territorial as a straight man who likes you. Gay men are still men. Masculine energy, when it wants to dominate, still wants to dominate, even if they quite literally don't want your body parts. This is toxic masculinity, heteronormative toxic masculinity, from a gay man to a pansexual woman.
Jeffrey,
we're
this is important. But I want you to know. No, genuinely, no. I want you to understand. Obviously, outside of the physical, because again, friendships are so important. Because as we all say, it's about chosen family. It's chosen family.
But you're not my man. Why do you want to be able to compete with my man?
Because
You're
I'm
not my
your
man.
friend.
But you're not my man.
But I'm your friend, and that's how important. But okay, and see, that's what I'm saying. You know what? I understand that it's not wrong. It's different for me. My friendships are because relationships come and go. Unfortunately, sometimes. But your friendships
me,
are the
I
things.
see it the complete opposite. Where if I'm building a life with you, friendships are going to be something that I want forever. And when you die before me or I die before you, I hope our friends are there to take care of us. But there are intimate things that only my partner will ever get from me that I will never give to my friends.
Yeah.
And I believe in keeping sacred things sacred. Mm-hmm. And in those sacred things, there's a softness that y'all will never have access to that he will.
So with that, and not to say that that's wrong,
it's
but
not
what about,
wrong.
hang on, but what about those partners that had that and get divorced and it's awful? Oh, and now he's spilling those secrets that you had intimately with him versus Lutasha, your homegirl, who never told your secrets and love you.
And my answer,
so I'm not saying your answer is wrong.
And he's saying your answer is not wrong, but why do you trust Ike more than you trust us? That's what he's actually saying. Meanwhile, I don't trust none of y'all.
It's not wrong.
That
y'all are gonna go down a rabbit hole.
Exactly.
And we have
so
10 minutes left.
We don't have the time.
What I'm saying is my man will, because I had a best friend who wanted to act like he was my man, and I saw how it was fucked up that there were things that he was getting that should have only belonged to my partner. I'm never doing that again. There's certain parts,
a friend or a man.
Yeah, I'm never giving the things that belong to my partner to my friends because
she's seen friends violate the trust that she would.
I've seen friends violate,
and I've had partners
but that's
that
your
have violated.
So I'm saying for me,
I think everybody, we've all had relationships.
No.
Work out, so clearly that partner has violated.
Jeffrey, I'm saying it's not about the partner violating. It's that when I get to my ultimate relationship, because every relationship before my last one is a practice.
Yes,
I want to already know how to keep sacred things sacred. So I'm doing it with everybody until I get to my last person.
And how do you know when your last person is? Because when we get into a
Jeffrey,
relationship.
Jeffrey, this is why
But here's the thing, though.
I'm gonna start making you pay for the studio time. We have no time.
Yeah, Jeffrey,
Well,
you trying to
we
do
have to let it go.
psychology
We
with
have to
Jeff.
let it go. We have to let it go, Jeffrey.
This
We have
is
to let it go.
this is a subsegment.
Everything
We have to let
again,
it go.
it's all again.
We understand, but we have to let it
Yes,
go.
go
We're going.
Looking at the body language, you see the more Jeff starts to argue, the more Ike is leaning towards me because he's like, oh, they're actually really crazy. Like before him and Jeff were sitting like this, he literally starts to inch towards me. Like, oh, so they're the problem. I know you and I have our own beef, but they're actually the problem. Let's see if he kept that same energy, if he's been talking shit to them about behind my back. Because you guys, this is the last time that me, Ike, Jeff, and Lulu were all in the same room. If either of them has spoken to each other since this night, they did it behind my back. Be clear.
Way over time. You guys see how I be fighting, right? I fight for my life to stay on time.
That's right.
And I'm happy we're having this conversation.
Today drained me.
Today drained me.
Exactly.
Really give me more questions. Next week, I'm back with saying questions.
I'm gonna have a thing.
Why you nigga get a part of you that I'm not getting?
Wait, but what happened to the Jeff that what did he say about arguments? He just let it go, right?
I
No. But that would, for me, that would be.
By the way, I do appreciate that Ike did this moment. He said, Jeff, didn't you just do a whole speech earlier about how when there's a disagreement, you let it go because you're the bigger person? Where's that for Blue? I will say, this is wild to say it because I've been threatened now, which is why everything's so public. In this episode, aside from Wolf, who couldn't speak on camera, Ike was the closest thing I had to an ally against my own fucking friends.
Thing that I think Blue, that would, no, F them. They've been yelling at us the whole time. For me, that would mean I would think that Blue is a person who is not willing to understand where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
If I were to be like, okay, girl, you got it, and just shut down.
Right.
I understand that Blue is somebody who, again, our views might be different on how we handle it.
Yeah.
But Blue could say, Jeffrey, I don't agree with it, but I understand why you think that way.
Yeah.
So that's why for me, I'm pushing with Blue to say the things I've been saying.
Okay.
Because she is someone who has the capacity to understand.
Because I need to understand it.
Yeah.
Because Ike is like, I don't give a fuck what you got to say.
No.
Do you see how Jeff attacked me, but he's only trying to explain himself to Ike? I just got that. Jeff attacked me. I defended myself. He did not stop to explain to be understood until Ike interjected and said, why are you attacking her? I thought you were the guy who lets people live and let live. And now he's trying to appease Ike, even though I'm the one who was attacked. Somebody said Ike doesn't seem so awful here. That's the thing. I never said Ike was awful. I just said we weren't just friends. Ike said I was awful. Ike made up things about my character. I said nothing for a year and a half and kept quiet. So I never said anything about Ike. Ike is the one who said that I'm a crazy delusional bitch who made up an entire relationship. I didn't think he was awful until he threatened me last week. And now I do. Because to steal from me and then threaten me after what you've seen me go through in front of your face, yeah, that's malice.
I want everybody to be harmonious.
We are harmonious.
No, we are harmonious.
We get wings after this.
Yeah, we get wings after this.
Remember war.
Okay.
The Roman Empire. Y'all really
Jeffrey, oh my God, can I please we have to end
We
the show.
do.
That's the name of the episode, the Roman Empire.
Maximus Aurelius.
No, I'm not naming it Roman Empire.
You would get a lot of straight men viewing.
You would get a lot.
They Google it. Blue, they clearly Google it.
That shit is.
hashtag.
The show is called the Roman Empire, guys. Okay, I'm losing.
Yes.
All right, guys.
You're going to check the view numbers.
You guys, seriously, can I please end the show?
Okay, end the show.
Okay, guys, we're gonna have to do a part 2 because clearly when Ike's around and the non-alcoholic shots are flowing, we cannot end the show.
This shit fire. Oh,
We ain't finished. We still got 2 left.
We still got 2 left. We can see what the thing plays. Last question for everybody: how do you feel right now after the show? And what's your favorite part? That's it. And say quickly.
Balanced.
You're gonna go last because
Okay.
you're the guest. Jeff, you're gonna go first so that we can clip you quickly and make sure that you stay on task.
Yeah,
'cause you're
no, I
passionate.
feel great about the show. I had a lot of fun. I actually
Aw.
love that we did it in another city and we all came and everything. Ike, great time meeting you.
Thank
Ike
you, man.
came
Good
last
time
night.
meeting you too, man.
Rated it like y'all don't know this nigga the way we got this nigga last
Oh
night.
shit! Okay.
He said, we hung up with Ike last night. Y'all don't know this nigga the way I know this nigga. You mean when you and Lulu got drunk, as people can see, it doesn't take much, and then grilled him about his love life and flirted with him openly? You guys, if they flirted with Ike this much on camera, somebody posted, Blue's the only person on the show who wasn't flirting. I didn't flirt with nobody. If my friends are flirting with him this hard on camera, can you imagine what happened at my birthday dinner? Can you just imagine how they acted on my birthday dinner? And when I confronted both of them, they said, we don't recall it like that. You don't have to recall it. There's a tape of what happens when there's a camera in front of you. People can assume what happened when there wasn't one.
Wow. Off the rails. Okay.
Ike showed up and showed out. But no, I've had a
Go to
great
Marcus. He was dancing.
Right.
Yeah,
I had a great time.
Wow,
Great
wow,
time.
wow.
And we will see y'all back in LA.
Okay, that's the outro. Let everybody else. I love that. Hit it, Lulu.
He said, "We'll see you in LA."
Hit it, Lulu.
Ron Burgundy.
Come on, showbiz.
You got
That's
let's wrap it up. Come on, seriously.
I had a great time today. It's just nice to have fresh energy, like, in any capacity, because we all spend so much time together. So it's nice having you here, Ike. Thank you so much. And it was great.
Notice how nobody said happy birthday. It's my birthday episode, and I just spent the entire episode being attacked. Nobody said happy birthday. Just thank you, Ike, for being a black man and tall and chocolate and our type. Just thank you, Ike. Fuck me. Thank you, Ike.
I had a great time. I love these guys. This was great. We tackled serious and funny shit and very political, emotional EQ shit. Oh, can we talk about that? But yeah, I love all these people and I love this podcast and I want to be back here and in LA, right?
Yep.
Hopefully.
Wait, you're saying that on camera?
Yep.
Yeah, I might.
You see my face? Wait. So you guys watch this moment. Ike looks at me and says, I want to come to LA. This is like, what, the fourth time that he's trying to make things right? But I'm crazy though, right? He wants to come to LA and you can literally see my shock on my face. Like, wait, nigga, I thought you friend zoned me and this was the last time we were going to ever see each other. In my mind, this is the last time I'm ever going to see you. What do you mean you're coming to LA?
Thank you so much. And it was great.
I had a great time. I love these guys. This was great. We tackled serious and funny shit and very political, emotional EQ shit. Oh, can we talk about that? But yeah, I love all these people and I love this podcast and I want to be back here and in LA, right?
Yep.
Hopefully.
Wait, you're saying that on camera?
Yep.
Yeah, I might. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Blue.
You see the backwoods? You see the backwoods shirt? Okay, I'm up in LA already.
No,
I thought that's should be said.
He said, you see the backwoods, I'm repping LA already. It's so funny he said that because when Danielle told me in the live that we did on Saturday, she said, oh, after you and I fell out, he went to LA and made out with my homegirl. There was a moment where he popped up on my timeline once last summer and he was wearing that backwoods shirt. I remember thinking, did he come to LA? Did he actually end up in LA? I guess he's even admitting here when he wears the backwoods shirt, that's him shouting out LA to me and whatever other LA bitches he's fucking with at the moment.
Blue, no, but Blue, thank you for giving us like a platform to show. Because a lot of times you see a lot of people with friends specifically disagree. Like we had a little disagreement. And
we had a little disagreement. You attacked me for 2 hours while throwing yourself at the man that I'm still healing from. We had a little disagreement. Okay.
Fall out and be like, oh, fuck her. I ain't fucking with her. It's not my friend no more. To show how you can disagree.
Damn.
Fuck
that bitch.
Yo, y'all know people that have disagreed with somebody over something stupid.
Yeah,
so Blue, you give us the space to like have the conversation to get to the resolution where we like, okay, y'all, we going for wings.
And that's how we know we're real friends.
One word, diverging.
Okay, can I go?
Okay,
end it with a Y.
I'm going to end it there. Because me and Bridget have to shoot our podcast in 30 minutes. So guys, you're so drained from this episode. Oh, remember y'all saying not the Kendrick. Oh, that's the line that I've said that so by the way, that was another shout out. I kept on making that noise because us singing together while running around the hotel room in a bathrobe was our last date. Our 36-hour date where we were in the hotel running around singing by Kendrick. You see how he keeps on singing it, right? He keeps on doing things that are inside jokes about what happened between us. And he's doing it in plain sight. And I didn't realize until I watched this back how much everything he does completely aligns with the story that I told without even seeing this. So yeah, that was painful. I love you too, Kate. Some of my real friends are in here. I appreciate y'all for holding space for me. Jeff jokingly tells the truth and then backtracks. Yeah, he does. They all did. I deserve better than how they all treated me. And watching this was bittersweet because I got a glimpse into Ike last year before he rebranded himself as my nemesis. Before he and Jeff and Lulu talked shit about me. Before he came to LA to make out with Danielle's friend and pretend I was dead to him. I missed the person I thought I knew. Because the person I thought I knew wouldn't spend a year convincing himself that I did him dirty when it was the other way around. Go out of his way to smear my name accuse me of roofing him and drugging him, when in reality, as you guys saw, I spent the entire 2 hours begging him to drink water. And he wouldn't have threatened me last week when I got tired of him stealing my content and using me as his muse without paying for it. I thought this would make me angry, but anger is a blanket emotion, and I think I'm evolved enough where I don't always need a blanket. I'm just hurt. I'm just hurt. This actually, somebody said this was cruel. Remember how I said casual cruelty? That was my birthday. They did this to me for 72 hours. I was bullied by people who I thought I could trust for 72 hours. The day before my birthday, the day of my birthday, and the day after my birthday. And all I ever did was invest in them. Kate said, I have known your light since the first time I encountered your energy. You are iconic. Watching your star rise fills me with joy. You are greatness. Thank you, Kate. I always say I don't cry that much. I only cry when I talk about my family. Like when I talk about my mom and my aunt or my childhood friends, that's usually the only time I cry. But this has tested me, and it's retrograde. You guys know half my chart is Mercury. I will say this. I think this is the end of me talking about it unless I'm threatened again. I don't think he'll threaten me again. I made 3 videos now, so that would be stupid. But just know these are all the nicest receipts. I'm releasing the receipts in the nicest order possible. One thing I will say is I feel zero shame. There are 2 people who wrote nasty messages who were like, you were desperate. That's why he knew to check on you. Nothing about what you saw was me being desperate. I wasn't desperate. I was vulnerable. And I will say this, shame on anybody who tries to shame me, because it's not going to work. I don't feel any shame. I don't feel bad for myself. I just think this was an incredibly painful lesson. And I will say this, I'm up here. I put on some faux lashes. Do you know why I can't get lashes anymore? Because after this happened, I started having panic attacks. I only have panic attacks when I've been subconsciously maimed so badly that my subconscious is freaking out, even though my conscious isn't. So I started having panic attacks as a result of the months of psychological warfare at the hands of Ike, Lulu, and Jeff. And I just want them to know that you were shitty, horrible people for what you did to me. And until you apologize and take accountability for it, I hope you have nothing but what you deserve. I don't believe in forgiving everybody. That's toxic positivity. I believe in people having the day that they deserve. So I hope you all have the day that you deserve for not only being haters and doing me dirty and using me, but for also never making it right. I hope you have exactly what you deserve. I'm not going to say I wish you well, because I fucking don't. I wish you everything that you sent my way times 10. That is sacred rage, because I'm a better person because of it. The dates that I went on after this, because I dated heavily after Ike. I wasn't sitting around crying about Ike night dating. I dated my ass off all summer to the point where my sister started making fun of me. She was like, damn, another date? The way that I date has been improved because of this. I no longer have any friends. I have 0 friends who talk to me the way Jeff and Lulu do. 0. There's not a single person who talks to me like them who even has access to me anymore. So I've improved my friendships and my love life based on how fucked up all 3 of you were to me. Right? So respectfully, fuck y'all. Until you come to me and own what you did, fuck y'all forever. Okay? Now I'm going to go and smoke a J and light a candle on my altar and thank my auntie and my uncle and my grandma and everybody on the other side who protected me. Because the fact that you guys felt this sick watching just 2 hours of me dealing with these people, imagine what months of dealing with them unsupervised was like. All this did for me was confirm that I'm not crazy. I'm not difficult. I didn't take it personal. I'm just a bitch who's shown too bright to be around haters, and that's okay. And I hope any of you who saw yourself in this narrative do not feel like victims. Do not use this as a reason not to have friendships. Do not use this as a reason not to fall in love. Be better, not bitter. That is my last word. Be better, not bitter. And if you want to take the emotional intelligence course to figure out how I learned how to be like this, right? How I could be under attack in such intimate, devious ways and still come out happier than ever. The link is fall25.eventbrite.com. That's FALL25.eventbrite.com. And if you want to do a one-on-one because you don't like group settings, then it's going to be a little bit more expensive, but it is bluecentricshop.com/readings. I see so many of my clients in here. My sister told me a bunch of the girls from some of the classes have been having group chats about this. I don't want to be in the group chat. I actually want to respect y'all's privacy, but whatever y'all's talking about, I trust that group chat because I know that you were great students and you know how to speak about what's happening to me in a way that's honorable because I saw how you were in class, right? So the issue isn't talking in a group chat about people, it's how you talk about them. Can you talk about uncomfortable things while still keeping them safe? And what's wild to me is, even after all this that I posted in the last week, my friends and I still haven't talked shit about Ike. They know how much I care about him. Still, I still care about him. And so they know that talking ill about him will only make me feel bad. So I hope I'm modeling what I teach, right? All right, I gotta go because Bridget's gonna be looking for me soon. I love y'all so much. I will save this. I might have a good cry because it is Mercury retrograde. Love y'all. Bye.